Hey folks, we're pretty much in the middle of summer, my most hated season. I thought we'll get straight deep into yet another classic Sonic book, uh, Sonic the Hedgehog in the Fourth Dimension. It's very good, this one. It's my second favourite of these four Sonic novels published by Virgin. Um, So basically, the plot of this one is that Dr. Robotnik has stolen a time travel gadget from a secret time travel organisation and is using it to obviously change history across Mobius. His ultimate goal is to stop Sonic and Tails from ever being born. They're obviously his biggest threats. Obviously, naturally, Sonic and Tails want to try and stop that. So, since I plan on reading the whole book as before, I guess I better get on with it because it really is that good. So, um, like all the others, it starts with a prologue, and it's the Kinterball origin story, which I talked about in my video some time ago, giving a brief overview of the Sonic novels. So, as usual, I'll skip over that. I'll link that in the description as normal, by the way. So, chapter 1: Baffled, Buffled, and Befuddled. No, I mean prologue. Right. There is a green hill zone far, far away. Under it runs a series of caves and tunnels that nobody knows about. Well, none of them except one. And so it just happens, the one that squeezes bulbous form out of the weakly bulbous air car we refer to as the Egomatic. It sat on two spindly legs in the middle of the largest cavern, surrounded by strange equipment and fascinating machines. As bald as an egg, his round face is decorated with an enormous moustache in a bright flaming red that matches his shirt almost perfectly. His black trousers seem to button almost exactly halfway up his large stomach, and his feet are large and pointed. Two things float in the air around him at all times: a horrible smell of rotten eggs and a high-pitched chortling laugh which he will break into at a moment's notice. In his left hand he holds a strange device. It is made of shining metal about 30 centimetres long. Coils and curves twist around each other, and it hurts the eyes to gaze at it for too long. He weighs it like a conductor weighs a baton. "Robots!" he shouts. A group of five metal figures looking like large beetles standing upright with two hind legs dried out from a tunnel. The fat figure slots the strange metal implement into a cavity into the chest of the first robot. A small door slides shut over it, hiding it from view. You have your orders," the man demands brusquely. "Yes, master," the robots reply tonelessly. "How many times? Ha ha ha! How many times do I have to tell you? It's yes, your Supreme Imperial Highness, President for Life, PhD. Are you ready to change history?" "Yes, master." "Then go for it." The robots do not reply, but as one they flicker for a moment like a badly tuned television, and vanish into nothingness. The would-be Supreme Imperial Highness President for Life looks around the cabin, grinning wildly. At last! Ha ha! Now, Sonic, you hyperactive herbivore! Ha ha ha! At last I have the ultimate weapon. I have time on my side, and now time will tell. Ha 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 ha! Yeah, now that was the prologue. Now chapter 1. Baffled, bothered and befuddled. It had been a long, exhausting adventure, but Sonic knew that the end was in sight when the enormous spacecraft swooped down through the clouds and zeroed in to hover above the patch of jungle where he was standing. Its six guns still jerkily in their mountings, trying to get a good aim at him. "Yikes! Watch out!" warned Tails. "It'll fire 3 times, then drop a mega bomb." Sonic nodded grimly, concentrating on the task in hand. If he didn't get this one right, he was dead. He hefted a coconut and lobbed it skyward. It curled up in an arc over the bulk of the large ship, landed with a poink on the back of the ship, bounced off and fell back to the ground. "Oh, that's no good," Tails observed unhelpfully. "You got to hit his cockpit, the bit that looks like it might be eyes if the thing with a giant squid, which of course it isn't, but—" "Tails?" "Yes, Sonic?" "Shut up!" Sonic hefted another coconut and hurled it expeditiously at the spaceship. The one sailed straight and true, and the massive alien craft flickered and shook from the impact as all of his guns fired at once. The hedgehog dodged away left, easily avoiding the salvo energy beams to the convenient pile of coconuts stacked nearby. He chucked two or more into the air and dodged the next blast of beams, watching with delight as the missiles smashed to the top of the ship. Two of his massive guns were now out of action, the melting coconut into twisted metal. The hedgehog darted from left to right, grabbed the final Coconut leaped high into the air and held it down with a wallop in the middle of the cockpit, smack between where its eyes undoubtedly would have been where it were indeed a giant squid. The white light exploded from every point in the ship, and it promptly fell apart with a shaking, groaning roar that roused the speaker of the game gear. Sonic stared down at the screen in surprise. You win? You mean that's all there is to it? I thought you said this was a tough game. It's really tough. It took me weeks and weeks, Tails persisted. I just didn't expect you to be so flipping good at it. Tree Man 2, Moss Parrot's Revenge is a really good game when you get into it. But I did go into it, Sonic replied. I got so far into it that I came out the other end in an hour and a half. He put the sleep back sleeve of the game gear on a nearby rock. I don't know, man. Tree Man's just not a convincing hero, especially for a real champion like me. No way can I believe in a bogus wooden dude whose catchphrase is, I'll be back. Tails sniffed. I'm sorry, Sonic, it's just that you're so good at everything, and I try to be as cool as you, but it's really hard. I do my best, really. Like at video games, he paused to blow his nose noisily, while the twin tails gave him his nickname. But you're so heroic and spiky and blue that a little orange fox like me has no hope of ever being as good as you. His voice trailed away pathetically. Sonic looked at his little pal. He knew that Tails was not as good as him, and he knew why, because nobody else, anywhere ever, was half as good at anything as Sonic the Hedgehog. But all the same, he felt bad to see his friend getting upset about it. Chill, little dude, he said. You're still half my age. You've got plenty of time to get better, and let's face it, you've got the coolest teacher in the world to help you out. Now, what will we do with the rest of this most triumphantly glorious afternoon? It was a glorious afternoon. The sun shined down from a pure blue sky, warm in the green hill zone, possibly the most beautiful area on the planet Mobius. It was an unspoiled paradise with gently undulating hills covered in thick green grass, decorated with attractive flowers and beautiful tall palm trees, and plenty of cliffs, slopes, ramps, bridges and tunnels with a fast fence to race along, while streams, waterfalls and rocks made good obstacles for them to practice their jumping. There were even strange loop constructions where the two friends could perform their special stunts at top speed. Sonic and Tails stood in the middle of the tropical splendour. A few faint wisps of cloud decorated the sky, and the whispering roar of the waterfalls could be heard in the distance as the streams poured down into the huge lake, where other inhabitants of the green hill zone would undoubtedly be playing on a fine afternoon like this. Tux the penguin would be sporting with Joe Sushi, the grouchy but amusing walrus. Porkaloo the pig would be teasing Johnny Lightfoot the rabbit, and Flicky the bluebird fluttered above their heads. Meanwhile, kind-hearted Sally Acorn the squirrel would probably have prepared a picnic for them all. So we go and join the others, Tails suggested, setting up a bit of the thought of some food. Good call, Sonic agreed. Race you. Loser does all the washing up after the picnic. He glanced around, but Tails was already a blur of orange streaking towards the lake like a small flowy thunderbolt. The twin tails were whirring like a propeller, giving him an extra boost of speed. In a second he was over the top of the next hill and almost out of sight. Give the little dude a head start, Sonic smiled to himself. The hedgehog started running on the spot, spinning his feet faster and faster into his special running shoes with a blaze of red on the ground. Then he crouched down, his spokes curved over his back to form an almost perfect circle, and his whole body started to spin on the spot like a blue flywheel. He'd done this many times before, and he knew the exact moment to let himself go, which was now. With a whoosh, he shot off across the bumpy ground, sprinting across the grass at incredible speed. Trees and bushes flickered past in the blow, he sped towards Tails. As the fleet-footed fox looked back to see where his friend was, Sonic hit a slight bump and flew up into the air, soaring over the stream in two trees to land back on his feet just in front of his pelting pal. Gotcha, he shouted into the wind, and now I'm going to beat you. He raced away towards the lake, but Tails was not going to lose easy. Whirling his tail, he put on an extra burst of speed and gave chase. As the two topped the last hill before the lake, they were almost neck and neck. Below them lay the sandy beach, the other animals lying in the bright sunlight in an array of fetching beachwear. I'll beat you yet, Tails panted, pounding his paws against the ground as fast as foxily possible. Sonic smirked to himself and pushed up to top speed for the final sprint. He began to draw away from the frantic fox. Then, unexpectedly, his foot caught on something sticking up out of the ground, and he fell sprawling to the ground. Tails hard on his heel, tripped over Sonic's legs, and went flying. He landed further down the hill and rolled out of control down to the bottom. Across a stretch of open ground, over the beach, through Sally Acorn's carefully prepared picnic and into the lake. He hit the water with a great splash that drenched everyone, and sat up in the shadows, coughing and spluttering. Everyone was staring at him. He waded ashore, looking at his feet, unable to meet their angry gazes. Sorry, he muttered apologetically, squeezing the water from his tails. It was an accident. Didn't mean to go so fast. Won't happen again, but, he added, chin up a bit. Did you see me? I beat Sonic. I don't think I've ever run so fast in my life. Oh, well done, said Sally Acorn, her brown fur splattered with cream from one of the cakes the tails had rolled through. Since you're now the fastest creature in the Green Hill Zone, you can do all the washing up for the picnic. It shouldn't take a speed demon like you more than half a minute. Oh no, exclaimed Tails, not fair. The loser was meant to do all the washing up. That's why we're having the race. Sonic, you tell her. The blue hedgehog had trotted down from the top of the hill where he had tripped, but his mind was clear on other things. In his paw he held a strange object made of some kind of metal. It was about 30 centimetres long, twisted and rusted, with bits of moss and lichen sticking to it. He was staring at it carefully as he approached his friends. Hey, any of you guys recognise this? He asked. The friends shook their collective heads. There was something very odd about the way that the lines of the metal curved and twisted around each other to form strange walls and knots. Tails certainly had never seen anything like it before. It doesn't look like anything that Robotnik has ever made, he said. It's much too intricate and complicated for that. The only things that were left in the Green Hill Zone after the last time he tried to take over Mobius were a few springs, some of those computer screens, and all the millions of bits and the robots you smash. There definitely isn't one of them. Smart thinking, my foxy friend. I was just going to say that, said Tails. He turned to Porky Lewis, who was studying the voice carefully. What do you reckon, Porky? You're a boffin science type dude. Whatever it is, it's a single machine, not some part of a bigger device. That much is obvious. And the dial and button on its side won't work anymore. Where'd you find it? Asked the pig. On top of that hill, I was hitting terminal velocity, my foot hit this thing sticking out of the ground, and boom, wipe out, Sonic grinned. That was why Tails beat me, so I hereby volunteer my most excellent and totally heroic washing up skills to the aid of the picnic. Unfortunately, you can both do the washing up then, said Sally, who was beginning to get annoyed. And there was plenty of it to do after your small friend did his speed and steamroller impression through the middle of our picnic. Just look at the mess. She turned to point at the defending scene of chaos, but there was no mess to be seen. Nor for that matter was there any picnic. The lakeside beach where all the food had lain was completely bare and empty. There was a moment of complete silence as all the friends had digested this fact, and there were silent moments they realised the facts would probably be the only things that would be digesting this afternoon. The tranquility was broken by Sally. Who did this? She protested. This isn't funny. Whoever took all the food, bring it back right now. When I get my paws on. Yo, Sally, Sonic interrupted. Chill. No took the food, it's just gone. Look at the sand. It's sand, Sonic, just ordinary sand. No way, look, the sand on our beach was always pure and white like sugar. This stuff's all coarse and rough, and then there are soft stones in it, and look closer, where's the footprint? Everyone stared hard at the place where they had been laughing and playing a few minutes ago. Sonic was right. The sand, now a dirty grey colour, was completely smooth with no sign of their tracks, spilled food, or the path the tails had rolled through the picnic and into the water. As the group stepped towards it, the new surface of the beach felt hard and gritty under their feet. The lake water lapped against it in little waves that were murky and unpleasant than it had done a minute before. Johnny Lightfoot stopped and sniffed the air, his rabbit nose twitching. Does anyone else smell something nasty? Sonic took a deep breath and almost choked on it. Yuck, yeah, I recognise that unsavoury whiff, dude. Did I ever tell you about the place where Robotnik was pouring hot oil into the oceans to pollute them? Last time he was putting his megalomaniac stunt. He called it the Oil Ocean Zone. The water was so foul and full of gunk you could almost walk on it. Tails and I trashed all his machines up good, and they don't smell just like this. Tails nodded. Yeah, I was very scared. But what could be causing it, Sonic? He had a huge factory in the Oil Ocean Zone, and there was nothing like that around here. Sonic bent down to look at the stone on the beach. I don't know, Porky, you got any science-type clues about what's going down? I mean, is it anything to do with this weird thing I tripped over? Did that activate something, maybe? There was no answer. Porky? Sonic asked, picking up the stone and looking around. There was no sign of Sonic's piggy playmate. Whoa, whatever it is, it got Porker. Everybody stand very still, interrupted the hedgehog. He had a feeling rather confused by these recent events, but he knew that as the Green Hills Zone's resident hero, it was up to him to take charge and show some leadership. Otherwise, the other animals might start to panic, which would be a bad thing, and Sally Acorn would start to boss them around, which would give Sonic a headache. He looked around the small group of friends who stood carrying on the beach. A dark cloud had blown in front of the sun, throwing gloomy shadows over the area, making them look more forlorn than they probably were. Sonic counted their heads to check who was still there. Tails, Sally Acorn, Flicky the Bluebird, Johnny Lightfoot, Chirps, Tux, Joe Susie, and there was someone else. Porker? He called hopefully. But as the new figure turned to look at him, he realised it was somebody else, and his heart sank. Hey, who are you? And what are you doing here with some of my pal Porker Lewis? He asked. Stop fooling around, Sonic, Chirp said. It's Carrie. Carrie, asked Sonic looking at the newcomer. She was large, standing several centimetres taller than the others, but she had powerful limbs and big buck teeth, built for gnawing. Her tail was long and thin. She looked like a fat rat, except she was too big and her claws were rather too long and sharp. Carrie? Asked Sonic again. Yeah, Carrie who? Tails demanded uncertainly. Carrie the Coipu, you twit, answered Sally Acorn. She lived in the Brown Hill Zone longer than you have. The where? Exploded Sonic and Tails in unison. Oh, stop it, you two. The Brown Hill Zone. Here, home. Who's this Porker Lewis bloke you talking about? Yeah, Vicky added. Porker who? Tails turned to Sonic. I have absolutely no clue what's going on, he whispered. But I don't like it at all. Are they having us on? Please say it's a big joke. Okay, it's all a big joke, dude. Replied the hedgehog, his face solemn. I have a really bad feeling that the joke's on us. I think we're in deep, serious, really deep trouble right now. Look at this. He held out the last pebble he had picked up from the beach and turned it over. On the underside, edged into the stone with shallow grooves were the words Copyright C. Robotnik Industries. Crikey! Tails exclaimed. As if in answer, a rumble of thunder sounded in the distance. The colours growing thicker and darker, dimming all the colours in the zone and shadowing it with greys and blacks. As the two animals looked around, they could see that the nearby hills were in fact brown. With a sound like a shotgun, the heavens opened and thick rain mixed with icy hail began to pour out of the sky. The group broke around from the beach, sprinting for the shelter of some nearby palm trees. The trees not nearly as tall as healthy Sonic remembered, but they'd offer some protection from the downpour. Oh, what do you mean? It rains and hails here all the time, you silly boy. It was a newcomer to the zone, Carrie, who appeared from behind a tree trunk. I'm worried about you two. You've been behaving very oddly, she continued, sidling up to Tails and running fingers tipped with sharp claws through the white cliff of hair stood out from his forehead. Oh, especially you, darling. Are you feeling all right? Ow, you're off, sputtered the indignant fox. I'm not worried at all. I'm fed up. First Save's nasty to me, you know, won the race. But then everyone starts disappearing or changing, and you appear out of nowhere. I did not appear out of nowhere. I've lived here for ages, and we've been engaged and married for simply yonks. Now, exclaimed the Coipu. Are you sure you're not feverish, my sugar pumpkin? Sonic caught one glimpse of the fox-styled expression. Described that discretion was a better part of valour, and ducked down to his knees. There was something he wanted to check. The ground at the base of the tree was soft from the rainwater that was dripping through the leaves overhead. Carrie was having a battle keeping hold of Tails as he wriggled in her muscular arm, but every so often moved her feet to keep her balance. Sonic looked down at the impressions he had left on the muddy ground. There, as he suspected, was a reverse copyright C symbol imprinted on the earth. There must be a mark like that on the bottom of her foot. That means that somebody had made her, or at least was claiming they had made her, and on the planet Mobius, there was only one villain villainous enough to think they could get away with that. Robotnik! Yelled Sonic to the unheeding hare. What have you done this time, you heinous fiend? I'll get you. Me and Tails will track your mangy hide down to the farthest corner of... Tails? Carrie interrupted. It's going nowhere until he's had a nice hot bath. And I'll thank you to remember that his name is Miles Prower. It's only his nasty common friends you call him Tails. It's not nice to make fun of someone just because they're different to you. Another thing, you so-called hero. I'll not have you taking my beloved fiancée gallivanting off another one of those stupid adventures of yours. You might catch his death of cold. Sonic did his best to ignore this and appeared out in the cold rain. It seemed to be easing a little, judging by the size of the splash on the surface of the lake. As he watched the watery surface, something huge, black and scaly rose to the surface, thrashed there for a moment, and sent back to the depths. Scratch escape route 1, he muttered to himself. Things were looking worse and worse by the moment, and he knew that something had to be done as soon as possible before he got unbearably bad. Right now it looked as though Tails had got his hands full, or rather Tails had got her hands full of Tails, and he would have to go it alone. Catch you later, dude, he shouted and sprinted off into the storm. The heavy rain pelted down on him, sticking his spikes back against his skin, making it very uncomfortable to run. What made it worse is that he had no real idea which direction he was supposed to be running. All he knew is that he wanted to find Robotnik as soon as possible, destroy the evil machines using cause all his insanity, get things back to normal, and go finish the picnic, which had mysteriously disappeared only a few minutes ago. In the distance, against the dark sky, Sonic caught a glimpse of a strange green light. He put on an extra burst of speed, his red shoes slipping slightly on the mud which passed the side of the hill he's speeding up. You see at the top, where he paused, trying to ignore the shocking state of the trainers, and looked around. The green light appeared to be coming from a small opening in the cliff face, halfway down the hill. Sonic jumped his way down. The rocks were a little slippery rainwater. It was sore for his go in mountain boots every moment he was inside. The cave was warm and dry, curving back into the hillside. Deep inside it, something was making a humming, pulsing noise, almost like a heartbeat, and although it was stronger about there. Sonic ventured in, feeling his way along the stone wall toward the source of the light and sound. As it was becoming quite painful in his eyes, he turned to the corner to see nothing. There was a huge circle of green light suspended in the middle of the cave, and in the middle was absolutely nothing, not an empty space, but even less than that. It looked grey and flat, except it seemed to recede back into the distance, further than Sonic could see. Weird to the max. A hand touched his shoulder and he whirled round to see a strange spiky shape, and not like himself. "Hey, who are you?" he asked. "What is this place? And what on earth? Or Mobius, I mean, point a circle of nothingness. Is that?" The figure stepped out of his shadows. "The name's Eric. Eric the Echidna. I'm something a hero in these parts. Perhaps you've heard of me?" He was covered in dark spines, almost like a hedgehog, except that his nose was much longer and more pointed. From time to time, a long tongue flickered out of his mouth to play over his lips. Sonic felt very suspicious. He could not exactly say, but his years in the hero business had taught him that working on instinct was often the best way to go. Besides, this spiny impostor was nowhere near as cool as he was. The hedgehog stepped back a pace, away from the echidna and towards the circle of nothingness. Now, I'm pretty sure all these books are written before, like Sonic 3 and the entrance of Knuckles into the series, but I don't know if this is coincidence or there was some overlap, I'm not sure. But anyway, yeah, he certainly resembles Knuckles, this guy. Anyway, pleased to meet you, dude, I think. Okay, if I just take a look at your right foot, security check. "No problemski, dude," replied Eric. His foot lashed out with astonishing speed. Sonic just had time to recognise the C symbol on his underside before it caught him in the midriff and catapulted him backwards into the circle of grey nothingness. The surprised hedgehog felt himself sucked towards and into the vacuum of space and time. For a moment he was clung to the edge of nothingness, his fingers desperately trying to get a grip on the green light that flickered around it, and then the grey void surrounded him completely. Excuse me. And he was gone. Far away, sitting in his echomatic, a certain bald mad scientist with an orange moustache stared at the screen in front of him. On it was a picture of the cave, with a patch of nothingness swirling in the centre. As he watched, the spiny figure of the echidna strode to the middle of the screen and looked up at it where the camera must be fixed. "No problemski, Doc," reported the figure on the screen. "That Sonic was a pussover, a real wuss. He's gone for good." "Good, good," exclaimed the scientist, like Emperor Palpatine. "You've done tremendously well, my little egg friend. Ha! Now with that pestilent pest removed from Mobius, and now with my chronologically resculpting well underway, I am almost ready to take my proper place once more as the ruler of Mobius. Aha! Ha ha ha! You know what they say? He who laughs longest laughs last. And thanks to you, Eric, I have plenty to laugh about. Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha. The lunatic's mocking laughter rang out on until it seemed as if it would never stop. Without a hero to save the planet Mobius, perhaps it never would. Chapter 2. Yesterday is here again. "Ah, dude!" screamed Sonic as he plunged through the greyness that surrounded him on all sides. He could not tell how long he had been falling. It could have been a few seconds, or hours and hours. He could not tell if he was floating or falling, or even if he was moving at all. The only things he knew for certain, because he had tried them all, was that there was nothing solid around him, that the greyness seemed to go on forever, and that nobody replied when he shouted. Once he got used to it, though, the greyness wasn't too unpleasant. It did not smell or taste of anything like smoke would have done. It was not too bright nor too dark or to see comfortably, and it was not too hot or cold either, because it did not seem to have a temperature at all. In fact, it did not seem to have much of anything. Sonic was dimly aware that he was not breathing. But that was okay, because for some reason he did not feel as if he needed to. All in all, this grey place was really quite relaxing. I want to switch on the mental calculator and see if I can pull two and two together, mused the hedgehog, as in the nothingness swirled around him. Now what exactly happened in the Green Hill Zone? Got to remember exactly in case I miss a clue. First, I find that weird gizmo stuck in the ground. He felt it in his back pocket. I was vaguely surprised to find that the mossy metal object was still there. He studied it closely, but there was no sign of who might have made it. The only mark on it, apart from the mosses, lichen, and a few scratches and a dent where he tripped over it, was a small dial with a button in the middle of it. The dial had rusted over and did not move. Nothing happened when he pushed the button. Okay, he mused. No copyright sign means it's probably not one of Robotnik's toys. He has to put his sticky finger marks on everything he touches. This thing is from, like, somewhere else. Next up, Taz beats me in a race. Well, it was going to happen someday. I could ignore that. Then Porker Lewis suddenly disappears and gets replaced by that Carrie, who has something to do with Robotnik because he had his copyright sign on her foot. Tails and I were the only ones who noticed that something's wrong, especially when the rest of the zone starts to change. The others seem to think that it'd always been like that. Foul and horrible and polluted, you unbodacious things in the lake, he said at the fort. That means either something that has suddenly taken over their minds, which doesn't explain why it didn't happen to Tails and me, and doesn't explain where Carrie came from, or that Eric person. He had Robotnik's copyright mark on him too, and so did that stone. If all the stones have been changed like that, it's got to be more than just mind control. But if the others remember the zone always being like that way, then maybe it was always like that. Maybe I just remember it differently for some reason. Was Porker Lewis really a figment of my ultimately cool imagination? Or maybe two histories, two different timelines came together and got mixed up to make one new one. Is that possible? I think my brain hurts. Whoa, heads up! A point of red light had appeared ahead of him in the greyness. It was impossible to tell how far away it was, but it was zooming closer towards him at colossal speed. As it hurtled closer, Sonic could see it was a circle, and on the other side it looked like somewhere in the real world. He braced himself, rolling into a spiky blue ball, and the circle red light rushed to meet him. With a sort of sucking pop, and he felt himself flung through out of the nothingness and into, well, somethingness. He bounced twice, rolled a little way, and suddenly realised his lungs felt as though they were burning up. Taking a breath of cool air, he unrolled and stood up. Sonic was standing in a white corridor that seemed to stretch off into the far distance near a direction, illuminated by neon lights in the ceiling that cast a flat, white light over the whole area. Every few metres along the corridor there were doorways or other corridors leading off at right angles. They looked very uniform and bleak, except for a large dark smudge on the walls and floor a few metres down the corridor. Sonic trotted over to it. Bits of metal and burnt plastic still littered the floor around the smear, and there was a bitter odour in the air. Sonic sniffed it. He mused. Melted plastic. His head jerked up as he heard a noise from one of the adjoining corridors. He scurried to a doorway, hiding in its shallow recess. He watched as a group of figures, perhaps 7 or 8 of them, appeared from around the corner. They were of all shapes and sizes, but all wore tight-fitting uniforms made of a slick black substance that did not crease or wrinkle as they moved, and black helmets with mirrored silver faceplates that covered their whole heads. 2 of the figures immediately threw themselves down on the floor, one facing in each direction down the corridor. They brandished large guns of a type Sonic had never seen before and sighted down the barrels, ready to fire at anything that moved. Sonic shrank back into the doorway, making himself as inconspicuous as a cool blue hedgehog could be under the circumstances. A single, much larger figure strode into the corridor and looked around. Sonic peered around the edge of the door as it lifted the faceplate on its helmet, exposing a sleek green face with big golden eyes, each with a pupil that was just a single slit, and a wide mouth filled with jagged teeth. Mused the figure. A little live tongue slipped from its mouth and flickered in the air as if tasting it. Sonic caught a glimpse of curved fangs in the creature's mouth. It's a snake, he thought, but I don't understand how a snake can stand upright in a suit like that, or why it's got arms and legs. As it turned around, he could see that it had 2 projections on its back that stood up stiffly under the tight, shiny uniform. The snake thing turned to one of the others. I need to get the voice right on this guy because he's going to be talking a lot in this book. Report back to HQ. Tell them Sector 12XU is clear of defenders and we can proceed. We should be inside the greater circle by midnight. Might need some work. One of the others pulled a miniature radio out of a concealed pocket, extended its aerial, flipped off his faceplate, and started speaking into it. Sonic tried to get a look at the creature's face, but could not quite see what was going on. He leaned slightly further out the doorway. "Intruder, don't move!" shouted one of the soldiers lying on the floor. Sonic ducked back into the doorway as a flickering beam of black light shot past, many meters from his nose, and struck the light on the ceiling. It exploded with a flash, plunging that section of the corridor into darkness and showering the area with small fragments of broken plastic. Sonic dived out the doorway and took off running, heading away from the group of strange figures. More beams of black light exploded around him, blasting chunks of concrete out of the corridor walls. From behind him he heard the voice of the snake-like commander. Stop firing! Stop firing, you idiots! It wasn't one of our enemy, it could have been one of our advanced troops. Sonic dived around the corner into another corridor and Screecher was stopped. The words gave him an idea. He had no idea where he was or who those people were, except that they seemed rather trigger happy, and he needed to find out fast if he was going to get home in time to set Mobius to rights and defeat Robotnik's latest plan. Don't shoot, dudes, I'm on your side, he yelled, and emerged around the corner of the corridor, his paws in the air. The squad of black uniformed soldiers swiveled to face him, weapons pointed at his head. Sonic gulped, not sure he'd done the right thing. Who are you? The leader demanded. You're not one of the organisers, that's for certain. I've never seen a creature like you before. Sonic thought fast. I'm an advanced scout, dude. Sir, he bluffed. I've been checking ahead for organiser traps. He had no idea what an organiser was, but he could tell that the black suits did not like them. The snaky figure smiled, exposing a mouthful of long, thin and pointed teeth. Of course, report then. Where are the enemy strongholds located? He asked. They're mobile. They get around a lot. You can expect ambushes in sectors FS5, TV21 and BPM 140, the hedgehog improvised. The snake peered at him through suspicious eyes. Are you sure? He hissed. BPM 140 is in the techno zone. Sonic shrugged. Just telling you what I heard, scaly dude, sir. In that case, you had better report your findings direct to HQ. Sonic was about to rush off, glad to get away from this sinister troop. But the snake creature put one hand on his shoulder. Just a second, young scout. You're out of uniform. Other troops might make the same mistake we did and shoot you as well. Put this on. From a pocket somewhere on its shiny uniform, it produced what looked like a flat circle of black plastic about 30 centimeters in diameter and handed it to Sonic. The hedgehog stared at it, unsure what to do. What do I do with this? He asked. Every soldier in the group turned to stare at him. Oh, I've been scouting a long time, he lied quickly. Undercover. This must be new equipment. He looked to meet the huge snake being's cold eyes. Their gaze held his, but for a second he felt very small and very alone. Before he remembered that, being Sonic the Hedgehog, he was cooler than anyone else here, and being afraid was a seriously uncool thing to do. Put it on the floor, the snake thing hissed. Sonic obeyed. Now step on it. For a second nothing happened, and then the black substance of the circle began to ooze and flow around his feet, first covering his shoes, then climbing up his legs and over his body, covering it all in a thin layer of shiny black material that felt like rubber or leather to the touch. It was a very snug, warm fit against his skin. The ooze crept higher until it reached his neck where it stopped. Sonic moved an arm. The suit was slightly tight against his skin, but he was sure he could move and run with it without any difficulty. Cool, now I look like you dudes. Do I get a helmet as well? He asked. Connor stared down at him. No, he said coldly. Suit! Restrain this creature! There was a faint hiss, and the black uniform froze solid around Sonic and fixing his limbs in the position they were in at that moment. Suddenly the suit was not comfortable at all. Sonic twisted his head to look at the snake thing. What have you done? He asked. I've trapped you inside a prison suit, you fool, said the snake creature, with what may have been a smile. You will remain here. The second wave of our invasion will contain members of the Torment Squad. They will take you to their torture chamber, where they will do nasty things to you with whips and pokers and icky substances, until you tell them who you really are, why you are here, and everything you know about the organisers. Of course, even if you tell them, they may not stop torturing you. You know what the Torment Squad are like. Well, I'm an advanced scout, honest in John, pleaded Sonic. You're nothing of the kind, and we have waited enough time when you're ready. Squad, reform and advance. In a few seconds the creatures had regrouped and were disappearing around the corner. Guns at the ready, the snake thing turned back for a final glance in Sonic's direction. Tell the Torment Squad that you were captured by Arthur the Dragon King, he said, and disappeared. Sonic watched him go with a mixture of relief and dismay. He was completely trapped by the suit, straining with all his might. He tried to move his right arm, but nothing happened. It was as if his body had been set in concrete. Suit, release me, he demanded. Nothing happened. It must be the wrong word, he thought. Suit, let me go. Suit, go away. Scat. Go on, be a nice suit, dude, and take a powder. Nothing seemed to work. He twisted his head around and felt himself rock slightly. That might do it. He began to amplify the rocking movement while swaying his body forwards and backwards. Perhaps the suit only worked in an upright position. With a final sway, he felt himself begin to topple over backwards. Bogus! He yelled, and landed on his back with a solid bump. The suit stopped moving, but did not seem any more flexible. He was stopped. What was worse, he could hear footsteps coming down from one of the corridors. He tried to twist his head to look in that direction, but his neck would not bend far enough. Halt! Don't move! Came a voice from above him, followed by the sound of a gun being cocked. Several choice phrases come to Sonic's mind, but he decided to be polite. Until he knew more about the newcomer. Its voice sounded a little familiar. I can't move, prisoner taking dude, he said. Yikes, what a downer. A furry face peered down on him. Sonic! Tails, what are you doing here? After you left, that carry came over all strange. Stranger than it was already. And carted me off to this cave. I've never seen before and threw me in a circle of grey stuff. I had some creature dressed up like you, only had a gun and a horn in its face. It didn't look very friendly, but I knocked it out. So I took its gun and here I am. Why don't you get up? Because I can't move, the suit was holding me stiff. Some Dragon King guy said suit restrain that impossibly cool dude there, and it did. Why didn't you say suit unrestrain that impossible? Hey, what's happening? At Town's words, the suit had released Sonic from its grip and was shrinking back down his body. In seconds, it was a black circle on the floor again. Sonic picked it up, rolled it into a tube and put it on his pocket. It must be something else to say, he said. Come on, let's go. Which way? Tails asked, looking around him. Well, the Dragon King went this way. Dragon King guy went this way. Let's go and see if we can find the dudes he was going to fight. I think we should have a chat with these organiser guys. The two heroes sat around the corner. He turned a corridor to another corridor, which was crossed by another. They turned left, came to a junction where 3 other corridors joined it. They looked just like each other. Aren't there anything but blinking corridors here? Complained Tails. Don't panic, little dude, Sonic replied. He had spotted some stairs. The pair went up 2 flights and found themselves in another corridor. They went straight on for quite a while, then turned left into a large circular chamber. It was completely empty, but 19 other corridors led off from all off in different directions. Oh great, Tails exclaimed. More corridors. We'll never get home now. Shush, Sonic sus. Did you hear anything? Nothing, we're completely alone, stuck here and shush. Tails shushed himself. From down one of the corridors they could hear a faint voice. Help, it cried. Help, help. Who are you? Shouted Sonic. Help, 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 came in the voice. Sonic looked at Tails. Either there were 6 of them, or it's one dude with a one-track mind, he said. We ought to go and help, Tails replied. I think it's coming from the 14th corridor. He set off. Sonic right behind him. After 2 turns, 3 junctions and a short flight of steps, they finally reached their objective. Ahead of them stood 2 figures, both up to their necks in shiny black suits. Are you the Torment Squad? One of them asked in a quavering voice. No way, exclaimed Sonic. We're the Heroic Rescue Squad. But don't move, Tails. Aim your gun at them in case they do. Suits, I'm restraining those helpless chumps. The black patches stood back in a circle on the floor, and the 2 people flexed their stiff limbs. Sonic and Tails looked at them in astonishment. The 2 figures in front of them both wore long coats, one grey, one orange. Both had all sorts of devices, gadgets and oddments sprouted from their many pockets. But what had startled Sonic and Tails so much were their faces. The 2 friends had only ever seen one human being before and spent most of their lives fighting him and his plans. Now they were confronted with 2 more individuals of the same species. Tails was the first to leap to the obvious conclusion. Stay back, he yelled, brandishing his gun. You're bad guys, I warn you. I'm a real Pac-Man with this gun. You mean marksman, Sonic corrected. And you're not. He turned to the 2 figures who by now were cowering against the wall by the corridor. Who are you 2? I'm Agent Grey, and this is my friend, Agent Orange, the first replied. Don't tell them, interrupted the other. If they're Mythos creatures, they'll kill us as soon as they discover we're organisers. Oops. So you're the organisers we've heard so much about, Sonic looks them up and down. You don't look so tough to me. We're not, honestly, we're from the Science Division. We're real softies, total weaklings. We can't possibly fight you, quavered the first organiser, Agent Grey. We don't want to fight, stated Sonic. Just tell us what we want to know and we'll leave you alone. How do we get out of here and back to the Green Hill Zone? Out? Asked Agent Grey. Green Hill Zone? Said Agent Orange. I don't understand. Planet Mobius, Sonic prompted. The 2 scientists shook their head, obviously mystified. Look, where exactly are we? Ah, I've got it. We're dimensional travellers, Agent Grey said, her face softened into a smile. How did you get here? We're putting on these 3 post voices for the agents. Through some sort of grey nothingness, said Sonic. Agent Grey nodded. Ah, she repeated. The scenic route. What happens here? Asked baffled Tails. Agent Orange looked at Agent Grey. Shall I do it? He asked. Grey nodded again, and Orange nodded to an obviously prepared speech. Welcome to the fourth dimension, he said. The scenic resort is the home of the organisers, cosmic warriors whose mission and work is dedicated to the policing of the time streams, the parallel of the universes, make sure that reality is not altered, ensuring that the laws of physics remain unbroken. They fight an unceasing battle against tyranny, chaos, and the destruction of life as we know it. Or at least we did, he added, until the Mythos creatures invaded. Mythos creatures? Asked Tails. You mean you're not them? You mean you're not them? Oh, thank goodness, interrupted Grey. Orange glared at her, but let her carry on. Our job, she explained, is basically to make sure that nothing goes wrong with history, and that nobody starts fiddling about with it. It's a real nightmare. You have no idea how some gonzo of ideas of universal domination invents a time machine and goes gallivanting off into the past. First they kill their own grandfather, then they tread on a butterfly, and before you know where you are, history has split itself into hundreds of thousands of possible futures, like some huge piece of rope has become unravelled at one end, and it's our job to weave them all back together. Or, if possible, to stop them unravelling before they ever start. It's hard work, I can tell you. Mythos creatures, Sonic prompted. I was just coming to them. Mythos creatures are all the beings and animals that might have existed, but didn't. You know, like unicorns and centaurs and fairies, two-headed dogs, mermaids, orcs, elves, yeti, giant squid, sphinxes, eight-legged goats, the great bungo of Throb. Dragon King, asked Sonic. Dragon King, exactly. They shouldn't exist, so it's our job to keep them out of the time streams. Of course, they are not too happy about that. And once they managed to find this place, they evaded. They're a stroppy lot, and it's been murder trying to keep them out. As well as keeping up our time monitoring duties, they never got this far into our levels before, even if that was just an advance party. Tails nodded Sonic. Maybe invaded by something that doesn't exist, he whispered. Sonic shook his head, regretted and overheard. The fourth dimension is completely outside the normal universe, he said. Lots of weird stuff is possible here, she said. Stuff you wouldn't believe. That's our job as members of the science division, working out new and exciting ways for the organised time police to find normality so they can do their jobs better. Tails shook his head. Outside the normal universe, he repeated. We'll never be home in time for tea now. Sonic, however, had pricked up his blue ears at the Asian description. Weird stuff, eh? He said. Could you do say a gander at this baby and tell me what it might be? He pulled the moss encrusted metal device from his back pocket and showed it to the two scientists. They looked at it for a long moment, then Grey looked at Orange and Orange looked at Grey. Oh dear, said Grey. Oh bother, said Orange. Someone's for the high jump, said Grey. Let's hope it isn't us, said Orange. Looks, dude, what's going down? Sonic said, mystified. It's a time machine, said Grey. A new organizer time machine, said Orange. The Mark Zero Goss coin prototype, to be exact, said Grey. The only one of its type, said Orange. Orange designed it, said Grey. Is that serious? Asked Tails. Serious? Orange squeaked. Serious? It could mean the end of my job. It could mean me and my family and my losing our home and being turned into a corridor, and then it could mean the end of the universe as we know it. Come on, we've got to tell the Science Council. Chapter 3. Judgment of the Science Dudes. Oh dear. Right, the two scientists set quite a pace as they headed off down the corridor, the long hems of their covered coats flapping at their heels. Sonic and Tails shot a puzzled look at each other and set off after them. I hope that this journey is going to be as tedious as the last one, muttered Tails. You mean the long one for the grey stuff and all the long one through the corridors? Asked Sonic. Either, or both, the Fox replied. Orange stopped outside the wall and pressed a small button on the wall. Don't worry, it won't be. Behold! Behold what, science dude? Asked Sonic. A teleporter? A richly futuristic jet car? The elevator, said Grey as the door opened. The four figures crowded inside the small cubicle. Grey pressed another button and the lift shot upwards. Are we going to the surface? Asked Tails. The what? Asked Sonic. The surface, the top layer, the roof. Where is above the corridors, dude? Explained Sonic. The two scientists looked at him, clearly clueless. I don't understand, said Sonic. Orange, I mean. There's nothing else beyond the corridor. The corridor's all there is. They just go on and on. What, forever? Asked Tails. Yes. In all directions? Yes. But that's impossible. Impossible where you come from, said Grey, but this is the fourth dimension. Strange stuff happens here. Do not adjust your set. Sonic leaned over to Tails. I don't know about strange stuff, dude, he whispered, but strange people happen here too. Grey glared at him for a second, about to say something, but then just as the lift began to slow down. "We're here," Orange announced as the door stood open, and they stepped out into a large area filled with milling people. Almost everyone here was a human, and they all looked much like Grey and Orange, except the coats they wore were different colours. Some of the colours were so strange that they did not have any names. Most of the figures in the room were carrying something, anything from a clipboard to computer chips, so large that they looked like overgrown centipedes, robot arms and legs, and weirder voices not like the time machine which Sonic had found and Agent Grey now clutched to her chest. It looked like a convention of mad scientists, and Sonic and Tails, whose experience of human beings was rather limited, began to wonder if perhaps all humans were like this. Agent Grey and Orange pushed ahead to the scrub, elbowing their colleagues out of the way. The two pals followed them as best they could. After a few yards, they reached a large crescent-shaped desk next to a pair of double doors marked "Silence Cancel Chamber" in big, important letters. A large red light was on over the doors. As it was, a man in a bright green cloak barged through the doors from the room beyond, carrying something that looked like a vacuum cleaner with legs, muttering under his breath. The light above the door flashed to green, and a voice said, "23." Another scientist, this one with a very long white beard, was kind of tangled up in the confusion of wires and components that he held in his arms, staggered towards the door and carefully pushed his way through. The light flashed red again. "Name, please," a female voice demanded. Sonic and Tails looked up a woman in a silver coat who sat behind the desk and peered down at them from under an extraordinary lifestyle. Agents Grey and Orange, who are you two?" asked Grey. "Sonic," Tails said. "And Tails," finished Sonic, but not in that order. "Your business with the Science Council?" "Theft of prototypes, unlicensed interdimensional travel, and the Mythos invasion," said Orange. "Priority A1 Alpha Maximum." "Well," breathed Tails, "I didn't realise we were that important." Grey bent down towards him. "Everything is priority A1 Alpha Maximum around here," she said quietly. "If it's not, you're automatically at the end of the queue, and you can see what the queue is like." Tails looked around at the huge throng of scientists and nodded. "What if you do it's a real emergency?" he asked. "You just have to wait your turn," Grey said. The woman behind the desk looked over at them. "You have been entered in the queue," she said. The next number is 24. Your number is 4,809. Please wait until your number is called." She passed Sonic a full piece of paper. It read 4,809. Sonic always almost bugged out of his head in surprise. "This is a major league emergency," he explained. "You've got to see those boffins now." "Please wait until your number is called," repeated the woman, and turned away to give her attention to another group of technicolor scientists who had arrived at her desk and clamouring for their numbers. The group of four friends moved away into the throng. "What are we going to do?" asked Tails. "If you wait that long, we'll be here forever." "Or at least until it's too heinously late to do anything," said Sonic. "Hey, Ideasville! If this gizmo has a time machine, okay, can't we zip forward through time to the moment before they'd call our number?" "Nice idea," said Orange. "Will it work?" "No. Time machines don't work in the fourth dimension. Besides, this one's broken." "Oh, bother," said Tails. They stood in silence for a moment. Then Sonic reached over and took the broken time machine from Agent Grey. "I don't get one thing," he said. "Someone stole your time machine, okay? That's a big deal. But I found it, and here it is. You got it back, broken or not. What's the problem?" "Ah," said Agent Orange. "It's not as simple as that. You see, stealing a time machine is not like stealing, say, a spacecraft or a trans-subspace field oscillator. A record's stolen, it's gone. If someone returns it, it's back. No problems, no worries." I'll be worried if someone stole my trans-subspace field oscillator," interrupted Agent Grey. "How will I get to work on time?" "Work with me, would you?" said Orange. "The point is, suppose you steal a time machine from me now. You go off and do loads of really nice stuff in time with it, for as long as you want. Then you come back in time to now, say 2 seconds after you stole the time machine, and give it back to me. I don't notice because to me it's only been gone 2 seconds. "I think I understand," said Sonic, nodding. "You mean that between the time that this Mark Zero thing was stolen and the time I found it, whoever stole it could have been doing anything they wanted with it for as long as they wanted, because they can move backwards and forwards in time with it. They could even be using it right now, but later on they go back in time and break it and leave it in the Green Hill Zone." "You got it," said Orange. No, someone else has got it. That's the problem," said Sonic. "I think I have a good idea who. The recent happenings in the Green Hill Zone begin to make some sort of sense. Say, if someone had a time machine like this, how would they make someone, say a little piggy someone, disappear?" "Nothing easier," said Grey. "You go back a few years in time and make sure that Mr. Piggy and Mrs. Piggy never meet each other, so little Piggy never gets born. They don't just disappear, they never existed at all. You can make people appear in the same way, using 2 people who then fall in love, but who normally wouldn't have ever met at all." Spooky? Toad exclaimed, looking rather worried. Don't you worry, little furry fellow, said Orange, patting the fox on the head. That's the sort of thing the organisers exist to stop. Except you're a bit south of the mark with this one, and our cool little planet may get trashed as a result. These are drastic times, dudes, said Sonic. His expression was serious. Drastic times call for drastic actions, and I am most definitely a hedgehog with drastic action. Follow me. Sonic, what are you going to do? Orange demanded. But the blue hedgehog was dashing forward towards the double doors. Right over them was flashing a bright red. Gangway, yelled Sonic. The flock of startled scientists took one glance at the speeding blue streak that was heading their way and parted. Sonic sprinted ahead at the last moment, leaped into the air, spinning like a blue cannonball. He hit the doors with a tremendous thud and they burst open, firing off the hinges into the room beyond. Sonic flew on into the room and landed perfectly on his feet, beside the bearded scientist who was giving some kind of imminent speech but did not seem to have noticed the interruption. My prototype differs from the PM801 by addition of a special volatile blue whitener, he burbled. Sonic tapped him on the shoulder. Sorry, boring dude. Emergency reassignment. Here's a new number, he said, passing the elderly technologist a piece of paper with 4809 on it. Please rejoin the queue and wait for your number to be called. The old man looked puzzled, but took the paper and picked up his tangles of wires and coils and walked toward the smashed remains of double doors, passing tails who, with agents orange grey, were just entering the room. Sonic paused and looked around. He was standing in the middle of a large, brightly lit circular daze in the centre of an enormous room, filled with tiers of desks that stretched back into the shadows, many rows deep. Every desk was occupied with someone or something, and they all wore long gold or silver coats. Most of them were human, or looked like they were mostly human. Some definitely were not. There was one that looked like a huge furry beanbag. Another appeared to be a small tree. Another was a big insect with antennae which slowly in Sonic's direction. One place was occupied by a gold coat with nobody in it, but it seemed to be sitting up and watching him. Sonic guessed that there was someone wearing it, only they were invisible. Other members of the council defied the description. They had too many arms or not enough heads, or made out of some stone or jelly or chocolate. About 4 of the desks had TV screens sitting on them, showing pictures of attentive faces, both human and alien. Everybody was looking at Sonic. He cleared his throat, feeling a little nervous, unsure whether he had done the right thing. Most excellent and learned science-boffing council-type dudes, dudesses, dude things, and TV screens, he began. My name is Sonic the Hedgehog, and this is an emergency. This is most irregular, exclaimed one of the faces on one of the TV screens in the front row. How dare you barge into the council without invitation? So I got a bit of a star. Or explanation. Young people today have no respect. Chill, cathode conk, Sonic shouted. Someone's stolen one of your time machines. A deathly hush flew over the room as the members of the Science Council turned to stare at each other. Is this true? Demanded someone in the gold coat near the back of the room. Sonic was not sure, but he thought the speaker was made entirely of wicker work. It's true, respected councillors, Orange confirmed, stepping forward to the circle to stand beside Sonic, taking the broken time machine from his paws. This damaged Mark Zero Goss coin prototype, developed by myself less than a week ago, was found in a place called the Green Hill Zone on the planet Mobius. Judging by the state of it, it had been there several months, if not years. We must conclude that it has been, or will be, stolen from our storeroom or laboratory, and will be used in unauthorized time relations prior to being abandoned there. An excited babble of conversation ran through the council chamber. A young human girl, probably not more than 9 years old and wearing a large and heavily decorated gold coat that hung heavily on her small shoulders, stood up. She had short brown hair, a long serious face, and, Sonic noticed, had a large badge or medal shaped like an 8-point star attached to her robe. Nobody else in the room had anyone like it. In her right hand she carried a black rod with a red gem mounted on its end. Has the time machine been reported stolen? She demanded. A spindly silver robot on a silver cloak stood up, holding a small device in one of its 4 hands. Checking, it reported. Data indicates that no Mark Zero Ghost Coin prototype time machine is presently held in our stores or signed out to organize the time police operatives. We must conclude that it has been stolen. This planet Mobius, what sort of place is it? Asked someone else. Someone was about to answer when the robot councillors began reading off statistics. Planet Mobius on reality level RE 1170P-B, he explained. Standard E-type planet in orbit around a G2 star. Exact location is unspecified. Home of AV status hero Sonic the Hedgehog, Psychic Mars per hour, also known as Two Tails, also known as Tails of Fox, Status B2, and the anti-hero Dr. Ira Robotnik, classified as a Type A4 risk. The last name is also the source of the planet's only significant technology, rated at level 14. Sorry, he squinted at the machine, his hand and pumped it. Level 15. A hairy jellyfish rose up on its tentacles at the back of the room. Level 50 should not be high enough for the development of time travel. Possibly this Robotnik person has created a device that can cross dimensions, but no more than that, he babbled damply. Excuse me, most awesome dudes, interrupted Sonic, but he can time travel, and the fact I'm here is proof. Quickly he described what had happened to Tails and himself, starting with the moment he tripped over the time machine, and ended it with the moment that they were thrown into the grey area in the cave, and popped out in the fourth dimension, but missing out the part where Tails had beaten him in the race. You see, dudes, he finished, someone's got to be changing time in our history. As my planet's major hero, A3 type, was it? I really hate to have to ask you for help, but it's the only hope we got. Give us a time travel machine that works, tells me we'll zip off through time, set everything to rights, and you can find Robotnik and crash his chips for him. You guys can get on with defending against that mythological invasion that's on your doorstep. Deal? The room was filled with a low hubbub as the members of the Science Council debated the case. After a couple of minutes, they resumed their seats and the young girl stood up again. Esteemed members of the Council, she said, please cast your votes for the severity of the two crises which have been placed before us for judgment. Press your keypads now! Sonic blinked as the space around his head was suddenly filled with bright twisting lights. He ducked down and moved back a few paces to look at the three-dimensional apparition that floated in the air where he stood. Two lines of text rotated slowly above the ground, spreading out words made of light. Time machines theft, time disruption, class 3 ran the top line. Planet Mobius, suspected time disruption, class 5 said the other. Sonic turned to look at Agents Grey and Orange, who were staring at the judgment as it hung in the air. Is that good or bad? He asked. Before he could reply, the young girl, who seemed to be in charge here, stood once more. The judgment of the Council is as follows, she proclaimed. The theft of the time machine will immediately be investigated by two members of the Organizers' Time Police, aided by Agents Orange and Grey. They report their findings to the Council in 30 hours. The happenings on planet Mobius are declared to be a suspected violation of the temporal laws but cannot be proved as such. Sonic groaned at this, but the girl continued. The hero, Sonic the Hedgehog, and his assistant Tails the Fox will be issued with an organizer, Sonic Dimensional Warper, and will return to Mobius. There they will gather evidence of the suspected and any further time violations and return to present them before the Council as soon as it is possible. Further action will be taken at that time. Now please send scientist number 24 into the chamber. We have business to get on with and we haven't got all day. Excuse me. Sonic and Tails turned away looking at each other. Tails looked glum. Sonic put an arm around his shoulder. Cheer up, chum, he said. Could be worse. At least send us home. Tails looked at him and made a brave smile. Together they walked towards the exit after Orange and Grey. Just as they were about to leave, the thin steel robot who had spoken earlier stepped out in front of them. It still held the strange voice in its hand. I have to warn you, it said, that during the vote, the computer upgraded the reports of Dr. Robotnik's technology level from 15 to 16. That makes him an A3 risk, which is now as good as you, Master Sonic. Be careful out there. Good luck. Sonic grinned. That's okay. I've got Tails to help me out. We're a team. Probably will never defeat both of us. The robot looked at them both. Good luck, he repeated. The voice on its hand beat faintly, and it peered down the screen. That can't be right, it said. Robotnik just went up technology level 70. I've never seen any culture advance so fast, especially one that depends on just one scientist. If you want, I could tell the Council the new data and ask for a new vote. Sports raced through Sonic's mind. He had no idea what technology level 17 actually meant, but he was certain it was pretty bad, and worse than level 14. It was possible that Robotnik was now actually tougher than he was, even with Tails to help him out. On the other hand, another vote would mean another delay, another discussion, and more time wasted. Besides, the Council might still decide there was not enough proof to send another one of their time fleets to Mobius. After all, they had their own problems to deal with right now. He looked up at the robot. Thanks for the excellent offer, dude, he said. The time's wasting, and the sooner we sort out Robotnik, the sooner we can get our planet back to normal. We're heroes, you know, it's our job. We'll deal with it, and we'll let you know if we find any more time machines. Come on, Tails, let's go home. Chapter 4. Arrival on where? The two heroes left the Science Council chamber and strode out into the melee awaiting scientists. Beyond. It was clear from their expressions that they both had a lot on their minds, so much that they almost didn't notice when Agents Grey and Orange called them over to where they were stood by the lift. Sonic, Tails! This time the two friends heard them and trotted over. Behind them the door of the lift slid open invitingly. Come on, said Grey. We go to the laboratory and storeroom level. If you're going to pick up a dimensional warper, you better come with us. They pulled into the small lift and everyone breathed in as the door slid shut behind them. Orange pressed the button, and with alerts it held downwards in the depths of the enormous network of tunnels, corridors and rooms that seemed to make up the whole of the fourth dimension. After several minutes, the lift came to a stop and with an abrupt lurch. The door slid open to reveal yet another bleak expanse of corridor. This way, said Gray, and she and Owen set off to the right. Tails followed obediently, but Sonic had seen something in the other direction. It was a large black smudge on the wall, and it looked a lot like the mark he'd noticed on the corridor when he first arrived in the fourth dimension. Hey, wait a minute, you guys, he said, but they were already soaring down the passageway. Sonic took a last glance at the black smear and set off after them. When he caught up with them, they had stopped by a closed door. A sign on it announced, Laboratory Storeroom 15, access only to authorised personnel. Gray handed the time machine, which she was still carrying, to Orange, and started rummaging in the pockets of her long grey coat. She produced a small plastic card from her pocket and, with a flourish, pushed it into a thin slot beside the door, renting halfway, then stuck. That's funny, she said. It's never done that before. Sonic peered closely at the slot. There are some scratches around it, he said, and there's something you should know about the corridor back there. I saw a black Look! The door's not locked anyway, said Orange. He pushed it with his free hand, and it swung open. Beyond they could see a room filled with shelves, hundreds of them. There were so many that it seemed to have shelves attached to their shelves. Furthermore, every one of those shelves was piled high with gadgets, gizmos, inventions, devices, apparatuses, appliances, contraptions, prototypes, tools, raw materials, parts, spares, contrivances, gimmicks, instruments, machines, engines, implements, accessories, doohickeys, whatchamaflips, thingamabobs, wham-doodles, whatnots, whatchamacallits, and a mousetrap. Is anyone paying attention to me? Sonic asked loudly. The two soldiers obviously were not. Instead, they opened the door fully and walked into the room. All I'm trying to say is, finished Sonic, I think something funny's going on here. There's nothing funny in here, hissed a familiar, sinister voice. Nothing at all. Hands and paws in the air, all of you, now. A large figure in a shiny black suit strode forward. Aha, it said. We meet again, small blue spy. Are you still so sure you were an advanced scout? Arctur, said Sonic with a weak grin. How's the invasion going? I've got to tell you, dude, I've just come here from these guys' security headquarters, and boy, are they ready for you. If I was you, I'd go and wait now while you still got the use of my legs. I doubt you'll have the use of yours much longer, or your head, sneered the scaly mythos creature, then turned to look at someone or something around the corner of the room, out of Sonic's line of sight. The hedgehog took the opportunity to bend his head close to the long pointed ears of his foxy friend. Distract him from me, dude, he whispered. I've got a plan. Is it a bodacious one? Tails whispered back. Don't push it, muttered the hedgehog. What was that? Demanded Archer, turning back to the small group. It was me, Tails said bravely. I was just mentioning to my chum that you seem very big and intimidating, considering that you're an imaginary creature. I am not imaginary, the Dragon King snarled. That's a despicable lie perpetrated by those foul organisers. Don't let me hear you utter that again, he advanced on the hapless hedgehog, drawing a black pistol from his holster as he did so. Sonic ducked down behind Orange and Grey, out of sight for a second, and felt in his back pocket for a moment. It was still there. He pulled out the folded circle of shiny black plastic, opened it out, and flicked it between Orange's legs, right where the approaching Dragon King would step. Sonic stood up and jumped between his buddy and the monster. Don't hurt Tails, he shouted. You're going to shoot anyone, like, shoot me. Sonic, what are you doing? Exclaimed Tails. Saving our bacon, hissed Hedgehog. To Archer, he said, look at me, Snake Features. Do I look like an organiser to you? No. Do I look like a mythological creature? Does Tails? Come on, pal. Talking about a roasty blue hedgehog and a fox with two tails here. You don't get much more imaginary than that. Can we join your invasion force? He glanced down at the floor. The black circle disappeared. No, I was going to leave you for the torment squad. Excuse me. The snaky soldier intoned. I think I will shoot you after all. Any last words? Go on then, Sonic said. Shoot, restrain this Dragon King. With a faint crunching sound, the shiny black substance that had just oozed silently invisibly up and over Archer's shiny black uniform froze solidly around his massive body. He strode against it, but it did not yield a millimetre. What have you done to me? He boomed. I know what you just did to me, dude. Just dessert, screamed Sonic. He picked up a piece of cloth from one of the shelves, wired it into a large ball, and careful to mind his fingers, shoved it into the dragon's mouth as a gag. Artson made a muffled, angry noise for it, but was obviously stuck and silenced. Sonic turned to the others. Quick, you guys, he said. We haven't got much time, and there are sure to be more of those freaky, fabled foot soldiers around here somewhere. Which one of these arcane devices is dimensional warper? This one, Orange said, holding out something which looked suspiciously like a telephone that swallowed a garden fork. The OR-29 dimensional transmogrifier. It has a built-in catalytic converter, does 57 dimensions to the liter at an average speed of 0.00304 hyperparsecs per hour, comes with fitted airbags as a standard, and he pressed a button and tinny music filtered out of two small holes inside the contraption. It's fitted with stereo speakers. It was my high school science project. Won second prize. He held it out towards Tails, smiling and blushing. The fox was about to take it from him when Grey interrupted, clutching another device which she had taken off herself behind her. You don't want to take that, she sputtered. You want something brand new like this GY-911 quad sound, fresh 2-bit processor, self-contained nuclear fusion power pack, good for 8 years or 5 million dimensions, teletext, split level grill, no tricks, no unpleasant bending, fully functional when it comes with a 3-year guarantee, one first prize. Reference to teletext, that's a pretty 90s reference. Sonic looked from one morning machine to the other. I'm not interested in which your two mad contraptions makes the best toasted tea cakes. We're in a hurry, just heard which one of these two would get us to the Green Hill Zone fastest, he demanded. Mine, shouted Orange. No, mine, replied Grey. They glared at each other. Did they both go through the heinous grey nothingness place? Asked Sonic. The scientist turned to face them. Yes, they chorused. They don't want either of them. We need to get back faster and faster, not just around for ages. Got anything really speedy? Sonic asked. Grey's face fell. She reached out to one of the shelves, replaced her own machine, pulled down a black box with buttons on it and gave it to Sonic. It looked like a remote control for a very complex video, with a small screen at the top of it. That's the modular 08-KIT, she said. It won't cut my toenails, program my video, and make me smell nice with it, asked Sonic suspiciously. Grey looked at him with disbelief in her eyes. Of course not, she exclaimed. It's a dimensional warper. You don't expect it to have silly gimmicks built into it, did you? Sonic looked at her. Her expression of blank disbelief mirrored his own face. Tails caught his eye and shrugged. No, Sonic said. How does this thing work? Press the planet button. Type in the name of the planet you want to go, Grey said. Sonic started immediately. This is hard. These buttons are all over the place. Hey, he said, looking up. What's that sound? From outside in the corridor came the sound of marching feet. Tails looked at Sonic. It must be more of those imaginary bad guys, he said. Shush, whispered Sonic. It may be imaginary dudes, but the guns are way too real for me. They probably come looking for old Snakeface. He punched in the last letters of his home planet's name. Waited a second. Nothing's happening, he said. You have to press the zone button and type the location on the planet where you want to arrive, Orange hissed. Jeez, what next? Baggage check? Twisted in-flight movie? Muttered Sonic, searching for the G key. Green Hill. There was a quiet whoomp noise. Hey, what happened? Hazel pulled his attention away from the black box in his paws and looked for his companion. Tails, are you okay? I feel sick, moaned the fox, crouching down on the blackened all-stained earth around them. This burning smell is really getting to me. There was a burning smell in the air, a foul stench of plastic, rubber and tar. As Sonic looked around, you could see where it was coming from. They were somewhere else. Over in the distance, there was a huge pile of mangled machines and equipment, heaped together to make a huge, steep mountain of scrap. Tiny figures moved across the surface of the mountain, and the lights of fires flickered inside it, occasionally blazing up to leap high into the blackened, smoke-filled sky. At the foot of the mountain, laps to the edge of the huge body, a black liquid that might possibly have been a lake once, but now just a mass of pollution. Dark bubbles rose from its depths, and at the centre lay a huge rusting mass of scrap metal, as some colossal robot had fallen into it many years ago, and had been left to rot in the thick liquid. Yuck. In the distance, chimneys pumped out choking black billows of smoke, and the air was filled with deafening sounds of industry. Those dumb scientists and their bogus machines, Sonic shouted. This isn't Mobius. No way was this ever the Green Hill Zone. Not in a million years. Tails stood up behind him and tapped him on the shoulder. I wouldn't be so sure about that, he said. Look. He pushed the black 08-KIT dimensional warper into Sonic's board. Planet Mobius, Green Hill Zone, destination reached, it read. Bogus! The super machine's wrong, Sonic said. It must be. The machine thinks it's sent to Green Hill Zone, but it's actually messed up big time and brought us to this, I don't know, burning hot death zone on the planet not Mobius or something. So explain this, Tails said. He bent down, picked up a stone and passed it to his friend. Explain what? Like a stone? Turn it over, instructed the fox. Sonic did. There engraved in neat letters on the underside were the words Copyright C. Robotnik Industries. All rights reserved. Welcome home, Tails shuddered. Chapter 5 Moisture Blaster. An hour later, the two friends had trudged their way across the path of what used to be the Green Hill Zone, which they had seen briefly as the Brown Hill Zone, and which was now definitely the blackened, bumpy, and thoroughly unpleasant zone. Where is everyone? Tails asked. What? Sonic replied. I said, where is everyone? The heroes had to shout to make themselves heard above the din that filled the air. I don't know, the heroes shouted back. If Robotnik was messing with time, it could have been erased, vanished forever, that never existed. The thought and its implications made the shiver flare down his spine. It's okay for heroes to be frightened, he reminded himself, so long as they're brave at the same time. Being afraid of something because it was difficult or dangerous, but still trying it all the same, that was real heroism. How did the zone get like this? Tails continued. Someone must have built these machines for Robotnik. He's too lazy. We haven't seen any of his robots yet. Sonic thought for a moment. He could have gone back in time and built a machine. His job was to make more machines, bigger and more complicated ones. And then the new machines could make even bigger machines. Pretty soon he'd be up to neck in really big, really complicated machines. What would they all do? I don't know. It's only an idea. Sonic took a short run up and kicked a piece of pipe that was lying on the ground. It shook with a hollow bong, and Sonic clutched his foot in pain. Even the objects here hate me, he persisted. I hate this place, hate it. Hate. Tails was looking thoughtful. What I really don't get, he said, is why we didn't disappear when everything else started changing. We're Robotnik's biggest foes, so we got to be his biggest threat to his latest plan. What did he do? He vanishes Porker Lewis, crashes the zone and brings in a really big, ugly girlfriend for me. Doesn't touch us. Yeah, ow, Sonic said as he gingerly lowered his injured foot to the ground. That's been trolling my brain box too. Especially the girlfriend bit. Look, something moved. Tails peered through the fluted air. In the distance he could see a figure carrying something large towards a massive machine that was powering something into the ground at regular intervals. What is it, robot or person? Only one way to find out. Let's go, Sonic said. They ran off towards the machine, Sonic limping slightly. As they drew closer, Tails gave a squeak of recognition. It's Johnny Lightfoot, he shouted back at his mentor. He must have been eating his greens because he's grown up really big and strong. Sonic was about to give him some words of warning, but Tails, still carrying the dimensional warper, zoomed away at full speed towards a large rabbit. Twin tails lashing through the thick air to give him an extra boost of speed. Sonic gave chase as fast as he could with his injured foot, but ahead of him he could always see his furry friend screech to a halt while the hulking figure started talking. Sonic accelerated towards them as fast as he could. Ow, he muttered as he drew close. Tails, what are you doing? The fox and rabbit turned towards him. It's not Johnny, Tails said. But you say he's a Lightfoot clone, whatever that is. Clones are like copies, grown from the original, like seeds. I'm a type B, brooded the rabbit. They let their friend join Lightfoot, with the same sleek grey fur coat and floppy ears with black tips, but it stood a good head and shoulders taller than either Sonic or Tails, and had bulging muscles to match. Sonic toyed with the idea of asking it to raise its foot so he could check for a copyright mark. But he could always see one on the intricate and very heavy engine it was carrying. Type B? Asked Tails. B is for big, brawny and brainless, the rabbit replied. That's me. What are you two? I'm a fox and he's Tails said. Sonic clamped a hasty hand over his mouth. We're Lightfoot clones too, dude, he said. A new batch, specially made. I'm a Type S for speedy, spiky, sharp and super cool. He's a Type T for talkative, two-tailed twit. We're looking for the boss man. Is he around? The giant rabbit looked confused for a moment. I think he's underground inventing stuff. Sonic looked at Tails. Oh, great. Uncle Murph, agreed Tails. Sonic looked back at the big bunny. Security check, dude. What's the entrance to this underground place? He demanded. Through the cave in the hill, said the rabbit, frowning. Do I pass the check? Flying colours, man. Top of the class. Number 1 in a field of 1. Let's keep up the good work. Come on, Topsy. He took his hand away from Tail's mouth, and the two animals watched as the rabbit lifted the massive engine that was carrying onto its shoulders and continued on its way. As soon as it was safely out of earshot, Sonic clicked his fingers. The cave, he said. Oh, too obvious, dude. My mom must be so finely tuned I didn't think of something so easy. Oh no, not the cave, please, Tail said. It's dark and scary in there, a thought struck him. We have to lie to that rabbit. He was so friendly. Friendly or unfriendly, he was a clone made by Robotnik, Sonic said. A big clone with loads of heavy-duty muscle and carrying a heavy-duty thing. We must tell him who we really are. We tell him who we really are, he would pound us itty-bitty type S and type T molecules like indubitably. Come on, this way. 2 streaks of light, one blue and one orange, sort of across the landscape of the range of the green hill zone. The blue one was limping slightly and making occasional owl noises. They hurled over hillocks, through valleys, around new buildings, leaving occasional pipes at strange machines that were in the way. Finally they reached the top of one of the hills and stopped. Sails peered over the edge of the cliff on one side of it. Is this the one? He asked. I reckon so, Sonic said. I could see the entrance halfway down, but getting to it would be tricky. It's probably okay for a Robotnik because he can fly in and out with the stupid little automatic thing he sits in. But Sega only knows what anyone else does, doesn't he? Look at this. He went one paw on the fox of the cliff face, and it came away sticking back with grime. It's covered in all and smeg. going down is going to be slippery and tricky. No problem for me, Tail said. He fluttered up his 2 tails, took a firm hold of the whittle tip at the end of one of them and whirled it round above his head. It spun like a floater, lifting up his foxy friend until he hung underneath the spinning propellers of the tails, hovering like a helicopter in front of Sonic's face. Talkative 2-tailed twit, eh? He smiled above the very sound of his tails. So you in the cave, fella? Slippery cliff shouldn't be a problem for a spiky super cool dude like you. With a cheeky grin, he angled his tails and veered away over the edge of the cliff, flying downwards toward the dark side of the cave entrance below. Sonic watched him go. He felt cheesed off, partly the tail believing like that, and partly the youngster had not given any thought to the dangers that might lie below. They already knew that Robotnik was down there, and they knew that he was much more powerful than he had ever been before, and Tails had just flown off into whatever peril might lurk there, without a thought except to put one over his elders and betters, specifically Sonic. The blue hedgehog sighed, rubbed his painful foot one last time, and began to make a careful descent of the tricky cliff. It was even more slippery than he had first suspected, and almost immediately his special red shoes, given to him by his old ally and friend Dr. Obi Kintabor, were slipping and sliding over the rocks as if someone had spread grease on them. Sonic desperately called for a paw hold on the rocks, but white gloves are not noted for their usefulness to mountaineers, and he could not get a firm grasp on anything. The rocks seemed smoother than the last time he clambered down here. Without warning, there was a flash on the horizon and a loud rumble from somewhere far off in the zone. A moment later the ground trembled and shook. Small rocks broke away from the cliff, all the way down to the bottom. One then bounced off Sonic's head and he grabbed towards a convenient outcrop of stone, trying to get another paw hold. The stone came away in his hands, his feet slipped from under him and he fell, cartwheeling down towards the base of the cliff. With a crunch that shook his body, his fingers hit the bottom lip of the cave entrance and he hung on as if his life depended on it. Yo, Tails, I need a paw, he shouted, as quietly as he could, hoping that his voice would carry over the bracket of the zone into the depths of the cave. Sonic, come look at this, it's really interesting, came Tails' voice, waffling out of the cave. Sonic could feel the tips of his fingers creeping closer and closer to the edge of the rock he was clinging to. With a lurch, his right hand snipped completely off, his body swung for a second, suspended only by the 4 fingers of his left hand, 3 fingers, 2. Super dash time, he yelled. It was a risk, but he lived for risks, sometimes. In one smooth movement, Sonic spun his body into a smooth circle, whizzing around like a blue Catherine wheel. The speed of his spinning super dash did what his running shoes had failed to do. He caught a grip on the smooth surface and catapulted him up through the entrance into the cave itself. He flew through the air, bounced once on the cold stone floor, and rolled to a stop at Tails' feet at the end of the cave. What kept you? Asked the fox. Look, I found this. He pointed to a large red button on the middle of an otherwise blank stone wall in front of them. Can I press it? Sonic stood up, brushing dust and grit off his arms, legs and spikes. "This is where the grey nothingness thing was," he commented. "No sign of that spiny Eric interloper, is there? I've got a score to settle with him." "No sign," Tal said. "So press the button." With a soft groan, a large section of the stone wall slid upwards to reveal a large chamber beyond. It had the metal floor and metal walls, and was large enough to contain a large tank or platoon of robot soldiers. It was completely empty. "It's a dead end," Tal said. "I don't think so, dude," Sonic said, striding in. "It's a lift." The stone wall slid back into position behind them, and with a faint judder, the metal floor began to sink downwards. "See, I told you." "Where's it taking us?" worried Tails. "And what do we do if it's somewhere we don't want to go?" Sonic turned to his buddy. "Chill, dude," he said. "It'll be cool. We're the main guys here. And if things turn out bad, well, we still got that dimensional warper thing. Use it to zip back to the fourth dimension, no problem." The lift stopped with a slight shake, and the far wall slid away silently to reveal a long, wide passageway through the heart of the living rock. The heroes stepped out of the lift. Overhead lights flickered on ahead of them as they approached, revealing heavy metal doors set along the corridor. Sat along the rocky walls were large chunks of machinery. Some of them were clearly useless, the sides rusted away or with sections dangling out of them on tangles of broken and twisted wires. Others hummed and fastened themselves, forming strange mysterious functions. Tails looked at Sonic. "Should we smash them all?" he asked. Sonic shook his head. "No way. We don't know what they are. Some of them may be traps, some may be alarmed, some might blow up most heinously. With Robotnik's mad machines, there's no way of telling." He strode head down the tunnel. "He recognises one," he exclaimed, stopping by one particular contraption that lay switched off and on its side of one of the doors. "It's that thing that generated the grey nothing field that sent us to the fourth dimension." He opened an access panel on its side, reached in and ripped out a handful of components. "We probably won't be using that again in a hurry," he said with grim satisfaction. "What's this?" asked Tails, peering up the door beside the machine. "Clone laboratory? What does that mean?" "It's not where we're going," Sonic said. "We're after evidence that Robotnik's been messing with time, remember? He had a fair idea what would be the clone there, but the idea of tangling with another Lightfoot clone as big as the Type B they met aside, possibly even bigger, did not appeal to him." They walked down the long, straight tunnel. "Robot Design Laboratory," Tails said, reading the nameplates next to the doors they passed. "Robot Storage Area, Security Center, Kitchenette, Gloating Room, Laboratory for Dangerous Temporal Research. Do not enter, especially if you're blue and spiky." "You think that might be it, Sonic?" "We've arrived," said the Hedgehog, "and to prove it, we're here. Do you think it would be polite to not?" "Probably," Tails said dubiously. Sonic raised one fist high above his head and brought it crashing down on the door. With a crunch it flew backwards and landed with a slam in the middle of the room beyond. "Doors open," he said, and stepped into the laboratory. He had been in several Robotnik laboratories before, but never one quite like this. It was a huge circular space. The outer half of the room was taken up with several enormous tables, laden with strange equipment and surrounded by cabinets and metal shelves. The middle of the room was empty, surrounded by tables, and Sonic was reminded of some kind of theatre or the silence control chamber in the fourth dimension, or the sort of arena where gladiators fought to the death in tacky videos. The ceiling and floor were covered in gleaming white tiles. A metal door led off of it, and Sonic guessed it probably led to the robot storage area next door. Tails sniffed the air. "Pooh! Scrambled egg sandwiches!" "This is Robotnik's place, alright," Sonic said. "Let's get hunting." He jumped onto the nearest table and began to sort through the massive equipment, files, diagrams and papers that lay there. "What are we looking for?" asked Tails. Something like this, the Hedgehog brandished a last piece of paper he'd already found. "Listen to this. My plan for conquering the planet Mobius and ha, all of time." Ha, repeated Tails. "That's what it says, dude. Start with the Green Hill Zone. Use the time device to modify or remove the ha unwanted elements and begin in the recent past. Some elements may prove to be more resilient to change than others, and may require deep time penetration to be neutralized. For example, the pesky pair of hoodlum heroes. Hey, that's us. He hasn't got us yet." "No way," his Tail said. "We're much too smart. Besides, how do you know we were here?" Sonic looked up the middle of the ceiling above the open eye of the room, where a movement had caught his eye. A small video camera hung there, and as he watched it turned to fix him with its glassy stare. "Think he knows, dude," he said, not taking his eye off the camera. Was it an automatic control, or was somebody watching at the other end? Were silent alarms going off throughout the underground complex? "Not!" exclaimed Tails. With his back turned to Sonic, he opened one of the cabinets on the wall, and avalanche gadgetry poured onto the floor with a clatter that filled the room, echoing from its walls. "There's no way Robotnik knows we escaped the fourth dimension. Besides," continued the Fox, What would he do if he did find we were here? I'll tell you, you come flying here in that potty little eggomatic with some daft little weapon mounted underneath it, and he'll laugh a lot and wiggle his moustache at us, and we'll just do spin attacks on him until his pathetic new device blew up, fell apart, and he flew off in a huff. That's what would happen. Hey, what's that shaking? Sonic could feel it too. The table he was standing on was vibrating in harmony under his feet. Small electronic components and screws fell to the floor and rattled against the white tiles. Faintly, you could hear a high-pitched whining sound. It seemed to be coming from the ceiling above the open area of the room. As he looked up, a small trickle of white dust drifted down from above him. Though he could see a small black semicircle carving a large circle across the white ceiling tiles. Tails, who had found something interesting in the pile of junk on the floor, did not seem to have noticed. Under the tables now, Sonic shouted, and dived for cover just as a huge chunk of the roof collapsed into the room, where a crash that sent pieces of tiles and plaster skittering across the floor. He heard Tails yelp in alarm. There was a clatter of metal as the fox dropped something, and another louder yelp. Sonic looked out. Down through the hole in the ceiling descended a large round shape that might have once been robotic eggomatic. It was 3 or 4 times bigger than the original. It's only just been big enough for its tubby creator to sit in. Go on the stubby little wings, the single front headlight, and the small windshield behind which Robotnik had crouched. The new device was sleek, streamlined, and looked very, very dangerous. It hung in the air in a way that suggested it was meant to stay there, unlike the original eggomatic, which had always seemed to be fighting a losing battle against gravity. It was not a craft designed to hover mere meters above the ground. This was a craft that could fly around the sun, maybe even through it. Along the smooth sides were an array of tubes that were possibly lasers or missiles, but were definitely something dangerous. From the bottom hung a metal arm, with a spinning, shrieking chainsaw blade at one end. As Sonic watched it withdrew back into the body of the craft, and a small door clicked shut after it. In a cockpit which bulged out halfway down the craft, enclosed entirely in clear plastic glass, sat the evil, sneering face of Dr. Ivo Robotnik. He was not laughing hysterically, but the two friends could not hear a thing. See, shouted Tails. He's wiggling his moustache at us. That's the only thing you got right, muttered Sonic. He was not helpful about the chances of beating this new machine. He had to try out an attack. If only to find out how good its armour and armaments were. Quickly he jumped out across the floor of the room, through the rubble left by the collapsed section of the ceiling, under the craft to see where Robotnik could not see him. As he hovered lower, he summoned his energy and leaped and spun high into the air toward the trapdoor in the bottom of the fuselage, his spokes whirling like an organic blue buzzsaw. He slammed into the metal machine with a wallop, trying to draw his way through the steel plating. Instead there was a crack as raw electricity shot between metal and hedgehog, passing through Sonic's body with a shock of several thousand volts. Yah! He yelled, jerking out his spin attack and falling back to the floor, landing with a slam on a pile of smashed tiles. A small cloud of dust rose above him, around him as he tried to pick himself up. Where all his spokes stood on one end from its blast of power, he probably looked most uncool indeed. With a crackle, Robotnik's amplified voice filled the room. Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! He bellowed. Sonic and Tails, so glad you could drop in. Ha ha ha! What do you think of my Eggmeister? Glorious, is it not? A ship built for a supreme sovereign, which I now am. Ha 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 ha! I see you have already discovered one of its advanced security features, you pestilent hedgehog. No, Tails, don't, Sonic shouted, but he was too late. While the mad scientist had been distracted, the young fox had put down the dimensional warper, taking 2 or 3 paces back, and just as Sonic shouted, he leaped into the air, grabbing onto the slim black nose cone of the Eggmeister. Sonic braced himself for the expected sound of flying fox hair, but it didn't happen. Instead, the slightly dented trapdoor in the bottom machine slid open, and a multi-jointed metal arm slid out, twisting and bending up towards Tails. The pins at the end grasped one of his tails and pulled hard. Ouch! Tails exclaimed, letting go of the nose cone. The pincers held him away from the body of the Eggmeister, dangling in mid-air for his tail. He swung back and forth, looking very undignified. The loudspeakers on the Eggmeister crackled again. Ha ha ha! One down, one to go! And point your finger attacking again, Sonic. Let me show you how accurate my master blasters are. The pointed nose cone filled on its mounting, moving down to point the black shape of the dimensional warper on the table. No! Shouted Sonic and leapt for it, but the master blaster got there first. A beam of bright red light shot out from it and hit the warper, which exploded. Droplets of molten plastic sailed across the room, hot, smoking and stinging. Oh no! Sonic moaned above the racket of Robotnik's laughter. The dimensional warper! It had been their only escape out of this place, and anywhere they could have returned to the Silence Council to prove what Robotnik had been doing to time. Now their escape route had been cut off and they were stuck here until Robotnik defeated them or until something else happened. Sonic was not a dude who gave up hope easily. This looked like a desperate situation. 15 minutes, Sonic! Yelled Robotnik, his amplified voice booming into the room. That's all you and Tails have left. Ha ha ha! I couldn't get you on my first sweep. Through time because you and your foxy friend are both orphans. Nobody knows who your parents are, so I could tell my robot teams to eliminate them from history. Within 14 minutes and 30 seconds, my robots would have located the first hedgehog and fox that ever evolved on Mobius and will destroy them. There will be no hedgehogs in Mobius history, no foxes, no Tails, and definitely no Sonic. Ha ha ha! Sonic, shouted Tails. Over by the table. Which table? Shouted Sonic. He was fed up with Tails' rashness and stupidity. He had almost given them away to the rabbit, almost let Sonic fall to a sticky end on the cliff, had let Robotnik destroy the dimensional warper, and now he shouting daft instructions to him, which they had both just over 14 minutes to stop themselves being erased from history. Briefly he wondered whether he should try attacking the Eggmonster again, but decided that would be almost as stupid as Tails had been. The table I was standing by. There's a time machine there. I found it before Laughing Boy came through the roof, Tails yelled. Inside the cockpit, Sonic could see Robotnik turn a purple colour, probably with rage. He stopped laughing, but Sonic knew that was a bad sign. The hedgehog dived from where he was standing towards the pile of equipment that still lay on the floor beside the destroyed warping device. The Master Blaster struggled to follow him. There, on top of the pole that had fallen out of the cabinet on the wall, there was a familiar shape. The Mark Zero Ghost Coin time machine that caused all this trouble, or something very like it. Sonic lunged and grabbed it from the heap, which leaped high into the air as the Master Blaster blasted the equipment he had been standing on a moment before. Red flashes, crackled sounds, and the stench of burning metal filled the room. The Master Blaster kept his aim steadily, waiting for Sonic to drop back to the ground. He didn't. Grabbing on top of the back cabinet with his free hand, the hedgehog swung himself on top of it. He balanced there for a moment, then just before the Master Blaster could react to his movement and take a new aim at him, he leaped towards the Eggmonster. Sonic soared over the cockpit, over the main body of the hovering machine, and down the other side to grab onto the metal arm that still extended from the trapdoor under the machine. He grabbed it one-handed and swung there for a second. Cool move! Tails, catch! He shouted, and threw the shiny time machine to his furry pal, who was still dangling from the pincers at the end of the metal arm. Don't drop it! Tails grabbed the artifact as it flew towards him. Too fast! His left hand missed the machine and knocked it up into the air. He grabbed it with his right, but it bounced off that, spinning away. Sonic shut his eyes and able to watch, and opened them just in time to see Tails snag the machine out of the air with his second tail. Awesome! Yelled Sonic. Bah! Yelled Robotnik. Cross your fingers! Yelled Tails. He grabbed the machine in both hands and hit the button in the middle of the dial on its side. There was a click, and the world exploded. Chapter 6. Everybody needs a mum. Everything was dark, and very quiet. Tails uncoiled a little from his tight ball, into which he had wrapped himself and sniffed the air around him. It stank of eggs. I think we're approaching the midway point of the book, by the way. Oh great, he said, his voice sounding strangely muffled to his ears. Hang on. Sonic, are you in there? Sonic! There was no reply. Tails tried to uncurl fully, but something stopped him. Some kind of curved wall around him, holding him in a fixed position. He reached out a hand and stroked the wall. It was stony but smooth and strangely warm to the touch. Feeling around the surface, he realised that he was trapped in an oval, almost egg-shaped area about almost twice as big as he was. Oh great, he said again, and tried shifting his position slightly. Something sharp and metallic poked him in the stomach, and he felt around in darkness for it. He could tell from the strange curves that it was the time machine that he had used to get himself and Robotnik out of Robotnik's underground base. At least he hopes that Sonic had been close enough to be brought along with him too, well, whatever this was. There was no obvious way out, and there wasn't much air in him either. The taste was hot and thick already, and his breath was coming faster and faster as he tried to get enough oxygen to survive. He shouted desperately. No one replied, but something clinked at the outside of his stone prison. Tails stopped for a moment, digesting the fat, and then grasped the time machine and stuck his pointed end against the stone wall in front of his cold, wet nose. The whole place shook with the force of the blow, rocking backwards and forwards. Tails struck again, and this time the tip of the device broke through the stone wall. A shaft of bright sunlight shone into his prison, illuminated the interior, and cool fresh air blew in. Once he got his breath back, he used the blunt end of the time device to chip away at the edges of the hole he had made, enlarging it until there was enough room for him to scramble out into the bright day beyond. He blinked to the sunlight and looked around. He was standing in a large muddy patch by the side of a lake. Around him were several large oval objects, until I suddenly realised that the reason his prison had felt egg-shaped from the inside was because it was in fact an egg, a very large one. 3 or 4 hours were littered around in the mud. Of Sonic, however, there was no sign. The landscape around the lake looked familiar, but there was something strange about it. The layout was roughly the same as the green hill zone had been, back in the old days when it was still green and hilly, and the hills seemed more like mountains, and all the plants and trees were different, bigger too. Excuse me. They covered the hillsides of scrubby forest. Around them the grass grew thick and tall. The air smelled dizzy fresh, clean and pure, like a fresh spring morning. One of the large egg-sized towers began to rock slightly in the mud. Tails quickly took a step backwards. He had no idea what was actually now, but it fitted into the egg shell, then it would be pretty large. He expected that it would not be another tail. Sonic was always saying that a hero knew when to stand and fight, when to flee. But Tails had not quite worked out that the subtle distinction between the two. Did he run to safety or stand around and risk being devoured by what? Birds hatch from eggs. But he remembered hearing that other creatures did too, like crocodiles and duck-billed platypuses. He had never seen a duck-billed platypus, but it sounded pretty sinister, and he did not want to meet one, even if freshly hatched one. If only Sonic was here to advise him. Something finally clicked into place in Tails' brain. "Sonic!" he shouted, and began to hammer on top of the rocking net with the time machine. After a few solid blows, there was a cracking sound, and a jagged line appeared around the edge, splitting it in two. One half of the shell fell away, and the bedraggled blue hedgehog sat up in the other half, breathing heavily. Not a second too soon, little dude, Sonic said, for it was he. His spikes were stuck on end by the jolt of electricity his travelling Robotnik's laboratory were smeared with eggy substances. It looked a mess. "Hero eyes, you're getting there. How's the time machine?" Charles looked at it. The blunt end was slightly dented, and it had gained a few new scratches where he had battered through the eggshell with it. But otherwise it seemed okay. He turned it over and noticed something. There, on the underside, were the words "Copyright C. Robotnik Industries." He showed it to Sonic. "Whoa!" said the hedgehog. "I reckon that's all the proof we need that you've been using and abusing time. Except now he can't get back to the fourth dimension to prove it to the Science Council. Hey, do you think maybe those science dudes are wrong? He didn't invent a time machine of his own. It's possible, partner." "I don't think so, mate," Sonic said, staring at the time machine. "This one looks too much like the one you found, the Mark Zero prototype that Orange invented. It couldn't be a coincidence to have two so similar. I bet Robotnik was the one who stole it from the fourth dimension, took it apart, found out how it works, and built other ones just like it." "Yeah," Sonic said. "He said he sent robots back in time while you were fighting him, so he must have other machines. Hey," he said, "he was going to erase us from history. We've got to find those robots and stop them doing it. Priority number 3. Tails sighed. "What are numbers 1 and 2? He asked. Number 2 is to find out where in time that kooky device took us when you hit that button. Number 1 is for me to get this gun out of my spikes and smarten up. Have you ever heard of a super cool superhero saving the world where looking like he's falling into a bowl of eggnog?" The hedgehog turned and walked down the edge of the lake. Tails was in the water. A large dark shadow loomed over the lake, and Tails stood up to see what was causing it. His mouth fell open in astonishment. "Sonic!" he squeaked. Sonic shook his head, and the fine drops of water sprayed around him. "Not now, Tails, I'm busy. And you're blocking my light. How is a guy supposed to spruce himself up if he can't see his own reflection?" "It's not me blocking your light," Tails said, not taking his enormous grey, leathery shape that was looming over him. A huge, almost childish face peered down at the sky, supported there on a very long neck, which connected it to an enormous body which seemed to be an awful long way away. He had never seen an animal this big before, and not quite as frightening. It was much bigger than Robotnik's egg monster, and Tails guessed it must weigh tons and tons. The huge face lowered itself down out of the sky, looked at the nest of eggs, blinked stupidly, and then moved over to inspect Tails, who was frozen to the spot. A pink tongue, almost as large as Tails himself, shot out of the creature's mouth and wrapped itself around the petrified fox, giving him a long, slobbery lick that left him drenched. "Yeah." "Sonic!" wailed the damn fox. The hedgehog looked around from where he was washing out his gloves. "What now? Yuck!" he gulped. Slobber, replied the dinosaur, as its tongue descended on the startled hedgehog. Oh, gross, now I'm covered in dinosaur jaw, exclaimed Sonic. Why don't you chase it away, Tails? Now I've got to watch it again. Me, chase it away on my own? Tails looked up at the gigantic steak of a dinosaur as it loomed over them. He looked back, blinking slowly from what looked like a happy smile on his enormous lips. Anyway, it's friendly. It tried to drown me in dribble. Nope, Sonic said. Tails said to me, looking at the cracked shells of the 2 eggs they had arrived in. I reckon it's the one that laid all those eggs. It thinks that we hatched out of them and that we're its babies. Oh. Sonic looked at the happy mother above them. Please, he said, please tell me there was no family resemblance. Tails glanced at the dinosaur and at Sonic. Oh, I don't know, he said. Anyways, it tells us where we are in time. We're in the prehistoric. The dinosaurs ruled the world and all that. Now we just got to find those robots that are trying to make us extinct. Wrong. First I wash my spikes, then we go and find those robots. You stroked the back to the edge of the lake and began washing again. Tails looked around, then walked over to a nearby clump of tall grasses, picked a large handful. He held it out in the direction of the dinosaur and made encouraging noises. The huge head descended and carefully took the dainty mouthful from the fox's head. It chewed contentedly for a moment, then swallowed. Tails watched the slight bulge made by the grass sip all the way down the massive creature's neck to his body. You know, he said wistfully, being an orphan and all, and seeing as it was your egg I hatched out just now, this is the first I've really had someone I could call my mother. Though, I have to admit, you've not quite what I was expecting. The dinosaur stared at him, unblinking, then moved its head over to browse on the rest of the clump of grass. Tails reached over and patted it on its wrinkled neck. You don't mind if I call you Mum, do you? Mum, he asked. The dinosaur did not seem to reject. And, continued Tails, looking at the unhatched eggs, I suppose that means I'll have some grey, leathery brothers and sisters pretty soon. I can teach them how to run really fast. Don't be so soft, yelled Sonic from the lake. The dinosaur's head reared up into the sky and it stared into the west for a moment, then turned away from Tails and its clutch of eggs, and began to gallop away with long strides that struck the ground. Sonic walked up to Tails, shaking the large drops of water from his spikes. Excuse me. He watched the dinosaur disappear into the distance. You don't need to teach it anything about running, he said. What happened? Mum get bored from your conversations, did she? Tails looked over to the west. I don't think so, he said. I think someone scared her away. Could be those robots we're looking for, Sonic said. Or it could be, a heinous great flesh-eating tyrannosaur. Tails looked in the direction of Sonic's stare. Nah, he said. It looks like a Utahraptor. A what? Utahraptor. They were about the same size as a tyrannosaur, but faster, more vicious and hungrier. Look at that huge claw on its hind foot. That's a Utahraptor, alright. Suppose it's the most vicious dinosaur that ever lived. Never mind that now, encyclopedia brain. Run away very fast, shouted Sonic. The approaching monster was coming towards them. Teeth bared, his eyes glinting in the bright sunlight, its enormous legs eating up the distance that separated it from the troubled two heroes as they turned and sprinted away. Tails took an early lead, but within seconds Sonic had passed him, his red shoes whipping through the long grass as he hurried towards the nearest patch of forest. Into the tree, he shouted over his shoulder. Won't be able to follow us in here. Tails did not need a second warning. He changed his direction and steered his way towards the enormous trees. Behind him, he could hear the heavy footfalls of the enormous beast that charged after them, its heavy breath hot and foul on the back of their necks. Tails knew that he was the second fastest creature in the green hill zone, but that he had never raced against anything as big as his Utahraptor. His legs alone were 10 times as high as he was, and it was getting closer with every massive step. No wonder the other dinosaurs scarpered so fast. Tails leaped and brushed the brambles and struck into the undergrowth as he of the forest area. Safe, he exclaimed, slowing down to look backing up at the massive lizardoid that stood at the edge of the woods, blocked by the thick barrier of trees in the way. Its black-slitted eyes soared back and forth, scanning through the dense foliage for a sight of prey. Unfortunately for Sonic and Tails, blue and orange are not the most inconspicuous of colours, but they stood out like two fried eggs on a mantelpiece. The mighty creature leaned forward and it swiped at the trees in its way with its shriveled forelimbs. Branches and leaves were flying. Tails gazed up at the Utahraptor in terror. "Come on, little dude," Sonic yelled, grabbing his friend by the arm and driving him deeper into the forest. Together they ran on, leaving the thunder lizard behind them. As they penetrated deeper into the woodland, its roars and the passing crashing sounds, faded to the distance. After a while, they slowed their walk to a run, taking the trees chance to look around them. Tails recognised some of the trees and plants they had passed. They were just like the ones in the Green Hill Zone he used to know, but bigger. Others were completely new to him. Large insects buzzed in the distance, in the bushes. One was a huge dragonfly with wings almost 20 centimeters across, flew across the room, its body sparkling with metallic odours. Sonic thrust tense as he saw it, until he realised what it was. "Sorry, dude," he said. "Natural instincts. I thought it was one of Robotnik's robots." "Speaking of which," Tails said, "how are we going to find the robots he sent back to change history by wiping out our ancestors? If we know that, it is that they haven't succeeded in yet, because we're still here. If we didn't change the settings on the time machine, we can bet we're in the right time zone too," Sonic and Tails nodded. He hadn't touched the old dog before pressing the button. They walked on, each thinking hard about what they'd do next. Eventually they came to the edge of a natural clearing deep in the woods. It looked beautiful, with a sparkling stream running throughout, and large sun-warmed bodies and old gnarled trees with their branches draped with ancient moss. It would have been perfect except for the small group of figures standing beside the stream. 5 of them are metal, and Tails and Sonic looked at each other as if they recognised them as a squad of Robotnik's most feared minions. The robots brandished unpleasantly pointed guns at the 2 other figures in the clearing, who stood with their hands in the air. Tails gasped quietly. The 2 figures looked very familiar. One of them was a muddy brown colour, with thin there, several rows of spikes down its back. The other was orangey red, with a fine blue timetable. Fine blue timetable lying on the ground behind him. Given a few million years of evolution and some slight colour changes, it could have been Sonic and Tails standing there, facing the robot's weapons. These 2 must be the ancestors of Robotnik had shouted about in his laboratory. Ready for his head to over to Robot Planet Mobius. Sonic turned to Tails. "That's us, dude," he whispered. Tails looked back at him. "I know," he whispered back. "Quickly, we've got seconds to live. We could break up and attack," started Sonic. But Tails cut him off. "Too slow. If we attack 2 of the robots, the rest will whip out our ancestors," he said. He paused a moment. An idea struck him. "Look, I know you're not the main hero here, but just follow my lead, okay? What are you going to do?" "No time to explain. Follow me." Tails leaped up out of the undergrowth at the edge of the clearing and sprinted across it. Out of the corner of his eyes, he saw what could. So you could see that Sonic was doing the same. He dashed towards the group of metal beings who stood so out of place in his prehistoric setting. "Over there, here," he yelled. "We're the ones you want, not them." The robot swirled around. The guns were already aiming at the bright pelts of the newcomers. Tails was ready for this and threw himself high into the air in a spinning leap, as bullets, bolts and beams exploded where he had been a second before. He shot through the air, touched down briefly on top of one of the huge boulders, and sprang from it into the branches of one of the trees that overhung the area, grabbing it with both paws. He swung there for a moment, looking back at the action below. Sonic shot across the clearing and into the bushes on the other side. As Tails hoped, the robots were ignoring their former captives and were giving chase, but were nowhere near as fast. The prehistoric fox and hedgehog were already speeding in the opposite direction, toward the safety of the thickest part of the wood. Then a bolt of purple light shot past his nose, and Tails realised that he had better make sure that he was safe too. Leaping and swinging from branch to branch, he spread through the treetops, sending hordes of huge insects buzzing up into the sky as he disturbed their habitat. Careful not to squash any butterflies, he spread towards the edge of the woodland. Within a minute, he was standing at the top of the tree at the edge of the forest, looking out towards the lake where they had arrived. There was no sign of Sonic or the robots yet, but he could hear crashing sounds coming through the woods as they approached. More important to his plan was the hulking shape of the Utahraptor, lumbered away towards the lake but still in sight. Tails put two fingers in his mouth and gave a long, piercing whistle. The enormous scaly beast stopped in his tracks and turned to look back. Tails gave another whistle. "Oi! Oi, over here, oh vicious one!" he yelled. The carnivore smiled, exposing teeth that most elephants would have been proud to call tusks, and palmed its magic legs into action, bowing its ungainly way towards the forest. Tails slid down the tree to the ground. "Sonic, over here!" he shouted. There was a rustling noise and the blue hedgehog appeared beside him, skidding to a stop. "Howdy, incoming robots," he said, then noticed the bound shape of the Utahraptor, now less than 100 meters away. "Awesome!" he yelled. "Caught between a rock head and some hard cases. This had better be part of your plan." It is," nodded the fox. Thundering noises behind them indicated that the robots were getting closer. There was a fizzing sound as purple lasers shot out of the bushes behind them. "Now run!" shouted Tails. Sonic looked at him for a second. "That's your plan?" he asked. "You'll see. Come on!" Tails dashed out of the woods, followed a moment later by his blue buddy. The ravening dinosaur turned to follow them, but before it could, the five robots burst out of the undergrowth at the edge of the forest in hot pursuit of their quarry. The Utahraptor blinked briefly, roared, and headed off in pursuit of the robots. Wind was whipping through Tails' fur as he put every speck of energy he could into running as fast as he could. He glanced back for an instant to see the robots a few strides behind him in Sonic, and the Utahraptor a few giant strides behind them. It seemed to be eyeing them and drawing as it raced along. Tails and Sonic were accelerating steadily away from the robots, and the dinosaur was catching up with them fast. "Yes, yes, yes! Go, go, go!" Tails shouted into the wind. They put in one last burst of speed. Behind them there was a loud clang and a metallic shriek, and another followed by a loud prehistoric bellow of triumph. Tails scritched to a halt, skinned slightly on the long damp grass, and turned to look back at what was happening. The Utahraptor had, as he guessed, caught up with the robots. Three of them were now completely flattened, stomped flat into the ground by the mighty dinosaur's feet. As the fox watched, one huge robot raised off the ground and caught one of the last two robots in the middle of its back, catapulting it high into the air, soaring over the heads of the watching heroes to land in the middle of the lake. A spark of light and a bubble marked the point where it sank. The remaining robot turned around and aimed its laser gun between the approaching monster's eyes. Before it could fire, the mighty lizard bent down, jaws wide, and scooped up the metal titbit. The two fought beyond the robot, making an inaudible crunching sound, then its eyes fixed on the hedgehog and fox which stood watching it. It took a step towards them. "Crumbs!" Tails blurted. Sonic was already a blue blur on the horizon, so fast had he reacted. As he watched, the dinosaur's ravening expression changed to one of puzzlement and then distaste. With a mighty roar, it spat the mangled remains of the robot out of its mouth, turned away and stalked off into the west, in search of other tastier victims. The carcass of the robot shot towards the open plains of the zone, hit the ground, bounced twice, and came to a stop nearby. Tails trotted over to it. "Weird," he said. "It can't have thought the taste very much, and I suppose it thought that Sonic and I were robots too, though it didn't bother with us." He kicked the destroyed robot as it rolled over. A small door on the front of its chest snapped open, revealing a cavity containing a familiar device. Tails bent down in astonishment and picked it out, wiping the drool off it. "Yeah. Not another one of those things," asked Sonic, who had reappeared. "I thought the bods in the fourth dimension said there was only one Mark Zero time machine, and that's the third we found today. Someone's got the sums wrong." "I reckon this one's the original," Tails said, turning it over. "Look, there's no copyright symbol on it. The one you grabbed in Robotnik's lab must have been his spare." "Or a spare," Sonic corrected. Tails nodded. "What should we do about these mass robots?" he asked. "In a normal history, there wouldn't have been any mass robots lying around in prehistoric time." Sonic shrugged. "Let the historians discover them 50 million years from now," he said, with those something nestled in the long grass behind him. He and Tails turned around very slowly. As he did, two figures rose slowly out of the grass. It was the two primitives that they had seen briefly in the forest clearing, the brown hedgehog and his foxy companion. For a long moment the four of them stared at each other. The resemblance between the two hedgehogs and the two foxes were astonishing. Tails could not help cracking a smile as he stared at the other fox, his forebear, in fact the very first of his ancestors. Slowly the native fox extended one of his white paws, palm up. There was some kind of berry in it. "Careful, pal," warned Sonic. "Don't worry, he's family," replied Tails. He took the berry, put it in his mouth and chewed on it. Sweet juices followed over his tongue. He smiled at the sensation. before taking the fox's paw in his own and giving it a firm, friendly shake. The fox has always met his own and smiled back at him. The two hedgehogs watched this display with amusement, and then the brown hedgehog turned to his blue descendant and shrugged his shoulders. Sonic reached up and tapped the side of his head with his index finger. The brown hedgehog smiled, the universal gesture for, "Excuse my companion, he's barking," had obviously been understood. The hedgehogs watched each other for a moment more, then blue paw slapped against brown paw in a triumphant high five, a meeting with minds across millions of generations. The hedgehog grinned, then the two ancient ones looked at each other, smiled one last time at their new friends in the future, turned away and ran back towards the forest. Sonic and Tails watched them go. "Catch you later, Proto-Sonic and Tails," Foxy One murmured. "Not bad," Sonic said thoughtfully, "not bad at all. They're going to have to learn to pick up the hill faster than that if they're going to get away from that Utahraptor in future." "Yeah," Tails said, "but we're here, aren't we? So they must have survived. We have two most excellent ancestors, Sonic." The two distant figures stopped at the edge of the wooded area and looked back, waving before they disappeared into the darkness of the trees. "Goodbye, great, I don't know how many greats, Grandad," muttered Tails. "Take care of yourself, ancient dude." Sonic put a friendly arm around his companion's shoulder. "Sorry about what I said about earlier about you calling that dinosaur your mother, dude," he said. "Family's important, and, well, we may both be orphans, no mother or father, but no, we've got some sort of family now." "Yeah," agreed Tails. "Going back to the dawn of time to find our family, that sounds like some sort of balmy paradox." "Aha!" said the vast voice in front of them. "Halt! Don't move!" Sonic and Tails halted as patches of grass around them shimmered from green to silver, becoming the shapes of 6 silver-clad human figures. They stood up, enclosing the two friends within a circle. Each figure wore a helmet that completely hid their face, and they all held small objects in their hands, objects that could only be guns. "Howdy, guys. How you doing?" Sonic breathed. "We ask the questions around here, you time violators," snapped the figure who had spoken, while stepping forward to take the two Mark Zero Ghost Coin time machines from Tails' astonished grasp. Try saying that half fast 3 times. "Otherwise, I'll arrest you both on a charge of suspected time disruption, Class 4, and the illegal possession of stolen time travelling equipment." Chapter 7. Some historical type explaining. "Bogus!" exclaimed Sonic and Tails together. One of the silvery figures stepped forward from the circle, carrying 2 metallic objects that looked like large figure 8s. "Hold out your arms," he instructed. Sonic glanced around the circle. Counting the number of guns and decided that the resistance was probably useless. He held out his arms, and Tails followed suit a moment later. The person in the silver uniform pressed one of the 8s into Sonic's wrist, and the astonished hedgehog watched as the metal seemed to flow over and around his arm, solidify on the other side to handcuff him securely. Tails was cuffed in the same way. "Alright, you two," said the silver figure, obviously the leader. "You're nits, good and proper. We heard you talking about your ancestors a moment ago. Planned little paradox creation, were we?" "A what?" asked Sonic. "Paradox creation, the oldest time travel trick in the microfitch. Every new kid who invents or steals one of these gizmos," he waved one of the time machines, "wants to try the old go back in time and bump off granny routine for themselves." Sonic's mind raced back to his meeting with Orange and Grey back in the corridors of the 4th dimension. They had said something about all this sort of stuff, but he had ignored it at the time because he had assumed they were mad scientists and were talking rubbish. Now if someone had said the same thing, he was not so sure. "What's this thing about snuffing your old folks?" he asked. "Why would anyone want to? It doesn't figure." The leader looked at the others. "We got a great one here." "Okay, look. You got a time machine. You go back in time to when your grandmother was a young woman, a hedgehog, before she'd had any nippers, and you bump her off. So your mother was never born, and you never exist, so you never existed, and nobody goes back in time to kill Granny, so she's alive after all, and you're born after all, so you do go back and kill her, so you don't exist. It's called a temporal paradox, and it's a real mess to clean up. So our job is to stop you starting it." "But we won't do anything like that," exclaimed Tails. "We were here to save our ancestors from a horde of robots who could destroy them and erase us from history." "I like your story," said the leader. "They all say that, you know." One of the silvery figures coughed under its helmet. "What is it, Sergeant Carr?" asked the leader. "They don't all say that, Captain Sir," reported the sergeant, "because, as you know, there have not been any others. These are the first." "Shut up, Sergeant," the captain ordered, turning back to Sonic and Tails. "You temporal criminals are all alike. Next thing you'll be saying you're on some kind of mission from the 4th dimension." "We are on a mission from the 4th dimension," they chorused. "Ha! The captain snapped, pulled something out of a pocket, and started to punch buttons on it. Sonic turned the tails. "This could be better than it looks, little dude," he said quietly. "If they're from the fourth dimension, they'll be taking exactly where we want to go. Then we can give the time machine to the silence cancel and get on with saving Mobius." "If they don't chuck us in prison straight away," Tails said. He looked worried. "No talking!" barked Sergeant Carl. Sonic glared at him. Carl purposely unbuttoned the holster he wore at his waist and pulled out the biggest handgun the Hedgehog had ever seen. Sonic zipped up. The leader of the group looked from the device he had been using. "Prepare for time and dimensional displacement," he said. The group closed in around them as the leader punched a button. A bubble of simmering light flickered into existence around them, hiding the outside world behind a curtain of vibrating patterns. Sonic wondered if this might be the last time he was ever going to see the Green Hill Zone. Admittedly, it was not quite the same as the zone he called home so long, but it was close enough. The bubble solidified and suddenly seemed to drop down to the ground, accelerating at a tremendous rate. It began to vibrate and shake until the two animals were certain that it would disintegrate at any moment. The soldiers, however, did not seem especially concerned. With a flash, the bubble light disappeared. Sonic and Tails found themselves standing on a sandy desert landscape, but only for a second. As someone had turned the page of a book, they were suddenly on the steps of a ruined temple deep in the jungle somewhere, and then on the edge of the cliff overlooking an ocean, on a rocky asteroid drifting on the space field, surrounded by leaping flames, in the path of a speeding juggernaut, and finally surrounded by a crowd of angry humans. It says crowd, but it's crowd, I guess, typo. Wearing ragged clothes, shouting and waving flaming torches, pitchforks, and rakes at them. "One day," said the captain, staring at the piece of equipment in his hand, "those lunkheads in the science division would get this thing to work properly." He thumped it, and with a final flicker, the scene changed one last time to become a small concrete room with no windows and only one door. The steel figure snapped to attention as the captain strode to the door and flicked the switch beside it. The walls faded to nothingness, revealing a much larger room outside. This one was stacked with terrace seats filled with an extraordinary array of people, beings and things. It reminded Sonic of the Silence Council, except all these people wearing the same silver uniforms as the captain and his squad, without the helmets. "Members of the court of the timepiece, your attention please," declaimed the captain, striding over to Sonic and Tails. "Timepiece," whispered Tails. "Shh," Sonic said. The captain glared at them and continued his speech. "I called you here for the first time," he said, "for a historic moment. We captured 2 prisoners whom we arrested in the act of disrupting time." "Is this true, Captain, sir?" asked a wizened old woman on the front bench of the room. Sonic noticed he was wearing a badge like an 8-point star that looked very familiar, but he could not quite place it. "Have the timepiece really captured some criminals at last?" she asked. "I believe so," sighed the captain. But the rest of his words were drowned out by the mass cheers from the people on the benches. They stood up, they applauded, they danced, they hugged each other, they threw their helmets in the air. "At last!" they shouted. "At last!" Tails turned to Sonic. "Get the impression they're not very good at their job?" he asked. "Yeah," replied the Hedgehog, "and that's bad news for us. If we're the first people they've ever caught, they're really gonna want to send us to jail, like, totally. We're in deep trouble." Eventually the hubbub died down and the members of the court resumed their seats. The captain pulled off his helmet and placed it on the floor. His head was human, but very square, and his black hair was cut off to within a few millimetres of his scalp, making it stand on end like a coat of very fine spikes. He was grinning all over his face, obviously very pleased with himself. "We captured these 2 beings in possession of 2 time machines," he said, pulling the 2 devices he had taken from Sonic and Tails out of a pocket inside his uniform. "One of them, as you can tell, is the missing Mark Zero Ghost Coin prototype, which the Silence Council notified us about 1 hour ago. The other one looks like it, implying that these strange otherworldly criminals have access to advanced duplication technologies." Everybody gasped, but the captain continued. "I have already told the leader of the Silence Council of our recovery of their prototype and the capture of these criminals, and she will be here immediately. Meanwhile," he turned to the 2 cuffed friends, "I shall commence questioning these 2 to see how they broke through our security." There was a crash as a pair of double doors at the far end of the courtroom burst open. An extremely powerful and streamlined gold-coloured motorbike zoomed through, screeching to a halt in the centre of the room. Its rider, a small figure in gold robes, killed the engine, kicked down its stand, climbed off it before taking off a gold helmet that looked more like a Trojan warrior's headpiece than a crash helmet. Underneath it, the face of a young girl who had been the Silence Council was revealed. She ran one hand through her short brown hair and looked around. The room fell silent. Sonic waved her as best as he could, considering his hand was caught together. "You idiot," she said. "What do you think you're doing?" It was hard to tell exactly who she was speaking to. She strode up to the captain and grabbed the two time machines out of his hands, then spun around, produced her black staff with a ruby tip, which Sonic had seen earlier, and pointed at the two prisoners. The strange handcuffs softened and folded from around their wrists to fall off and land on the concrete floor with a wet clang. She turned back to the captain. "Didn't these two tell you they were on a mission for us?" she demanded. Yes, but I didn't," said the captain. The girl stamped her foot. "But me no buts," she said. "You're an idiot, and you always have been. Captain, sir, I hereby demote you to the rank of sergeant. You are now sergeant, sir, Sergeant Carl. You may now consider yourself Captain Carl." Thank you, your sergeant's consulship," the new captain smirked. The girl looked over at the front bench to where the old woman wearing the 8-point star was sitting and gestured to her. The old woman stood up and spoke to the assembly. "All right, you can go," she said. "There's been a mistake. Nobody's going to be tortured or imprisoned today. Nothing to see. Shove off." The mass crowd shoved someone to their feet and began to leave the room, grumbling as they went. The woman turned back and marched to the middle of the room where the Sonic and Tails and the girl were standing. Sorry for the confusion," she said. "I'm Elder K. This is Elder J." The young girl smiled and nodded. "Who exactly are you two?" "I'm Sonic the Hedgehog," Sonic said, "and this is my colleague Tails. Nice to meet you." Nice to see you again," said LJ. "I gather you had a little trouble getting back. Do you have any proof of time disruptions you talked about at the Science Council?" "You're holding it," Sonic said. He took the time machine from her and turned them over, showing her the one with Robotnik's markings on it. LJ frowned. "So he's stolen one of our time machines, but he's managed to build copies of it. You know if the copy works?" "It works okay," Tails said. "He got us out of a very sticky situation." He described the fight in Robotnik's stronghold, including the destruction of the dimensional warper. "Sorry about that," he added lamely. "I suppose it was all my fault. If I hadn't been so cocky and go ahead, and listened to Sonic instead, we might still have it." "Oh, don't worry about it," said Elder K. "My agents are always losing or damaging equipment. We're used to stuff going missing. Except for important time machine prototypes," said Jay. "You've done us a great favour by recovering this. In return, I'll assign as many time police as necessary to capture this Professor Robotnik and straighten out all the damage he has caused to Robotnik's history. It'll be back to normal in no time. A little joke. Ha ha." Thanks, Your Honours, but no thanks," Sonic said. He'd seen the time police in action and was reasonably certain that anything they did to Mobius' history could only make things worse than better. Besides, something was beginning to itch at the back of his brain. All the talk of changing history, creating paradoxes, making new things happen and stopping others from ever occurring was taking root in his imagination and now beginning to blossom into what he thought was a rather nice plan. "I've got a rather nice plan," he said. "Oh really?" Kay said. Sonic paused a moment as his stomach rumbled and realised that he'd been on the move since things on Mobius had started changing, and he'd been feeling hungry then. "Is there any way we can get a bite to eat around here?" he asked. "I feel like I haven't eaten for like several million years." Jay smiled. "You probably haven't," she said. "What do you feel like? I understand that ordinary hedgehogs are like worms, but I can see you're no ordinary hedgehog. You can get anything here: champagne and caviar, jellied eels, larks' tongues in aspic." "Fast food," Sonic said. "What else would I eat?" "Yeah, what else?" Of course," said Kate. "Shall we eat and talk here, or somewhere a little more relaxed?" "You go to my quarters," offered Jay. "But it's quite a trek, and I'm not sure how all four of us will get on my bike." "That's okay," Sonic said. "You two ride. Tails and I will run beside you." "Are you sure you'll keep up?" asked Jay. "Like you said, I'm no ordinary hedgehog." The trip through the corridors was, as Jay warned, a long and boring one, even at high speed. Several times they passed through areas which were blackened from fire or with craters and pot marks in the walls and floor where some kind of firefight had recently taken place. At one point they hurled through the large room where the crowd of multicoloured scientists were still waiting for access to show their latest creations to the Science Council, sending the boffins scattering in all directions. After what must have been kilometres of endless corridor, Jay finally steered her bike to a controlled halt beside a large door Remember the timepiece in ornate ceremonial uniform stood on guard outside it. He passed the bike to the guard and led the others into the room. Sonic was not sure what he had been expecting, but this was not it. There might have been pillars, marble floors, fine antiques, covered from all periods of history, interesting and curious alien artifacts, great works of art on the walls, or it might have been the latest in stylish design with lots of strange items made out of matte black metal and designed to look like something else, displayed on furniture made of glass or out of wire. Video terminals and computer keyboards displaying information that was constantly being updated from far off places. It might even have been a wood-panelled library with a roaring fire, elegant and distinguished befitting for the leader of the Science Council. It said it looked like a 9-year-old girl's bedroom. Boy, it was messy. There were t-shirts, comfortable pairs of jeans strewn onto the floor, along with shoes, books, computer lists, magazines and open notebooks filled with complex formulae and electronic diagrams drawn in green pen. The bed looked as if it had not been made for 3 weeks. There were pictures of ponies stuck to the mirror on the table, comics on the desk, and posters on the walls. One in the kitchen in a teacup, one of someone named Pop Group, with pouty faces, tight jeans, old musical instruments, and strange haircuts. But these 2 members of the group were definitely not human, or any animal that Sonic had seen before. He thought he spotted a game gear sticking out from under the bed amidst the mess. Jay took off a heavy gold robe and threw it at a hook on the back of the door. It missed and slipped to the floor in a heap. Underneath the robe she was wearing a t-shirt that said, "I'm the boss," in big gold letters, and a pair of brightly coloured stretchy leggings. She cleared a stack of papers and pyjamas off the bed and dumped them onto the table next to a collection of empty glasses and cups. "I hope there's enough room for everyone to sit down," she said. "Jay, what have I told you time and time again about keeping your room tidy?" asked Kate. "This place is a disgrace. You know what I always say? A tidy room shows a tidy mind. You'll never run that science cancer of yours properly until you learn that, young lady." "Sorry, Grandma," said Jay, hanging her head. "Grandma?" Sonic said. "You guys are related?" Jay nodded and turned back to her aged relative. "Sorry, Grandma, it's just that I've been so busy lately trying to deal with the invasion of the Mythos creatures and locating that missing time machine and hearing all the reports of new discoveries in the science division and doing my homework and research. I haven't had time, honest." Sonic noticed that she was holding her hands behind her back and had her fingers crossed. "I bet I could think of someone who had to go back in time and mop off her grandmother," he whispered to Tails. "What's that?" said Tails, who had not been paying attention. Sonic sighed in exasperation and turned to Jay. "Hey," he said, "you mentioned the Mythos things. Are they still attacking? We saw the crisp bits in the corridors. It looked like they've been having a party with those weapons of theirs." Jay sighed. "Yes," he said, "they're still coming and they're getting nearer every hour. I reckon we could hold out for a couple more days if the timepiece do their job properly, keep them back." He sort of looked at her grandma. "It's desperate. I really can't think of a thing more we can do. For every new piece of technology we develop to fight them off, they develop something to stop it. The trouble is, it's almost impossible to kill an imaginary creature." His sentence was cut short by a knock at the door. A tall man in a white coat came in with a large tray stacked with burgers, fries, hot apple pies, slices of pizza, hot dogs, chips, crisps, nachos, ice cream and glasses of cola. "Wizard!" exclaimed Tails. "Bag's eye the cheeseburgers!" "No way," Sonic said. "First come, first served, dude. And what's with this wizard stuff?" "No, now you youngsters be careful that you don't make yourself sick," butted in Kate. "And remember that all those sugary foods will only rot your teeth and give you spots. All the rubbish they put in food these days is not good for you." "Call it, Grandma," said Jay. "I outrank you, so I decide what we eat. Anyway, you love pizza as much as I do. Get stuck in." After 15 minutes of happy chomping, the tray was almost completely empty, apart from one fry that had gone soggy with too much ketchup, which nobody wanted. Sonic lay back on the floor, feeling very full. Jay sat up cross-legged on the unmade bed, picked up a notebook from the chair next to it, and looked down at the hedgehog. "We've eaten, now we talk," she said. "Great, talk away," Tails said, such at the foot of the bed. "Now you talk. You had a plan to sort everything out." "Oh yeah," Sonic said, thinking for a moment. "Right, to explain this, I've got to go into some history here. History of the planet Mobius, history of me, history of Robotnik. It's a bit long, but it's crucial stuff. Hang with it. Here we go." And this is what he told them. Many years ago, the planet Mobius was one of the most idyllic places in the entire universe. Peaceful, tranquil and lush, it hung like a jewel in the starry skies of the eastern spiral arm of the galaxy. Its reputation as a beauty spot has spread so far and so many beings want to visit it that in order to keep it unspoiled, the galactic authorities removed its location from all star charts and said only that it lay in an unspecified point in time and space. All of this was completely unknown to the planet's inhabitants, who continued their daily lives on the surface and were happy there. They were all what scientists would call anthropomorphics, animals who looked and behaved like humans, or maybe just two people who looked like animals. Maybe just people who looked like animals. They stood on two legs, used their hands to hold things, talked, joked, sang, had picnics, played jokes with each other, and generally had a delicious time. They were of all species: rabbits, pigs, foxes, monkeys, birds, and many others. I just want to say as an aside, there's a bit of lore I saw in another YouTube video, and it's like the idea that in some of the comics that Mobius is in fact planet Earth, but like in a far future where humans have died out and animals have evolved into sentient anthropomorphic animals, which kind of makes sense really. I don't like that idea. Anyway, unknown to them and the galactic police, one person from outside Mobius had managed to find the planet and to land there. Immediately it had been a mistake. He had crash landed there while on a scientific expedition. With his ship destroyed and finding himself stuck in such a beautiful place, he tried to make the best of it and get on with his scientific work there, and somewhere where he would go unnoticed, underground. Meanwhile, on the surface of the planet, the people of the Green Hill Zone found a young hedgehog. His parents could not be located despite everyone else's efforts. Everyone decided to bring him up on their own. They taught him everything they knew: running, jumping, tunneling, cunning and smarts. Was unfortunately a copy of stubborn streak and a sense that he was the coolest thing on the planet. They called him Sonic for some reason that everyone now has forgotten. At the time he was a normal brown hedgehog. One fateful afternoon, Sonic was planning to surprise his pal Porker Lewis by tunnelling through the side of the mountain to appear underneath the sunbathing pig. The tunnel started well, but after a few metres Sonic found himself falling into some kind of underground room, and was standing on a tall slim man wearing a laboratory coat. He had orange hair and a kindly expression. After muffled greetings and instructions, the man explained that he was Dr. O.B. Kinterbor, stranded on Mobius when his ship crashed, and was currently engaged in an attempt to truly make the planet the most perfect place in the universe by gathering up all the wicked chaos energy on the planet and trapping it inside 6 large gemstones, which he called the Chaos Emeralds, and where it would then be neutralised by a 7th gemstone, the Grey Emerald. He had the 6 Chaos Emeralds, and he had the technology to collect all the chaos. We could not find a grey emerald anywhere, though we were certain there was one somewhere on Mobius. Sonic agreed to help look for it. In return, Kinderberg agreed to train his new friend's natural abilities. The scientist built him a sonic treadmill, which the hedgehog used to build up his speed and stamina, and special friction-reducing running shoes to give Sonic extra grip and to stop his feet overheating at extreme speeds he was beginning to reach. It was on the treadmill, wearing the running shoe, that Sonic finally pushed himself to his upper limits, and ran so fast that his hedgehog body overtook the speed of sound and change. When the treadmill slowed to a stop, Kinterbor was astonished to see that his hedgehog body was completely blue, and that his normal hedgehog spikes had fused together to form a streamlined aerodynamic shape. Nobody was quite certain what happened to him, but Sonic knew. He was someone special now, a hero. The only problem was that heroes need villains to pit their wits and talents against, and at the moment he did not have one, but he did not have too long to wait. The search for the Grey Emerald had got nowhere. The Kinderbor's experiments with chaos control had progressed further and further until the scientist was certain that he could control the 6 Chaos Emeralds using a retro-orbital chaos compressor, or ROC for short, without having the 7th to neutralise them in case anything went wrong. Sonic was not so certain about this, but he trusted his friend's judgment. Besides, he liked hanging out with Kinterbor and watching the ROC do its stuff. It was an astonishingly beautiful machine, made almost entirely of loops of gold rings connected by delicate electronic components. Before long, all the Mobius chaos energy had been transferred into the emeralds via the ROC, and Kinterbor was ready to perform the final steps to neutralise it. Sonic was in the laboratory that day, hanging around and reading an old issue of Eccentric Scientist Quarterly though he ought to be on hand in case something went wrong. After a while he got bored of the magazines, which had almost no pictures and only one comic strip in it, I went to raid the fridge for some lunch. But obviously Kinterball had been wrapped up in his work because the only thing left in was a single hard-boiled egg. And Sonic's trained nose, it was almost certainly gone off. He took it over to his mentor, who was carefully typing the final sequence of critical commands into the rock. What happens next is like anybody's guess. The machine may have overloaded, the pressure of a whole planet's chaos energy may have proved too much for 6 emeralds to contain. It's possible that Kinterball, distracted by the presence of a smelly egg, mistyped to command. There was a small explosion within the machine, and its protective force field instantly extended to encompass Kinterball, the egg in his hand and the Chaos Emerald next to the machine. Sonic, who was left outside the circle of the force field, could only watch as beams of light leapt from the machine to the emeralds, pulsing with energy, and then as another beam launched straight to the middle of Kinterball's forehead. The scientist's slim body began to swell and increase in volume, bloating outwards until his clothes split, and Sonic was certain that his stomach was going to explode. He turned to a human being, from a human being into an egg. But before the transformation could complete itself, the rock exploded with such force that its golden components shot out of the laboratory through the soil and out into the air, scattering themselves all over the surface of the planet. It was obviously beyond repair. The smell of rotten eggs filled the remains of the ruined laboratory. Sonic stared at his old friend's gross new shape. Something had happened. Not only his body had changed, but it had been reflected in a mirror. His name badge was now on the other side of his coat, and the words on it had been reversed. Dr. Ivo Robotnik, it read. What are you gawking at? Spluttered the scientist. Get back to your rodent hole. I'm in control now. The emeralds is all in the emeralds. And now I am as chaotic and evil as them, and they help me to control the world, and you shall be destroyed! But the hedgehog was too fast, and left the laboratory even before the crazed chaos creature could grab for him. At last Sonic knew that he found his role in life. Now it's time for hero stuff. And the rest is history, dudes, Mr. Hedgehog. Robotnik stopped the emerald into outer space in the warp's confusion and tried to take over the planet. I stopped him. Then a few years later he tried again. The Tails had turned up by that time, an orphan like me, and we stopped him together. Awesomely! Squealed the excited fox. And somehow he got his time travel gear and now he's having another go, Sonic said. I just hope it's not a third time lucky, or we're sunk. Jay had been listening intently to all this. Now she uncrossed her legs and swung them down to the floor. You said you had a plan. Where does that fit in? Ah, Sonic said. I had this totally excellent idea that we could stop all this nonsense before it ever starts. You got 2 of those Ghost Coin time machines now, right? And it's a prototype, right? So you only need 1 for testing. So give us the one Robotnik made, the copy, and Zab's back to Mobius in the here and now, and then we'll zip back to the laboratory. Robotnik's laboratory? Asked Kay. Nope, Kinterball's, Sonic said. Tails and I will stop the rock machine exploding, wipe out. Kinterball never gets villainified, fucking hell, into Robotnik. So Robotnik never steals your Ghost Coin time machine and never makes his copy of it, so the one we've got vanishes away, like it was never there, because it wasn't. Bingo! No more Robotnik, history sets itself right again, because he wasn't there to change it, and maybe it's back to normal. It's actually one of your time paradox loop spiral things, but you don't notice because you don't actually know where Mobius is. And we don't notice because for us time will continue as normal. Excellent! Kay looked dubious. What's the alternative? She said. Jay looked up from the notebook where she had been scribbling calculations. According to my projections, if Robotnik's time alterations continue at their present rate, they'll be thinking about trying to take over the entire universe in about 3 days' time. If the timepiece tries to stop him, but their present rate of success, which is 0, Tails said helpfully. Precisely 0, Jay repeated. Then we'll succeed. Anything's got to be better than that, and I estimate that Sonic's plan has a 77.23% chance of working. The timepiece might get better, grumbled Kay. Not they're going to be busy fending off the Mythos creatures, Sonic pointed out. Even if they weren't, I estimate the chances of improvement are at, Jay jotted figures, roughly 1.45%. Not good. Okay, Sonic, you got approval. And the one use only notions to travel through time. Do it more than once, and the time police will get really annoyed. He spoke to the hedgehog, who grinned back, sharing the joke. The time machines are on back of my bike, continued Jay. You better get Agent Orange to help you program it. He's the only one who really understands how they work. Yeah, agreed Tails. Last time we tried to use it, we ended up inside a couple of dinosaur eggs. I heard that Ghost Coin prototype does a lot, said Kate. Be careful, okay? Then you better get going. You got a pet to say, party on, dudes. Chapter 8. When are we now? A hover platform glided swiftly and silently down the empty corridors of the fourth dimension towards the science division laboratories. Agent Grey was steering with a small handheld joystick that projected out of a column of metal in front of her, covered in dials and readouts. Next to her, Towers was letting the wind rush through his fur and enjoying the sensation of moving fast without having to put any effort into it. At the back was Sonic and Agent Orange. The scientist was holding the Robotnik version of the Mark Zero time machine, had opened up its metal casing, and was fiddling inside its workings with a tiny screwdriver. The original prototype lay beside him. Luckily, the motion of the hover platform was so smooth that his precision adjustments to the intricate mechanism inside the casing would not jog. As he worked, he was explaining the machine to Sonic. You see, he said, the Mark Zero was never really meant to be operated by humans, or anyone else for that matter. It was designed to be fitted to machines to let the timepiece take large pieces of equipment through time with them. Like robots, asked Sonic, thinking of the five metal creatures which had almost erased him in Towers from time. Not exactly. Supply trucks, hover cars, spacecraft, and so forth are more what I had in mind when I created it. Although you could program a robot to use it, certainly. The problem is that the controls are very precise, and are really too delicate to be set by hand. Attach the Mark Zero to a computer on the other hand, and it'll do the job for you. That's where we're going to your laboratory again then, Sonic said. I hope your timepiece guys have cleared unscathed out of there before we turn up. Arctur? Asked Orange. Oh yes, they turned up just after you left, and there was a tremendous battle between them and the Mythos army. They were driven back in the end. Although I have to admit, I don't remember seeing that Dragon King fellow ever being taken prisoner. So the sector was clear then. Clear as a bell, said Grey, turning back to look at the two of them. Not! Screeched Tails, grabbing the joystick from Grey's hands and yanking it frantically as a horde of black-suited soldiers sprang from the doorway ahead and took aim at the hover platform. Bolts of black light blazed around them, exploding lights on the ceiling and ploughing gouges out of the walls as Tails swung the vehicle from side to side. There's no room to turn this thing round, he yelled. How do I stop it? Don't! Shouted Sonic, picking himself up from the deck where he had thrown himself flat alongside Orange and Grey. Keep going! He jumped over the prone scientist around to the front of the platform as it hurtled towards the soldiers ahead. When we get close enough, he instructed Tails, you take the ones on the left and I'll take the ones on the right. Okay, little dude? The fox nodded and ducked as a bolt of one from one of the Mythos creature's guns almost parted his hair. The hover car rushed on down the corridor. Sonic measured the distance to the enemy through half-closed eyes. Almost within range. Now! Go! He yelled, and leaped from the vehicle, tucking in his feet and arms as soon as he was in mid-air to make himself a perfect spinning circle of blue hedgehog fury. He aimed himself for the first soldier on the right-hand side of the corridor, landed on the creature's helmet with a solid thud. The soldier dropped to the floor, stunned, but Sonic had already bounced back into the air towards the next dark figure who was leaning out of the doorway, taking a careful aim on the hover car's control column. Bonk! The figure collapsed, dropping his gun. The hover car sped on, but with nobody at its controls, it was now headed towards the wall. Agent Grey jumped up. She cried, Oh no! The hover car sped on. Grey grabbed a joystick from where it was hanging, steering the careening vehicle back into the middle of the corridor. Sonic, spinning wildly towards his next target, glanced across the passage to see how Towers was doing. The orange pinball's first victim lay slumped across the floor, but the fox was having some problems with his second. The Mythos soldier seemed to be made entirely of granite. Both Tails was bounced up and down on his head, desperately trying to knock the stone soldier unconscious. As Sonic watched, Tails hit the creature for a third time, and there was a cracking noise and its helmet split in two. The creature glanced up for a split second, then froze rigid like a statue. Tails bounced off it onto his next target. Crack! Another down. Womp! Womp! Fadum! The floor was littered with troops in shiny black armour. Only two remained as Sonic and Tails spun towards them, and they went down like the final two Skittles in a perfect straight. The blue and orange ball shot up into the air one last time, uncurled, slapped each other's hands in a mid-air high five, and dropped back towards the floor. They did not get there. The last massive black-suited figure stepped out of the doorway and snatched them out of the air by the scruffs of their respective necks. Gotcha! It snarled through jagged teeth. Golden slit eyes glared at them. Arctur! Uttered Tails in a throttled voice. Dragon King dude! Exclaimed Sonic, waving his paws in the mighty lizard's face. You got out of that prison suit then? Hey, I got some advice for you, snake face. Tell me, scum! The Dragon King demanded. Sonic pointed over his soldier. Duck, big guy, he advised. Archer followed the hedgehog's pointing finger and saw the hover car, piloted by Grey, hurling down on him at fantastic speed. With a shriek, Archer threw up his arms, accidentally hurling Sonic and Tails up into the air and dived sideways to the floor as the speeding vehicle shot over the point where he had been standing. The airborne twosome somersaulted once and landed on the hover car's deck beside the startled scientist. As Grey swung the machine round a corner, they caught a final glimpse of Arctur sitting up the corridor behind them, waving a clawed fist in their direction. Obviously not as clear as you thought, Sonic said. Better get some more of those time clocks of yours down here right away. Orange, obviously taken by the experience, plucked a small radio handset from his pocket and began speaking into it. A few minutes later, the hovercar slid to a silent stop outside a familiar laboratory storeroom door. Sonic noticed there was small scorch marks on the corridor's walls, and the door itself seemed to have taken a couple of hits. This time, though, the door opened safely and there was nobody else inside. Gray went straight in and started rummaging in one of the many shelves that filled the line in the room. Orange hung around outside for a moment. "Have you got the Mark Zeros?" he asked. "No," Gray said vaguely, punching numbers into the voice that looked like a calculator. "Bother," said Orange. "You must have rolled off the hovercar during all the excitement." "Oh well, we still got the other one. I'll go back and look for it once you've got two safely sent off." Sonic turned to Tails. I'd say more than bother if I just lost a time machine," he whispered. "No wonder why they keep losing important stuff." Orange brought the time machine into the room and laid it out on one of the workbenches. Gray produced a length of cable from one of the pockets of a laboratory coat, plugged one end of the weight calculator and slipped open a small hatch on the time machine to expose a socket where to plug the other end. "This," she explained, holding up the weight calculator, "is a one-use dimensional shifter. It will take you back to your home planet. Yes, the quick way. As soon as you get there, it will self-destruct. That will trigger the time machine as reprogrammed by my esteemed colleague here," Orange bowed slightly, "which will take you back to the exact time that your Professor Chum was transformed into his evil duplicate. After that, it's up to you." Orange sighed. "Nasty business, that stuff with the Professor. It's a lesson to us that scientists should not meddle in the things that man was not meant to know. He tried to control science and it destroyed him. It's a story filled with tension, drama, and good dialogue, and I give it a thumbs up. Sorry, I was getting carried away." Gray stared at her colleague for a moment, then slowly turned back to the two animals. "Ready?" he asked, passing them the two connected machines. "Does the dimensional thing have to explode?" Tails asked. Absolutely," said Gray. "You've only got a one-off license to use it. What better way to enforce that than by making sure you can't use it again? Anyway, if anything goes right, you won't ever need it again." "That's not what's worrying me," the fox persisted, his very expression troubled. "How big a bang is it going to make?" Gray laughed. "Hardly any," she said. "Just enough to restore them inside the machine. You may not notice it." Sonic relaxed a little. He had been worried as well, but as a hero he did not like to show it. "We're ready to go, most excellent science dude," he said. "Plug us in and let it rip." Orange reached over and pressed the green button on the calculator. "This is goodbye then," he said. "Best of luck. I know this sounds funny, but I hope for your sake that we never see you again." Sonic smiled. "I got your drift, dude," he said. His voice sounded strangely light and empty. He glanced across the Tails. The fox was fading away. He could clearly see the cell behind his friend. Glancing at his own hands, he saw his feet through them and the floor through his feet. "Don't worry," said Gray. "It's all part of the process. Goodbye, you two. Don't forget to write." The fox and hedgehog raised their paws and waved farewell to the scientists, but by then they were almost too faint to see. Sonic found himself completely solid, standing on nothingness. "Oh no," he said aloud. "Back here again. Mega downer." As he spoke, something began to fade into existence underneath his feet. It was completely grey and flat, stretching away to the horizon. He looked up to see a grey sky, slightly lighter than the surface underfoot. There was no sign of a sun or any clouds. Beside him, a cloud materialised out of nothing, a blob of bright colour on the otherwise completely bleak background. "Where are we?" he asked the hedgehog. "The grey, flat green hill zone, yes," Sonic said. "Remember last time Robotnik had just as long again to keep changing history and making things the way he wants them." He looked down at the white dimensional shifter in Tails' paws. "Has that thing blown up yet?" he asked. With a dull thud and a puff of brown smoke, it just did that, disintegrating completely. Sonic watched the silvery time machine in Tails' other paw, waiting for some sign it was working. Nothing happened. "How long did I say it would take?" he asked. "They didn't," Tails said. "I thought it would be immediately." "Me too," Sonic said. He peered off into the grey distance. "They better get shifting pretty quick," he continued, "because here comes the welcome committee. It doesn't look very welcoming to me." Out of the grey plane, a grey box-like shape about the size of a house was building up. A large round object lifted off from the top of it, hovered in the air for a moment to get its bearings, and swooped down in the direction of the new arrivals. Half of it was coloured red and half was black, and as it approached it split along the dividing line between the colour into two identical half spheres. Each half angled itself to point at one of the two animals. The two pieces were a bright silver inside. They looked a little like flying satellite dishes. "What's the hold up?" asked Sonic, glancing between the approaching dishes and the time machine was sat quietly in Tails' paws. "I don't know," queried the fox. "I'm not a scientist. Perhaps the thing didn't work. Perhaps Robotnik's got some kind of device that stops time machine working. Perhaps it got broken. Perhaps Orange programmed it wrong. Sonic snatched the apparatus from his friend and turned it over. There was no mark on it, not a scratch, not a dent, and most importantly, not a copyright symbol. That absent-minded orange jerk, he said. He programmed the time machine Robotnik made. Then he gave us the other one, the original. Of course we're not going anywhere. He said hard at the door on the side of the machine, trying to work out what the symbol engraved in the metal around it meant. Tails shook his shoulder. They're getting awfully close, he said. Behind him in the distance, I could hear a faint whining, buzzing sound. It grew louder. He was getting closer at the door and realised it was actually 3 doors, one inside another, and the button in the middle of them also had symbols engraved on it as well, which meant it was probably a door that needed to be set as well. 4 doors, and he did not understand the symbols, any of them. He knew he did. The 4 doors were simply too small and fiddly for his or Tails' fingers to adjust them to the right settings to get them out of here. They were sunk. They would never get back to Kinterport's laboratory now. The planet modes were doomed to remain this for the rest of time. He lowered the time machine and turned to Tails. Sorry, dude, he said. It's got the better of me. This one no scientist either. Above them, the 2 round discs hovered to a standstill. In the middle of each disc, Sonic could see a small piece of glass, like a lens. The 2 discs swiveled in the air, the lenses seeming to focus on the 2 animals and scan them. Identify yourself, demanded the voice. It did not sound like Robotnik, although it did not sound particularly human either. First time in his life, Sonic was ready to face his feet and tell his enemies who he was, but Tails spoke up first. We're from the 4th dimension, he said, his voice brave but quavering around the edges. We're on a mission. We come to tell your leader that if he doesn't stop mucking around with time, there's going to be big trouble. There was the silence from the 2 hovering dishes. Sonic stared at his young friend in astonishment. It was a brilliant plan, he had to admit to himself, although he probably never admitted to Tails. The 0 and red machine above them spoke up. What kind of trouble? It said. Big trouble, Sonic said. He told you that this is considered this. How big? Asked the big and black one. Think of a number, Tails said. Double it. Now double it again. Bigger than that. Gosh, said one of the machines. They were silent for a minute, then the red one made a clicking sound and wiggled slightly in the air. How do we know that you are who you say you are? It asked. Sonic watched as Tails strutted towards sharply and looked at it, behaving perfectly like a miniature general. I am Elder Tay, Elder Blue, he corrected. This is my assistant, Captain Orange. The orange one is blue and the blue one is orange, interrupted the red disc. Tails folded his arms and tapped his foot on the ground. We're from the 4th dimension, he said. We do things differently here. Captain Orange, step forward, please. Sonic was not too happy about being described as Tails' assistant, but realised that if his friend's plan was going to work, he would have to go along with it, as he could place forward. In my assistant's hands, continued Tails, is a product of the 4th dimension, the Mark 0 Goscoin prototype time machine. The boss uses one just like it, because he stole the time machine from us. The device has been identified as a product of authentic 4th dimensional technology, said the black and silver hovering machine, turning into its counterpart. But it is impossible to cross dimensions using a time machine. You must be lying. Its central lens began to glow with a red light. No, I'm not, exclaimed Tails. That's the clever bit. This version of the time machine is more advanced than yours. That proves that we are who we say we are. Sonic was astonished by his friend's audacious lie, but right now is grateful for anything that might save their hides. He watched the 2 hovering disc-like machines carefully. They seemed to be considering the evidence. You're on a mission from the 4th dimension, said the black and silver machine eventually, and the 2 friends breathed a quiet sigh of relief. And we will take you to the Lord Emperor Mobius, PhD. You mean Dr. Robotnik? Asked Sonic. Both machines thrilled in the air to focus their lens at him. Do not say his sacred name aloud, whispered the rest reverently. He is the great Lord Emperor who created us all and made the planet in his own image. We are not fit to clean the egg yolk stains from his moustache, but he has granted us the honour of letting us guard the surface of the planet he rules. Wait a minute, Sonic said. An idea had begun to form in his mind, where they might be able to save them and get them out of here. He hoped he could rely on Tails to back him up. How do we know that you 2 are who you say you are? You might be Rogue Robot, sent to lead us to our doom. The hovering dishes regarded him. The Lord Emperor has programmed us to be unable to lie, it said. You could be lying to us now, since you can't lie, Sonic said. We're going to need some kind of proof. We have the Lord Emperor's sacred copyright symbol on us, said the red machine. Sonic shook his head. No, that won't do. He glanced around and managed to catch Tails' eye. The fox was looking puzzled, but his expression brightened as he noticed the hedgehog pointing directly at the time machine. If you really were made by the Lord Emperor, chappie, Tails said, you'll be able to reprogram his devices and contraptions, won't you? Yes, said the black and silver disc. Then reprogram our time machine, Tails said. Your boss uses one just like it. Set it for, what do you reckon, Captain Orange? Oh, I don't know, Sonic breathed, knowing exactly what he was going to say. Finger a number, How about saying it 4 years, 5 months, 14 days, and 2.5 hours in the past? Very well, said the black machine. Its lens lit up with a ruby glow, and a very fine beam of scarlet light shot the time machine and Sonic paused exactly on its dials. As the Hedgehog and Fox watched, the circle spun around to a new setting and clicked into place. The beam of light withdrew. Time machine reprogrammed, said the black machine. Thanks, dude, Sonic said. I think that's all the proof we need. Tell your boss that Sonic and Tails said hi. Sonic and Tails! The machines exclaimed in unison, but it was too late. There was a white flash and the sound of distant thunder, and the hero disappeared, catapulted safely back into the past and home. Chapter 9. As sure as eggs is eggs. With a thump, they landed on soft green grass and lay there for a moment, breathing heavily. White clouds drifted across the cobalt blue sky above them. In the distance came a distant roar of waterfalls and the familiar shouts of the inhabitants of the Green Hill Zone playing and having fun. Woo! Tails said. That was close. Clever you to think of us tricking him into reprogramming the time machine for us. No problem, Sonic said, feeling strangely modest. It was your idea to tell them we were fourth dimensional dudes. Good call, little buddy. Oh, Tails said, blushing slightly. Anyway, we're home now, and that's all that matters. It's a good thing Robotnik hadn't tried to alter this part of the zone's history. You can relax now. Not quite, dude, Sonic said. You still got to sort out the Kinterball Robotnik thing, remember? He sprang to his feet and looked around. The Green Hill Zone looked just as idyllic, as peaceful as it always had when he was growing up there, but Sonic knew there was no time to be lost. Come on, Tails, he shouted. We've got 5 minutes to stop the rock blowing up and transform Kinterball into Robotnik, and the laboratory's on the other side of the zone. Tails jumped up and together the two animals shot across the undulating hillsides, across wooden bridges, over the beaches beside the glittering blue lake, through caves and tunnels, around some of the special loop-the-loops the Kinterball had constructed for the young Sonic to exercise his newfound skills and check the friction-reducing powers of his red shoes. Since this was before Robotnik's reign of terror, there was no springs, spikes, traps or manic robots to get in the way, and they powered across the landscape at top speed. The inhabitants of the zone looked up in surprise as the Hedgehog and Fox zoomed past them. Good afternoon, Sonic, called out the acorn as the duo sped up to her. Who's your friend? Can't stop, Sally, yelled Sonic. Crucial business, they hurled away. I've just thought, Sonic, puffed Tails, struggling to keep up with his hero and friend. Nobody in the zone would know who I am. It's K, dude, shouted Sonic, twisting his head back to speak to the fox. I'll tell you if you're a space alien or something, or a time traveller, or from another dimension or something. I know. We'll say you're from a different zone. Hilltop zone. Where Tails actually from. Yeah. Hey, we're there. He skidded to a halt at the top of a tall palm tree which stood at the lower slopes of a large hill. Potting the grass and flowers at its base, he revealed a large hole that splits down to the earth below. You saw it's safe. It looks like the burrow of some big, frightening, fox-eating creature, Tails asked. Don't be such a worse, Sonic said. I dug this tunnel myself. He rolled down himself into a ball and dropped out of sight down the hole. Tails followed him. And together they rolled down the narrow tunnel until suddenly Sonic stopped at the end of the passage. It led out into a large, brightly lit room filled with flashing machines. In the very centre of the room was a huge machine that towered to the cabin's high ceiling, seemingly built entirely of gleaming, shimmering gold rims which glittered and spun, held in position by a shimmering force field that surrounded them. From the top of the machine rose a pointed tower that ascended into a hole in the roof, and Sonic knew hid up through the ground into the Green Hill Zone above. There was the area of the retro-orbital chaos compressor, which Kinterball had already used to gather almost all the chaos energy on the planet. It was contained within the 6 colourful animals which were also held inside the force field's aura, glowing faintly behind the curtain of gold rings which kept them under control. The whole scene looked very familiar to the Hedgehog. He had been here many times before, but not for many years. Well, not since today. His thoughts were abruptly curtailed as Tails slammed into him from behind, shoving the Hedgehog through the tunnel, opening into the room beyond. He picked himself up, grabbed a dazed Fox, and grabbed him beyond one of the large machines that stood at the edge of the huge workshop. It was switched off and cool, and there was just enough room for a slim Hedgehog and a small Fox to squeeze behind it. Why are we hiding? Hissed Tails. Why don't we just step out and say, Hey Kinterball, switch off your machine before it explodes? Shh! It's not as simple as that, dude, replied Sonic. Quick, get back. The figure was emerging from the far side of the retro-orbital chaos compressor, a tall, slim man in a laboratory coat. The thin orange hair decorated his scalp, and he sported a tiny moustache of the same colour on his top lip. Under the white coat, he was wearing loose, comfortable trousers and a bright red shirt. Sonic, did you hear something, old fellow? The man asked. He's talking to you. Answer him, John, Tails whispered. Who is he anyway? That's Kinterball, dude, the Hedgehog answered. And he isn't talking to me. Look! An awesomely familiar blue figure trotted out of a small alcove to one side of the main room, slim, blue and dynamic, with 4 smart spikes down his back, and a pair of drop-dead running shoes that was only one person it could be, Sonic the Hedgehog version 1. Sonic 2, the older version, was hiding behind the equipment against the wall, held his breath. He never quite realised how stunningly good looking he was, how staggeringly cool. It was almost intimidating to be confronted by someone that cool, he was himself. I didn't hear nothing, dude, the new Sonic said to Kinderball. Whoa, Tails breathed. Are you sure? I just heard it again, Scientist asked. No way, don't diss my supervision abilities, dude. How's the programming going? Sonic 1 replied, wanting over to appear at the machine. The older Sonic 2 tensed his muscles ready to spring out, but the younger version of himself did not touch the rock's control panel. Oh, fine, fine, Kinderball answered. Just a few more minutes, and the chaos energy will be safely sealed in here forever. The moments will be truly perfect. Cool, the Hedgehog breathed. It's snack time. Can I get you something? He wandered back towards the alcove he emerged from and opened the door of a fridge that Sonic 2 could just see from his viewpoint. The whole scene was totally familiar. He remembered those moments as if they were etched into his brain and knew exactly what was going to happen next, or what would happen next, if he and Tails did not intervene. The moment's coming, dude, he whispered in Tails' ear. When I say go, we go. I'll distract those two and you go for the rock. There's 2 buttons on the control panel, one red and one green. Hit the red button, it'll pause the machine and freeze the chaos inside it. Whatever you do, don't hit the green button. Tails nodded silently and Sonic turned back to watch the room. Kinderball had walked back to the controls of the rock and was typing more instruction into it. In the alcove came a muffled P.U. The fridge door closed with a slam and the younger Sonic walked back into the main room. He was holding an egg in one paw. Although our Sonic could tell at its distance, he knew that the egg was hard boiled because a few years ago it had been him holding it. Watching him this gave him a whole trembly feeling in his stomach. He dropped back into a crouch ready to leap out into the attack. The other Sonic walked towards Kinderball. I'm sure you want to eat this, he asked, holding out the egg. Behind him, the rock began to pulse with strange, powerful energy. I think it's... Go! Yelled Sonic. He leaped out from his hiding place, spinning toward the centre of the workshop. Tails followed a second behind him. Sonic 1 and Kinderball spun around to look at the new arrivals. Watson, from the Sonic with the egg. Hey, what's going down? Who are these dudes? Sonic 2 landed in front of his identical counterpart. I'm you, he replied. You're me. We're us. Don't move anybody. He tried to dodge past the younger version of himself, but every time he made a move in any direction, the other matched it exactly, blocking his path, and Sonic 1's reactions were just as fast as Sonic 2's. Sonic and Tails came sailing over their heads, leaping towards the rock behind the 2 hedgehogs and the scientist. Sonic 1 saw him coming and leaped high into the air, grabbed the thwart by one of his red shoes. The 2 tumbled to the floor in an untidy heap. The egg that Sonic 1 had been holding was knocked from his hand and went flying, curling across the room, directly towards the rock's control panel. Sonic watched all of this, the leap, the fall, and the egg, as if it was happening in slow motion. He felt strangely calm and totally in control. As the egg soared in his parabola towards the flashing machine, vibrating with chaos energy, he dropped low, then sprang up with a controlled dive upwards towards the head of Kinderball and over the hedgehog and fox on the floor. The egg began to drop, heading directly towards a large green button in the middle of the control panel. Sonic stretched out his arm and snatched it out of the air. He hit the floor just beyond the control desk, rolled round, leaped back, and Sam dunked the egg down to the red button. Washington yolk and albumin flew everywhere. The rock stopped vibrating, and its lights pulsing slowly around it died away to be replaced by the friendly flickering of the force field, still holding the rings, emeralds, and chaos energy together. Well, hey, we did it! Sonic cheered. Yeah! We're already won. Wiping the remains of a very rotten egg from their faces and hands. Kinderball was the first one to recover. You look just like Sonic, he said. Logically, you can't be. And I've certainly never seen your friend before. He's Tails, I'm Sonic, and you're still Kinderball, voiced the hedgehog. Dr. K, we saved you from a fate worse than death. We are excellent, awesome, bodacious, like totally. He began moonwalking around the room, body popping to his own beat. He was interrupted by the scientist. Save me from what fate exactly? He asked. Sonic slowed down. Better not say, Doc, trust me, you wouldn't believe us. Just take it from me. Let's switch that rock thing back of yours back on until you found the grey emerald, okay? Who is this bogus dude? Asked the other Sonic, finally freeing himself from Tails' tails, which had wrapped themselves around him in a knot. He stood up and advanced on his duplicate. If he doesn't give us a decent explanation real soon, like right now, I'm going to bash him. Chill dude, Sonic said, and the other rushed at him, one fist raised. Sonic lifted the paw and caught the fist in mid-air. It felt like he grasped a handful of putty. It flowed in his grasp, twisting around his arm like a blue liquid. What's happening to them? Asked Tails. He and Kintable watched as the two hedgehogs' bodies seemed to become fluid, sliding, merging and morphing together. Arm joined arms, spikes slid into spikes, 4 legs became 2. In a second only one Sonic, the hedgehog, stood in the middle of the room, gazing at his hands with a puzzled expression. See, I love this idea of time travel. If you've seen the film Looper by Bruce Willis, he's actually wrestling with his younger self at one point, and I personally think that's going to break the laws of physics because there can't be two of the same person on the same timeline. So I think what happens in this book, what they wrote in 1993, is actually more what would actually happen if two people shook hands or whatever in the same timeline, but with the same person. Yeah. Anyway, where are we? Ah, yes. Kintable stared at the blue hedgehog. If my guess is right, he said, my education and research would lead me to conclude that what we just saw was a resolution of a time paradox. Yeah. The laws of the space and time would not allow two Sonics to exist in the same place at the same time, so the problem has solved itself by making the two of them into one. That which I think would happen. That in turn leads me to conclude that the two of you have been time travelling, probably from the future. So Sonic was probably right. It's better that I don't know why you switched off the rock just now and covered my workshop with rotten egg. Tails answered approximately none of Kintable's explanation. If the hedgehog thought things were fine, the Tails probably thought they were fine too. Sonic, are you okay? He asked. The hedgehog looked up from his paws. Of course I'm okay, he said. I'm Sonic the Hedgehog, aren't I? And now I'm twice as cool as I was before. Audacious! Tails smiled. That's the Sonic I know and adulate, he said. Sonic dug into his leg and he fell down to tug the Mark Zero Goscoin time machine from where he had tugged it into the top of his running shoe. Oh dear, he said. What? Why? What is it? Asked Kintable, his eyes lighting up. Don't worry, Dr. K, it's hero stuff, Sonic said, walking over and taking the time machine from Tails. How did it get this big dent in it? He asked. That's from where I and the other Sonic fell. That's from where I and the other Sonic fell on it, admitted Tails. But I thought it was supposed to vanish when we set everything right. It would have done, dude, if I had been the one that the fat guy had vanished. Sonic said, careful not to say the name of his arch nemesis. Kintable might seem absent-minded, but even he would recognise his own name backward. But it's the original, so it didn't. Hey, Doc, he called. We'll look after this for us. It's busted now, and you mustn't take it to bits. But it really ace on your workshop wall. Very well, the scientist said, taking the time machine gingerly from Sonic. I don't suppose you're going to tell me what it is? No way, Sonic said, and Tails said. He turned to Sonic. So it's all over. We saved the Dot and the day. No more villains to beat. What's there for heroes like you and me to do? Now we wrap this whole thing up, Sonic said. We find the Grey Emerald and neutralise all the chaos of Mobius. Forever. Chapter 10. Luck of the Hedgehog. It was a month later, and Sonic was speeding through the depths of the Mystic Cave Zone, dodging boulders and leaping from creeper to creeper. The zone was a naturally occurring series of caverns deep under the surface of Mobius, leading from the heights of the hilltop zone down to the rocky shores of the blue-green ocean. Kintable had found the Mystic Cave when he was first exploring Mobius for somewhere to site his workshop and home, but not exploring completely and settled instead in the Green Hill Zone. Now Sonic was exploring the depths of the cave in search of the elusive Grey Emerald. The search was not going too well. The Grey Emerald did not show up any scientific scanning instruments. This meant that Kintable, Tails and Sonic had to look for it in person, scanning every metre of ground on and under the planet. Kintable spent most of his time tunneling through leaky veins of underground minerals, using his cog-winder retractable particulate corer, the device he had used to find the first 6 Chaos Emeralds. Tails spent most of his time in the Green Hill Zone, sunning himself and chatting to babes, who found him irresistible because of his fine silky coat of fur and a cute twin tail. That left most of the work to Sonic. This didn't really bug him. It was a good chance to get out and keep his legs in shape, and enjoy seeing all the zones of Mobius as they were before Robotnik had messed them up. Hoya hop! He exclaimed, leaping over a glow bug which appeared out of patch of overhanging creeper. The bugs were harmless without Robotnik's exterior armour and flashing heat emitters attached to them, but leaping over them was fun and they did not seem to mind. But it did not feel like hero's work, and Sonic was honest with himself, nor was searching for the Grey Emerald. It was worthy and important work, but there was no sense of danger, difficulty or daring do to it. He needed something to get his teeth into, and for once he didn't mean a cheeseburger. Exploring the whole system of caves did not take long at supersonic speed, and before long he dashed out into the bright sunlight that poured down from a sky blue sky onto the deserted rocky shores of what was in the original time was Robotnik's foul oil ocean. Sonic looked around, breathing in the air and the smell of brine and kelp. The only sort of all this place we'll ever see again is suntan and all, he said to nobody in particular. The waves broke against the stones of the shore on their monotonous, unending, slow rhythm which might have felt calming if it had not clashed so violently with Sonic's mood. He was feeling restless, the sort of restlessness that not even a good long sprint would cure. Back in the Green Hill Zone, everyone would be larking around and having fun, expecting him so often that Sonic was wretchedly tired of it. He wanted action and adventure, and he wanted them right now. What's the point of saving the world if nobody knows that you saved them? What's the point of saving the world if there's no challenges left once you've done it? He asked the sky. Unsurprisingly, the sky didn't reply. A lone seagull soared high above. It's okay for you, he called, knowing he could not hear him. You've still got places to explore. I've been around the world a million times, and all I find is slime. Robotnik may have been a villain, but at least I was never bored of him around. He picked up a stone and hurled it across the waves far into the ocean. He skipped once, twice, 3 times, and splashed from view. Sharp Sonic briefed off the ripples it had made. A glint in the sky, looking almost like a reflection from the sea, caught the pondering hedgehog's eye, and he looked upwards, trying to focus on it in the glare. With one paw raised to shield and shade his eyes, he just about made a sharp, dark light shape speeding across the sky, heading higher and further away. A bright flare of flame jetted from its tail end as it soared through the stratosphere, speeding away with all the apparent effort of the seagull earlier. It was too far away to see any markings on its sides. Wonder who or what that was, mused Sonic. No dude here's got a rocket, or the science or sense to build one, except Kinterball, but he's too busy with his emeralds. Maybe I'd better head back to the zone. Something in my spokes tells me there may be trouble brewing. Trouble from outer space too. This could be bad. So bad, it's good. His former disgruntled thoughts vanished and wiped away and replaced by the idea of adventure. Without pausing to look back at the ocean or sky, he darted back into the entrance to the mystic caves. Just inside, almost hidden in the shadows, was one of the network of computer monitors that Kinterball had installed all over the planet, so that anyone who found any trace of the grey emerald could report it directly to him. When the rocket had blown up in another other timeline, the network had crashed. With Kinterball still at the planet's helm, however, the network of monitors was working fine. Sonic stood in front of a screen. Sonic to Kinterball, come in, Doc K. There was no reply. The screen stayed blank and there was no sound apart from the very faint, very high-pitched whine that all TV sets make. Are you there, Doc? Tails, how about you? He asked. Nothing. Something must have happened. Dr. Kinterball always kept a miniature receiver with him whenever he went, and could pick up a signal even if it was kilometres underground. Sonic thought for a moment, his brow furrowed, and ran back out into the beach. He revved his legs up to full speed until and he was whirling on the spot like a giant fan, shot along the rough shingle. The coastal route was a long way around to the Green Hill Zone, but he didn't care. At this speed it would only mean a difference of a few minutes, and he loved the feel of washing wind in his face and the smell of adventure in the air. A while later, back in the Green Hill Zone, everyone's heads turned as a small blue and undeniably cool hedgehoggy shape hurtled down hill and up dale, sending a trail of cut grass flying up after its racing paws. It screeched to a halt beside a group of pals who were enjoying the afternoon sun. Good to see you, Sonic. The grass needs trimming, called Porker Lewis deadpan. The others knitted behind their paws and wings. He's better than a lawnmower, chirps. Alright, calm down, don't hurt yourself laughing, Sonic said crossly. As he had Tails had changed time, the guys in the zone seemed to have lost a lot of respect for him. Of course, he told himself, they'd never see me in action. Nothing bad has ever happened here. So they had to save them from anything, crack them out of the robot cell where Robotnik could trap them. Hey, how come I remember all this when it never happened? Thought the bit of him that was still the other Sonic. Anyone else seen Doc K around, he asked, or Tails? Here I am, announced the furry fox, appearing from behind a couple of bushes. I've just been to check on the Doc, but he can't be back from his search yet. He certainly hasn't restocked the fridge yet, because it was completely empty. Come on, Sonic, said Port Lewis. While you're waiting for your pal, the prof, to get back, how about a game of cards? The pig produced a deck of cards from behind his back and deftly flipped, shuffled and cut and dealt them. It was quite a feat of agility, especially considering he was using trotters to do it. Something about the way he manipulated the cards made Sonic think of something out of his past. That was it! Just before that evil bandit, Robotnik had captured all of his friends and infested the Green Hill Zone and the rest of them with traps. Sonic remembered a game just like this one. It was on an afternoon just like this, too. A curious sensation filled his body, just like the sensation he felt in Kinterboy's workshop as he watched himself. He had heard Kinterboy refer to the feeling as a deja vu, but he just thought of it as a repeat showing. Okie dokie, he said. What's the game, Porky? Snap? Racing Demon? Pit? Sally kind of looked at him from where she was sitting and sighed. You know we'll never play those games against you again. You're just too fast. You'll be finishing your third game before we're halfway through the first. Nope, Porker announced. This game is called 23, and you can have to make the cards in your hand add up to 23 if you can. You get one card to start, and you put down however many jelly beans you think it's worth. Jelly beans? Tails asked, his eyes lighting up. Tails passed around small packets of the Sally passed around multicoloured sweets, 20 to each person. Porker explained the rest of the rules. Everyone had to try to get more on the cards than he did, or the stakes went to him. If the cards added up to over 23, the stakes went to him. If they beat him or got 23, he paid them. It sounds a bit complex to me, Tails complained. He was attracted by the thought of the sweets. We'll get the hang of it, Porker said, dealing at the first round of cards. Sonic tried to remember exactly what had happened in the far-off game. His first card had been a 7, or was it a moon? He picked up the card and looked at it. It was a moon worth 10. He watched carefully as everyone else staked their jelly beans in 1s and 2s. Tails looked dubious and put down 3. The fox had not been in the old game, so Sonic did not know how well he was going to do. So he put down 4. Ooh, a big stake there, Porker said. Sonic looked at his card again and at the jelly beans. He picked up a great one and almost put it down in front of him as his stake. But at the last minute flicked it into the air and caught it in his mouth. Hey, no scoffing the stakes, Porker commented. Chill dude, I can afford it. Sonic nodded and he pushed the rest of the beans forward. Porker stared hard at it. Is there something you're not telling us? He said. Nope, Sonic said, chewing his jelly bean. Porker shook his head, dealt out the second round of cards, either one's face up. Sonic got a planet, also worth 10. It was exactly what he remembered, and he remembered what the next cards were as well. He looked around. Tails had received a 2, not a bad card. Sally had a 6. Porker had a 9. Sally, you're the first, said the piggy dealer. You want a card? Sally nodded, and Porker flipped over a card. It was a 9 landed next to her 6. I'll pass, she said. Porker turned to Sonic. What for you, Mr. High Roller? He asked. I'll take a card, please, Sonic said. He was on 20 points, and this was a big risk. He knew what was going to happen. Porker flipped the card. It was a red star worth only 1. Sonic remembered that card. He saw it perfectly in his mind's eye, as well as the 2 that followed it in the pack. Nice card, Porker grunted. Can I tempt you with another one? I can almost taste your jelly beans already. Yeah, sure, give me another card, Sonic said. Matter of fact, give me 2, just be on the safe side. Porker shrugged his shoulders as if to say, this boy's gone crazy, but he flipped the cards. 2 more 1-point stars fluttered there to land beside Sonic's other cards. He had 23 points. 5 card hand, Sally gasped. Dealer pays 3 times if you beat him. 4 times if you got 23. Porker guffawed. You'd have started off with 20 points if you had 23 now, he cried. Only an idiot or psychic takes more cards when they're on 20 points. Sonic said nothing, just smiled. Across the circle of players, he saw Tails give him a funny look. He grinned back at him. The rest of the players took their turns. Some of them passed, some took more cards. Tails went too far. Ended up with 26 points and surrendered his stake of 3 to Porker. Finally it was the pig's turn. He turned over his first card to reveal a third. 3, 9, 12 points. He flipped the top card of the deck and it landed between his others. Sun worth 10. Dealer has 22, Porker announced. I'll pay anyone with 23. Too high for me, said Sally, throwing him her stake. Come on, Sonic, give it up. What was your first card? It couldn't have been worth 10. Sonic bent down and slowly turned over his moon. There were gasps from all around the circle. You owe me 19 times 4 jelly beans, Porker, he said. 76. What? Exclaimed the piggy one. What? Not fair. I thought we were playing 23, not strip Porker. How Mobius did you know you get a free start? Sonic stood up. That'll teach you to have a little respect for your local hero, dude, he said, and walked away. Behind him, he could hear an argument starting to break out. Porker was claiming he had been robbed and that Sonic had cheated. Sally Acorn was sticking up for him, saying it was probably boring one that can buff. Chirp was saying something about fate, and Blicky the Boo was claiming that Sonic must have X-ray eyes and be able to see through the cards. Most of them were saying that they would never play cards against Sonic again. There's no sound of Tails' voice. I know how you did it, said a familiar accent at his elbow. You remembered the game from the first time you played it, didn't you? Yeah, Tal. Smart of you to think of it. Not, the hedgehog replied, walking on towards Kinterbor's underground base. Why'd you do it? The fox asked, running around to be in front of Sonic and jogging backwards so he could face his friend. The guys would never play cards with you again. Or any other game either. That wasn't just showing off, that was arrogance. Something's wrong. Sonic said nothing, they kept walking. Come on, Sonic, I'm your best mate, you can tell. Oops, Tails said, tripping over a rock and falling flat on his back. Ow! In a second, Sonic was kneeling beside him. Are you okay, dude? He asked. That looked like a bad trip. Tails sat up, rubbing his ankle. That sounds more like the Sonic I'm usually proud to call my friend, he said. I'm okay, Sonic. I've had worse trips than that. What about you? You sound like you're real down just now. Sonic shrugged. It's just, I don't know. It doesn't feel right. Having everything this peaceful, it's all very cute and sweet and nice. I'm used to action and daring do, snatching victory from the jaws of Robotnik and all that. I'm bored. Bored? Bored, 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 bored. I get the picture, the fox interrupted. Let's go and see if Kinderboard's back yet. Yeah, Sonic's face brightened. Hey, I saw some kind of spacecraft zooming out the planet's atmosphere. That's what I was going to tell the doc about, see if he knew what it was. A spacecraft? Maybe he saw it too. That could be why he's scarping in such a hurry. Sonic looked puzzled. He left in a hurry? Yeah. His workshop's a terrible mess, you know. Equipment lying everywhere, cupboards and drawers open. Some of the scenes still on. Let's go! Sonic shouted. Let's dash off towards the hidden entrance to the workshop. Tails, slightly puzzled, followed him. Together they rolled down the narrow chute into the middle of the floor of the workshop area and stopped and looked around. It was a shambles. Bits of equipment were hanging out of open drawers or lying around on work surfaces or on the floor, the wires trailing from them. The desk where Kinterbore usually sat and fought or planned out his next voiceover expedition was strewn with papers, scattered and torn. Some of the machines and monitors against the wall were switched on, their warning lights flashing red and blue as their doors pointed high into the danger zones. Sonic's treadmill, where he had first broken the sound barrier and where in recent weeks he had been coaching Tails, was overturned. It did not look like as if someone had left in a hurry. It looked like as if a gang of bad mood guys had trashed the place. Sonic dashed over to one of the monitors on the wall. The cog-winder retractable particulate corer is still here. Kinterbore isn't out on an expedition, or if he is, he took something different to travel in. Like a spacecraft, maybe? Asked Tails. I don't think so, not his style, answered Sonic. Then he saw the rock. The retro-orbital chaos compressor stood where it always stood, in the centre of the room. There's thousands of glittering, chaos-proof rings still hung suspended around it, but the shimmering orb of the force field, which always surrounded them, was gone. So were the 6 regular geometric colour-coded shapes of the chaos emeralds. The place where they normally float inside the rock's containment field was completely empty. Sonic and Tails stared at the empty device for a long few silent seconds, then turned to each other. The shock of surprise on Sonic's face was perfectly matched by that on Tails'. Don't suppose, Tails sighed. Suppose what? Sonic snapped. That Kinterbore was using the machine, and the accident happened anyway, even though we stopped it, and he turned into Robotnik. Are you going to trap us down here and turn us into chaos robots? Asked the fox in a panic rush. Sonic turned back to look at the rock. Nah, he said. If that had happened, the machine would have blown up and would have seen the rings raining down all around us when we were outside. 2 possibilities, dude. 1, you found the Grey Emerald and were so excited to come back here and neutralise all the Chaos Emeralds without telling us. No way, Tails decided. You'd have told us, definitely. It doesn't explain the mess either. Good thinking, Sonic said. So good, it was just what I was thinking too. That leads to the second possibility, which is the bad news one. Someone's taken the emeralds, possibly the dudes in the spaceship, possibly not. They may have taken Kinterbore too. They may not. Let's search the place, there may be some clues. The 2 animals set about their search with a vengeance. No scrap of paper was left unturned, no machine left unexamined. Every doorway, tunnel, corridor, air duct and piece of furniture in the whole place was turned upside down, searched, tapped, turned right side up again and shaken. There was no sign of Kinterbore or the emeralds, or any clue as to who may have removed or beefed both of them. After almost an hour of investigation, Sonic was getting hungry in a big way. I'm getting hungry in a big way, he said. Serious snack attack, dude. Most of the rumblings from the stomach zone, you know what I'm saying. I'm going to do a fridge run. Excuse me. I told you earlier, Tails said. The fridge is empty. There's nothing in there at all. Not even a rotten egg this time. Okay, I'll do a kitchen run and see what I can find. You want anything? Anything but an omelette, Tails replied, as the blue hedgehog dashed back to the kitchen and opened the door of the cupboard next to the fridge. He stared at the contents for a moment. Tails, he called. Yeah? Did you check the cupboard next to the fridge? Not me. I think you should have, dude. Tails came running. Inside, encased almost tightly in a tight-fitting suit of gleaming plastic, lay Dr. Kinterbore. Someone had stuffed an apple into his mouth to make a gag. He did not see me wriggling once, but he shook his head violently at the pair of heroes. Recognise that suit? Sonic asked. Tails nodded. Soup, stop restraining this poor professor chap, he said quietly. The black plastic flowed away from Kinderbor's slim body down his torso, over his legs, and condensed in the brown black circle on the floor by his feet. The scientist sat up, banging his head on the top of the cupboard. He reached up, rubbed his head, then removed the apple from his mouth. Thank goodness you found me, he said, panting slowly. I've been in there for hours, you know. This band of dreadful ruffians in stretchy black uniforms smashed their way in here when we started on that black thing. It's called a prison suit, Sonic said. We hope we never see one again, Tails said. And they switched off the retro-orbital chaos compressor, stole the emeralds, and stuffed me in here. I really don't know why they wanted them. What were these black-suited dudes like? Sonic asked. Very strange, said Kinterbor, rubbing his head. Very strange indeed. One of them looked like a bit of a horse, but had some kind of horn sticking out of his head. Another was like a human being, only very tall and hairy all over, and he growled a lot. The leader was most extraordinary. A scaly sort of fellow he was, with big claws and golden eyes, lots of teeth, and these sort of black protections that didn't seem to really fit into his uniform. Said his name was Arctur, Sonic said. Arctur the Dragon King? Tails added. My word, you met them then? 3 times too many, Sonic said. Well, and I thought today was going to be just another boring day in paradise. Chapter 11, Larceny Most Foul. What are we going to do? Tails repeated. It was an hour later. The two animals left Kinterbor, wandering dazedly around the ruins of the laboratory, tutting over trampled instruments and trying to sort the place out. And they headed out to see if anyone else in the zone had seen anything out of the black spacecraft. Sonic felt like a new hedgehog, full of energy. A challenge had presented itself, and he was about to rise in it, if only he could think how. Righty-ho, he said. The problem needs to be looked at logically, studied from all sides, analysed, thought about thoroughly by trained minds and all that. When do we start? Tails asked. We don't. We leave that to the doc, Sonic said. He's the resident sitting and thinking dude around here. We're the resident rustling around and saving his butt dudes. Hope he comes up with something soon. But why would the Mythos creatures want the chaos emeralds in the first place? Tails wondered. Like I said, leave that to the experts, Sonic said. He did not want to admit he didn't have a clue about why Arctur and his cronies might have done what they did, or how they found their way to Mobius, and he quickly changed the subject. Look, there's Porker and Sally. Let's go and see if they saw anything. Perhaps not a good idea, sighed Tails, but as always it was too late. The impetuous hedgehog had always sprinted over the grass to them. Yo, you two, he said. Got a question for you. We know you have, said Paul crossly. Here are your flaming jelly beans, and I hope you choke on them. You cheated in that game. We don't know how you did it, but it wasn't funny. He thrust the bulge bag into Sonic's surprise hand and turned away about to storm off. No, dudes, exclaimed the hedgehog. That's not the question. Look, I don't want your jelly beans. I'm not hungry. There's Sonic rumbled loudly, proving him wrong. It's much more important than that. Pork and Sally turned back towards him with suspicious looks. What is it? Sally asked, a school tail whiskey in the air, showing how irritated she was. Sonic felt bad. He not meant to annoy his friends with his card game trip. He took a step forward and held out the bag to Porker. I'm sorry, I don't really want the beans, man, he said. I was feeling really weirded out this afternoon is all. Didn't mean to hack anybody off. Look, take the jelly beans and share it out with everyone. Tell them I'm sorry about mucking up the game. I wasn't cheating, I swear. His voice tailed off. He knew he could not explain how he'd done it without giving away the whole secret. Sonic took the bulbous bags, his eyes wide with delight. Are you sure? He said. Thanks, Sonic. You're okay, really. I knew you were. It's just that you keep doing stupid things that make people forget that you're your friend, you know. He opened the bag and held it out to Sonic Tails. Go on, he said. Take a few. The two friends each took a paw of beans. Sonic thrust them all into his mouth at once and chewed them up. He really was very hungry. Tails walked through the collar in and chose a pink one and popped it into his mouth. He grinned. Earthworm flavour. Chewy yet country. Say acorn grimace. Oh, you're gross, he said. Sonic picked up a bean from the bag, threw it up in the air and tried to catch it in his mouth. It bounced off his snout and fell into the grass, lost. Oh, nuts, he said. I'd like to know how you do that trick, Sonic. I'd really like to know how you were going to get 3 stars in that game of 23. You didn't touch the bag of cards at all. Can you teach me? Yeah, Sonic said, flattered. The bean thing's simple. You just practice a lot. Being really cool helps. The card trip, no problem. First you find yourself a Mark 0 Goss coin Sonic, Tails said. Just get the beans away, you don't get the game away too. Mythos dudes, remember? Oh right, yeah, sorry Porker, another time maybe, Sonic said. Look, about 3 hours ago, You dudes are hanging around there, right? Did you see anything strange, bizarre, truly out there, left field weirdnessville? The pals looked at each other. 3 hours ago, Sally asked. Yeah, probably about noon, Tal said. Before I got back from the hilltop zone, my old home, he coughed artificially. I don't think so, said Porker. I don't remember seeing anything odd. Can't even give us a clue. Dark, Sonic said, sort of dark and slim and rocket shaped, about 80 meters long and doing about 6 times the speed of sound. Full of really weird, eerie dudes in tight black rubbery gear, carrying humongous guns and saying stuff like, "Hehehe, now at last we possess the means to destroy our enemies and rule the universe, and no one shall stand in our way." Ring any bells? Now you mention it, said Sally. When I was down at the beach, there was something odd. Not like you described though. It was as if this big wind had blown up out of nowhere and sort of zoosed down the lake. Zoosed? Tails asked. Sally made a sweeping movement with her arm, like something moving really fast. It's the best word I could think of for it, she said. Anyway, this thing, wind, wherever it was, zoosed down the lake really fast, making huge waves, but some massive boat had gone past at full speed, while Joe Sushi jumped off a top rock. It sounded like wind, or like when you're at top speed. Which way was it heading? Sonic asked. Sally pointed over the hillock under which lay Kinterborough's secret base and laboratory. That way, she said. But after it had gone past me, I didn't see or hear any more. None of you guys were talking about, or any spacecraft or anything like that. Nor me, said Porker. Thanks, guys, Sonic. You've been a help. Really. Catch you later. He nodded to Tails, and they headed back in the direction of the underground complex. What do you think? Tails said. A sonic boom? More like invisibility, Sonic said. It's possible. Remember that empty robe who was sitting in the time capsule chamber? So these Mythos dudes made the ship invisible, flew in, found Kinterborough's base. But how'd they ever find the base, or for that matter, the planet? Asked Tails. If they can make an 80-meter long rocket invisible, they could probably cross dimensions, Sonic frowned, thinking back in time to his time in the fourth dimension. Yeah, they definitely have, because I remember that Grey Babe saying that they weren't originally from the fourth dimension, they'd invaded it. So I don't know. Maybe they're trying to track us through time. Maybe they captured Grey or Orange or Elder J and made them tell. And once they've done that, well, big science isn't my field, but 6 emeralds packed with water carriers on the planet would show up most scanners of the thought. They made the ship invisible, landed, tied up Doc K, nicked the emeralds and scarpered, Tails said. Once they're taken off, you made the ship visible again because they knew nothing could catch them, and you saw them leaving. Sounds heinously plausible, Sonic said. Come on, let's see if the Doc's worked anything out. Ah, boys, glad you came back so soon, Kinterborough asked. The scientist was kneeling in the middle of the room beside the overturned body of Sonic's sonic treadmill, his multi-tool in his hand. He bent for a second, and a tall word explained to a screw into the bottom of the large machine. There was a brief smash that automatically welded into place. Yo, Doc, Sonic said. Didn't find out much, except the Mythos thing can do tricks with invisibility, like making the entire spaceship disappear. Hey man, why are you fixing that? He looked around at the rest of the workshop, which was still a complete mess, with equipment smashed and scattered over its floor. Because, young hedgehog my lad, I am no fool, Kinterborough said, straightening up and dropping the multi-tool into the pocket of his white laboratory coat. I'm afraid I have a small confession to make. You know that strange silvery device with a dial on the button you gave after you burst in here and switched off my retro-orbital chaos compressor? The Mark Zero, Sonic exclaimed, of course. That's where I saved the emeralds in a day and everything. Doc, you'll find it impossible to believe, being a dude of science and all that, but that little silver thing was a genuine bona fide 100% no joke time machine. And that what we told you about being broken, well, that was a white lie. A blue lie, Tails interrupted. Technicolor lie, whatever, Sonic said. We don't know if it's broken or not. All we knew was when it got dented when Tails fell on it. Why did you mention it? And don't say it got stolen too. No, it didn't, Kinterborough said, picking up a chair from the floor and putting it. Otherwise, sit on it. I have good news for you, bad news, and confession too. As I said, the confession is that I knew it was a time machine. Sonic and Tails stared at him, their eyes boggling out of their heads. Do what? Exclaimed Sonic. Stroof! Exclaimed Tails. But we told you not to touch it, Sonic said. A pain of death or something else rather nasty, Tails added. Well, I did touch it, said Kinterborough. I'm a scientist, and meddling with the unknown is my job. Besides, I was as curious as George about it, so I took it apart and studied its mechanism, and worked out how it functioned, and what its function was in the first place. So can you program it? Can we use it now? Sonic asked breathlessly, hopefully. Unfortunately not, Kinterborough admitted. That's the bad news. It's broken quite badly so. Still, I was able to work out the scientific principles behind it. Time behaves much like the normal world around us, only in more dimensions, and working out how to manipulate it is simple, as long as you can do transfinite mathematics in your head and understand the concepts of parallel universes, dimensional slippage, the simultaneous existence and non-existence of certain subatomic particles, and the rule of 23. Sonic knows that one, Tails said, but not the others. So can you rebuild the machine then? Sonic asked. No, I'm afraid not. Whoever made this device has access to very high technology. They're obviously a very gifted designer. A clumsy tools wouldn't have hope of repairing it without causing even more damage. Sonic looked downcast. He felt frustrated. So what are you saying, Doc? He said. The good news had better be like totally amazing, you hear me? I think it is, the red-haired professor said with a trace of a smile. Well, I can't perform the necessary repairs on your machine. I can take the same principle it uses, or used, and move them into a bigger machine, such as, for example, this sonic treadmill. In scientific terms, time travel is an amusing trifle, and I'd almost forgotten it. It almost was the first thing that came into my mind when I wondered how we were going to get the carriage someone's back from those thieves and brigands. So I've made a few modifications to the treadmill on the assumption you would agree to help. Yeah, that's a fair assumption, Doc. How's the treadmill going to work? Simple. Kintable stood up, bent over, and lowered the Compton treadmill to lay on the floor, right side up. Sonic and Tails looked like the same as it always had, a small conveyor belt. 2 meters long and half a meter wide, on a series of rollers that were held out slightly above the floor on a series of feet. On a readout halfway down, the hand height was indicator showing the speed the person was running on the treadmill had reached. It's not quite finished yet, continued the scientist. I don't have time for the fancy controls, even though I thought I could duplicate them, which I don't. To go forwards in time, you stay on the treadmill and run like fury in the direction of this red arrow. You point to a recently painted and slightly spotty arrow on one side of the belt. To go backwards, you just run the other way. How fast do we go? Tails asked dubiously. As fast as you like, Kintable advised. Your running both powers the machine and guides you through time. You should be able to watch the space around you to see how far back you've reached. But if that's not helpful, then read this. He pointed at the readout. The top line is how far back or forward you are from the time you started, in years, days, hours and minutes. The bottom is how far you are from absolute zero. Absolute zero, asked Sonic. Sounds ominous, Tails said. Absolute zero is the Big Bang, the birth of the universe, Kintable said. What about the Big Burger, Sonic said. The jelly beans hit the spot, but they didn't hit it hard enough. Splendid idea, said Kintable. You go and find something to eat, and I'll put down the finishing touches to the time machine. He bent down to the treadmill, his monitor already whirring in his hand. Not much later, the two brothers returned to the laboratory, contentedly chewing on the remains of a large pizza. Sonic offered the last slice to the doctor, who was still hunched over the swan treadmill, as it now was. Wearing the final piece in place, he looked around. Ah, you're back, he said, just in time. No pizza enough for me. Care for a test run, Sonic? No problem. Kintable set up the treadmill right away, and the hedgehog leapt onto his belt. It did 2 readouts by his right paw. The top was just a line of zeros, but the bottom one read 17,700,320 154 -77 2021 colon 04. What's this number? He asked. I told you, Kintable said, it's time elapsed since the Big Bang, but you won't be going back that far back. Sonic counted the numbers. 17 billion years, he asked Wizard aloud. Dude, I see what you mean by not going that far back. I'll be knackered if I ran that for that long. So how do you work this thing? Face the way you're turning now, he talked to the scientist. Sonic turned around, then turned back where he realised he did not have to move. Start running. Wait for the first number on the top row to change from 0 to 1, then stop. Don't run too fast. Why not? Because running on a full stomach gives you indigestion and wind. Now go. Now. Now. Sonic started jogging at a leisurely pace. Almost immediately, the last digit in the top row flickered and changed, but nothing else happened. That's no good, he told himself and jogged on. The number flickered 1, 2, 2, 3, 4. At the corner of his eyes, Sonic saw Tails flicker too. He stopped immediately. What happened? What happened? He asked his furry friend. You flickered. You vanished, Tails wailed in the high-pitched voice. You completely disappeared for 4 whole minutes. I was really worried, Sonic. 4 minutes? Whoa, sorry, dude, Sonic said. I thought this thing wasn't working, so I kept going. You flickered, so I stopped. Me? I just scratched my ear, the fox purred in a hurt tone. Ah, but you saw it as a flicker, Kintable explained. Because Tails' movement, which must have lasted maybe 10 seconds, would see a split-second flash, because you were moving in time much faster than we were. You were moving in time, the hedgehog asked, bewildered. Of course, we all do. It's called living and getting older. Now, I think we judge the trial run a success. I say trial one, that's rather good, isn't it? Come on, now you two. Give me a hammer, get this contraption outside. Why outside? Sonic asked. Because if you're going back to the moment before those Because if you're going back to the moment before those ruffians appeared, you can't use us in here. If you did, you'd appear in the workshop when I was still here. And since I didn't see you last time, you'd be altering time, and that's always a bad idea. But we're going to alter time anyway, Tails said, surprised. Not necessarily. Just because Sonic saw a black spaceship flying away from here does not mean it had the Chaos Emeralds on board it. Nobody else saw them arrive or leave, am I right? In our timeline, you could easily attack them, take in the emeralds, jump on the treadmill and come back here a few minutes from now. You might have, you might not, but we don't know. It's what we scientists call an uncollapsed probability wave. Whatever you do, don't change history if you can help it, or shout to your friends or anything like that. Sonic picked up his end of the time treadmill. Together they struggled and heaved it up the narrow tunnel to the outside world. Finding it there on the grass outside the tunnel entrance in the shade of a palm tree, and the three figures stood around it. So who goes? Asked Sonic. You two, said Kintapor. There isn't room for me. I don't have the speed or stamina to keep up with your running. You will need to run until the dial shows you're gone back. He checked his watch. 3 hours and 42 minutes. That should be just after that spaceship lands, but before it takes off. Best of luck, chaps. He set them both by the hand and stepped back. Sonic and Tails stepped into the treadmill and prepared to run. No, not that way. The other direction. Against the arrow, shouted Kintapor. The animals turned around. Now? Tails asked. Let's, Sonic said, and started trying. It was a little difficult to run at the same speed, like running in step. They soon got it right. The numbers on the readout sped backwards. Sonic looked around him. At first it seemed as though nothing was happening, until he noticed the leaves of the palm tree above them, which were thrashing around as if a huge storm was blowing, although he knew that the wind could not be stronger than a slight breeze all afternoon. Clouds whipped up across the sky, billowing and furling like huge sheets. The sun started moving backwards up towards the acme of the blue sky. It's working, he called back. Bro, I feel young already, came Tails' response from behind him. I'm glad Kintapor finally explained how all this time travel malarkey works, but let's pretty well understood a word of what he was saying. The readout moved out on -3 hours 20, then 30. Suddenly in front of them was a flurry of activity. They saw black suited figures moving around, moving backwards, being attacked by two familiar figures, one blue, one orange, also moving backwards. It's us, how are we doing? Tails wondered. Keep running, we're almost there, Sonic replied. The numbers flickered on. 341, 42, stop, he called, and they both screeched to a stop. I don't get it, Tails said. Where's the ship? I don't know, Sonic said, stepping on the treadmill straight to an invisible wall, his face flattened against it. Youts, boy, dose. What is it? Big and invisible, it must be their ship, Sonic replied. Looking down, he could see a long mark on the grass where Sonic had flattened it, and he assumed was still flattening it. He saw the flat surface in front of him, and his fingers found a protrusion. He pushed it. With an invisible hum, something invisible slid into the side of the invisible ship, revealing a very obvious starship airlock entrance in front of them. The inner door was already open, revealing a corridor stretching into the ship. Whoa, Comerville! Do we go in, or do we go in? He asked. There's no sign of the Mythos creeps yet, Tails said. Let's go in. Good plan, Sonic said, leading the way. The inside of the ship was made up of unpainted metal girders covered in ducts and cables, with suspended walkways that clanged and echoed as they headed into the interior. Bare neon tubes hung from bare cables, throwing a stark white light with their few shadows. Let's take a left here, Tails said. Why left? Asked Sonic. If the ship came zoosing over the lake to land, like Sally said, that means its nose must be pointing north, and the bridge will probably be that way, Tails said. Awesomely good thinking, Sonic congratulated him, turning left. As they headed further into the ship, the bare corridors became plusher. Panels covered the walls and the lights were shielded and less harsh. At the end of the corridor, there was a closed door. Sonic stepped forward and read the plaque on it. It said, Bridge, only mythological creatures within, by order. I didn't really think that would stop us, Sonic said, and gave the door a good boot. It flew open, slammed to a wall, and siren alarms started going off, filling the ship with wailing sirens and flashing lights. Bogus, he said. Still time for a quick look around, Tails said, going through the door. The bridge was deserted, but its many complex instrument panels flashed with inexplicable lights. One console to one side of the others looked as if it had been recently installed. Every button, dial and light was labelled, but the fox could not read the language they were written in. It's Greek, he said, or at least it's all Greek to me. Here's something that isn't, Sonic said, brandishing a large folder with the fans. Secret plans, captain's eyes only on it. Nice of them to make it obvious for us. Come on, let's get out of here before those imaginary enemies of ours come running. They set off at a sprint down the corridor, turned right where they had turned left last time, and shot out the spacecraft's hatchway, straight into the oncoming forces of fantasy. There were 7 Mythos creatures, 6 were carrying Chaos Emeralds, and 7 carried a large gun. It was Arctur.
Ah, the rats heard us coming and want to rescue their precious treasures today, he boomed. They shall not succeed. Now at last we possess the means to destroy our enemies and rule the universe, and no one shall stand in our way.
He did not seem to have spotted the time traveler under the tree. Sonic turned to Tails. I said he would say that. Bad guys are so predictable.
Predictable or not, you spiky moron, you and your ilk are doomed.
I'm a fox, not an ilk, Tails said. But Arthur was already drawing a sleek black pistol from a concealed sleek black holster in his sleek black uniform. On one movement, Sonic threw the folder of plan to one side and leaped into the air, spinning and twisting to gain as much speed and power in the shortest possible time. He sped towards Arthur, but the Dragon King saw him coming and dodged sideways with reactions faster than his last sword would suggest. Tails too leaped into the attack, whirling like a dervish. Some of the mythical soldiers dropped the emeralds they were carrying and lunged for their guns. Why was this drop, having been solidly smacked in the head by a hurting hedgehog or a flying fox? The two heroes bounced between bad guys. Wham! Sonic stabbed off the helmet of another Mythos creature, something with two heads, judging by its double helmet, spun into the air, bounced up onto its other helmet, and shot away as the creature crawled to the ground. The emerald it had been carrying rolling harmlessly away. Sonic flew through the air, grabbed the branch of a nearby tree, and used it to flick himself back into the fray, leaping high and spinning, to descend onto the dark helmet of a soldier below him. The helmet cracked and split open like a conch under the force of his impact, and a moment later, a second later, the tail spun in from another direction to whack the walkie head below a solid belt. The soldier collapsed, the pistol he had been holding flying up into the air. Sonic angled himself off the stomach of a large creature, a white or possibly pink elephant, judging by the tusk, and shot towards it to snatch at the apex of its flight. He spun down, slammed into the helmet of a short ape-like creature which collapsed and bounced off to the ground. Around him, the grass covered with small fallen Mythos creatures, either unconscious or groaning and holding their heads, and 6 Chaos Emeralds gleamed where they had landed. With a plop, Tails dropped from above to land beside him, and picked up another gun from a fallen soldier. Ahead of them, Archer was aiming its laser pistol at Sonic, but the expression on his face showed that he was not too confident about using it.
Don't make me use it, he warned unconvincingly.
Drop it, Sonic warned back. You can't use it. Shoot either of us, and the other will fill you full of laser holes. We'll still get the emeralds. We win. How can you fill something with holes? Tails said. You have to fill things with something, and holes are nothing. You could empty them full of holes, I suppose. Sonic went Zeus. Sonic looked at Tails. Kinspor warned you about eating and running, dude, he said. Now you've got to win. It wasn't me, Tails said indignantly, looking around. Zeus didn't say walk, he pointed to the lake. Coming towards him across the lake, spreading a wake of high waves after it as it hurtled meters above the water, was an enormous black spacecraft, needle-thin and vicious. If spacecrafts had teeth, this one would have been armed to them. Sonic realized with a sudden start it was exactly like the spacecraft he had seen leaving Mobius earlier that day. No, he thought, checking the position of the sun in the sky, leaving Mobius to worry about it now. 2 spacecraft, one invisible and one not. Not nuts, he said.
One spacecraft, Arthur said.
You what? Sonic gaped at him.
That's my spacecraft, the Dragon King said, clearly surprised as Sonic was.
Above them, the huge rocket slammed to a standstill, while with a heavy, menacing roar from its engines. Every gun on the underside swelled to a point at the small group on the ground below. Over the noise of the engines, a familiar voice boomed from concealed loudspeakers.
Drop your weapons and surrender to Arthur, vermin, it boomed. Who's that flying my ship? Arthur demanded. It's Arthur, you idiot, boomed the voice. The Arthur who exists 10 minutes in your future. Now pick up the emeralds and get your crew back on board so you can take off and come back to save yourself.
Tails looked at Sonic. They got time travel too, he whispered. Do we drop our guns? Yes, Sonic said, dropping his. You know what this means? Everyone in the zone would have seen that ship arriving, so they changed the timeline. This is what Kinsper told us not to. Archer, meanwhile, had been gathering up his crew and the town's emeralds, all the time keeping a careful eye on the gun and the 2 heroes. As they retreated back into the ship, he looked back at them. I sincerely hope this is the very last time we meet, he hissed. You two have caused me quite enough trouble as it is. Still, you're stranded here now. Do not hope for help from your friends in the 4th dimension, because very shortly they shall cease to exist. And as for you and your ugly little world, he paused and spat onto the grass outside the hatchway. I shall ensure, like everything else, it will go out with a very big bang. The hatch closed, and as Sonic and Tails watched, the outline of the ship slowly appeared, growing darker and darker until its glossy black shape was solid and complete, looming over them. With a whine of engines it lifted into the air and began to accelerate away. As it appeared over the horizon, Arthur's cruel laughter boomed once more from the speakers on the other ship.
where a bright spear of flame shot up from its rear end. With a roar and a boom, it lanced up into the bright sky, growing smaller until it disappeared, taking with it the 6 Chaos Emeralds and Sonic and Tails' last hopes. Chapter 12. Infinity is nice, but I wouldn't want to live there. As Sonic jogged back to the near future, full of secret plans under his arms, thoughts whirled around his head. If the Mythos creatures are time travel devices, how they got them? What did they intend to do with them? Why do they need the Chaos Emeralds? Had the fourth dimension already fallen to the imagined invaders? And if so, what hope remained for the rest of the universe? More importantly, he knew that the sudden appearance of the duplicate Arctur's duplicate ship, must have changed the history of the timeline in which he and Tails were now travelling. That means that, with the past altered, the future that they return to might be radically different to the one that they left. Anything could have changed. Hey, Tails said from behind him. I've had a thought. Why don't we stay where we were, free Kinterbur, and get him to tell us what to do next? Because we'll have to explain everything to him, replied Sonic. Our Kinterbur already knows what's going on down. Hang on, we're there. The feed on the time treadmill which readout clicked out to 0. Kinterbur was waiting for them. Where have you two been? He asked. I expected you back almost 2 hours ago. You must have gone far too forward in time. Sonic looked at Tails. No way, he exclaimed. We came out the moment we left. 3 hours and 42 minutes out, 3:42 back, right, Tails? Yeah, affirmed the fox. But why go back so far? Asked the baffled scientist. I told you to go back 1 hour and 55 minutes, which would have brought you out just by the landed spacecraft, before the second one appeared. Gotcha, Doc, Sonic exclaimed. They changed the timeline on us. In our history, there's only one spacecraft, and it took us a while to find you. See, the second spacecraft was actually the first spacecraft which took off, and then came back in time to when it was still landed. He stopped for the moment, realised how little sense that sentence made. It is a bit confusing. Anyway, that changed history. So in this new history, the old us must have found you earlier and gone back in time quicker. Look, dude, we don't know if things would be changed. Nobody's fault. I see, Kinterbor said. So did you get the emeralds? Nope, Sonic admitted. We almost did, and the second ship appeared and was going to blast off the planet unless we gave them back. So we did, but we got this. He handed in the file of secret plans. I did take a deco at them, but they're full of big numbers of weird science stuff. It's all geek to me, he said. Sonic took a last piece, Kinterbor took a last piece of paper out of the file, spread it across on the work surface in front of him, and stared at it for 15 seconds. Then, with surprising speed, he dashed over to one of the cabinets that stood against the wall of his workshop, threw open the door, and started hunting them onto the junk inside it. Evidently, he had put his 2 hours away into good use, tidying up the damage that the Mythos army had caused. What's up, Doc? Tails said. Bad, very bad, the doctor replied as small items and machines slipped out of the shelves as he scrambled among them. In a moment, he had found a small device about the size of Sonic's clenched fist and held it up. Sonic, take this outside now and clamp it to the readout on the treadmill, he said. What is it? It looks bogus to me, said the Hedgehog curiously, taking the device. It's a micro force field generator. It will produce enough of a shield to protect you and Tails from the airless vacuum of space. Doc, Sonic said, I understand you've been going through a lot in the last hour, but that's no excuse for gibberish. Slow down and tell us what's going on. No time. We can't do anything unless you tell us what to do, and we won't do it unless you tell us why, said the Hedgehog, crossing his arms. A lot had happened in the last few hours, and while he realised the scientist was probably panicked about something, that would not do himself and Tails any good. I'll tell you as we move, Kinterbor insisted. Come on, go! The three of them headed for the tunnel entrance. Sonic could tell speeding ahead of the panting scientist. So what's going down? Asked Sonic, giving his unfit mentor a hand up the steep slope. The Mythos forces are trying to create a new universe where they will be in control, said Kinterbor, puffing slightly. But that's good, Tails said. A new universe means they won't bother the old one anymore. Ah, that's the problem, Kinterbor said, hauling himself out of the top of the tunnel and into the fresh air and sunlight of the green hill zone. They're not building a new one, they're changing the old one completely. Not just a respray, this is a total makeover. Ouch, grody to the max. How are they going to do that, dude? Sonic asked. Well, you remember the dial on the readout that I said you wouldn't actually use much? The 17 billion years since the Big Bang one? Yeah? You're going to use it now, and you're going to have to take it back to 0. That's where your friend Arthur and his ship are headed. According to the plans and charts, Kinterbor said, they're going to try to alter the nature of the Big Bang by changing the nature of all existence of everything everywhere in the entire universe, with chaos from the most concentrated source they knew of, the emeralds. Is that bad? Tails asked. What he means is, how bad is that? Corrected Sonic. Worse than you and I can possibly imagine, Kinterbor said. Think of every particle in the universe, every atom of every sun, every molecule, every planet, every fibre of every living thing, every element, every compound, all infected and tainted by the stain of chaos. We simply cannot begin to imagine what that may do. You have to stop it. How? Sonic asked. If you get back to the Big Bang before they do, you may stand a chance. Try to get the emeralds and bring them back here. Whatever you do, don't destroy them there, or the chaos will infect the creation. Remember, you only get one chance at this. If the Big Bang gets changed, you won't be able to sit back and try to save it again, because you would have changed too. Tails stared at Kintable and shivered at the thought. Sonic's brow was furrowed with worry. Are we going to get there first? He asked. If they went straight there after they left Mobius, they've been travelling for almost 4 hours now. And they've got a huge space car. We just got this piddly little treadmill. Kintable looked at Sonic. This is where you prove yourself, Sonic. Are you really the fastest living creature in existence, as you claim? Prove it. Get on that treadmill and run as if your life depended on it. Even if you don't succeed, you have to try. To go up now and wait for the universe to change to its chaotic opposite around us, it wouldn't be heroic, dude, Sonic completed. Come on, Tails. The two animals leaped into the treadmill. Sonic snapped the small device that the scientist had given him into the readout, and Kintable flicked a switch on it. With a glimmer, a thin force field spread up around the treadmill, cutting the two heroes inside from the world around them. Kintable stood back and waved. Is universe saving time ready? Sonic said. Set, go! Together, he and Tails began sprinting on the treadmill. Outside the faint haze of the force field, Kintable stopped waving, spoke for a second to a small blue hedgehog and iron fox, and they all disappeared down into the tunnel. The sun moved slowly backward across the sky, as clouds rolled and steam rolled across its blue surface. A huge black starset appeared above them momentarily, the people battering around them and the movements insanely fast, they flickered and vanished. Faster! Sonic gasped. The sun lowered towards the eastern horizon, the sky darkening into a deep blue black. Stars appeared like tiny light bulbs before being switched on. Mobius moons, a thin crescent excuse me, scattered across the sky. The stars winked out and the sky in the west lightened. Come on, Sonic said. The sky was a mass of flickering white clouds and blue patches beyond which the sun shot from one horizon to the other. Darkness fell, the moon followed the sun and set. The sun appeared. Sunrise, Tails panted. Sunset, we're going backwards, remember. Less talk, more speed. The sunset red sky became blue, then red again as the sun lowered over the horizon. The night flickered past, and another day, the numbers on the readout sped backwards, the section for minutes moving so fast it was unreadable. Soon the section for hours followed it into blurred abstraction. The moon rose full now and set immediately. Days and nights chased each other, flicking between darkness and light so fast that the scene outside the force field resembled an ancient black and white film, jerky and imprecise. The leaves on the trees shrank back into the trunks. The trees were dusted with snow, then suddenly had a full growth of leaves, which turned from brown and gold to green as they watched. Faster! Roared Sonic. The flickering of days and nights blurred into a consistent greyness around the speeding time treadmill. The trees shrank down to saplings. Fallen trees gained root and stood up to immediately began shrinking. The hero's feet pounded the treadmill at a lightning pace. In the distance, the level of the lake rose and fell, and the shape of the land rose and fell with it. Stone walls covered the ground, filling the valley, then disappeared. New forests carpeted the hills, changing and moving their outlines, filled with huge new trees and other animals seen before. Fat rivers appeared in deep valleys, and shrank as the valleys filled with earth. In the far distance, a huge mountain appeared, a column of smoke, and fire spouting from it, then was gone. The shapes of mighty reptiles flickered momentarily around them, and they were gone. The special effects budget for this must have been astronomical. How far back are we? Tails asked. Don't worry, keep going, Sonic panted. I can't, I'm beat. I need a rest. You run for a bit, then I'll take over. Tails stepped off the spinning belt, balancing himself on the side of the machine. Sonic's legs sped on. On the readout, centuries flickered away in the blink of an eye, and as he hit full speed, the digit representing thousands of years began to spin backwards so fast that the eye alone was not enough to keep up with it. Head down, arms pumped like the pistons of a mighty engine, sinews taut and every muscle tense, his face tight with the strain of keeping such a killing pace going, Sonic pushed himself to his absolute limit. Outside, the flickering grass began to die away, leaving patches of earth, sand and bare rock. The sky became bluer for a moment, then darker. Volcanoes sprang up around them, belching smoke into the atmosphere. The rock under the treadmill melted to become a huge pool of lava, then solidified. The planet outside the force field was unrecognisable as Mobius. The sun seemed brighter and bigger and redder before. No living thing moved or grew, only the contours of the rocks around them changed. This was awesomely mind-boggling, but back and further they went. Huge craters appeared in the landscape, and then with a lurch the ground melted and disappeared, replaced entirely by a sea of bubbling molten rock as far as the eyes could see. Sonic dashed on.
Without warning, the planet fell apart under them, becoming gassy and diffusing into darkness of space. In the distance, the white hot ball of the sun, not rising and setting around them anymore, was beginning to do the same. What's happening? Panicked Sonic. Take over, dude! Take over! Tails leaped to the treads, and within 2 or 3 steps, it was back into the rhythm. Sonic stepped back, leaning against the readout for support. I never thought I'd feel this tired, he said. What happened, dude? Where did the planet go? The solar system disintegrated around us, Tails said, breathing heavily. What does the readout say? Sonic bent to look. We're back in time about 4.6 billion years. 4.7 now, he said. Whoa, did I run that far? Yup, Tails said, running on. That's the rough date of the formation of the sun and its planets. Sonic looked at him. You know a lot about this stuff with Little Fox, he said. So, the movie? Tails gasped. He put his head down and his feet sped up. His pace was not as fast as Sonic's, but the doors were now counting back in millions of years. Around him in the darkness of space, massive stars blazed, bored and hurled around them. After the readout had clocked another 3 billion years, Sonic took over again while Tails caught his breath and rested his legs. Then once again he got tired, the fox resumed the running. There were only 1.5 billion years still to go now. Sonic unlaced his shoes and slid his feet out of them, wiggling his toes to restore the feeling to them. The constant pounding against hard metal made him numbing and uncomfortable. Then he picked up his shoe and examined it. Yo, Tails, he said. No, don't answer. Keep going. The oxygen my stingers are getting seriously warm. Another few million years and there'll be a hole in the soul. Excuse me. I hope we get back to the Big Bang thing before they go bang. Suddenly, hanging out beside them in the void, was the black needle of Archer's spaceship. It was probably half a kilometre or so away, but was drifting closer. Its glossy black shape glistened in the light from a ball of blazing gas which hurtled past them. More and more were shooting past, all headed for the same point in space, a single break point, millions of kilometres away. A huge nebula of gas surrounded it, filling with shimmering objects and protostars. It looked as though the time treadmill in Archer's ship was being drawn towards it. We caught them, Tails panted. Do we attack? We can't, Sonic said. If we stop to leave the force field, they'll just zoom ahead of us and we get to the Big Bang first. Here, let me help. He slipped into the treadmill and powered ahead, his legs giving the tiny platform an extra boost. The black space guard did not flicker and vanish. It seemed to be keeping up with him, and it was definitely getting closer. Now only 100 metres, now 70, now 50. Sonic glanced down at the readout. Only 23 million years to go, dude, he cautioned. The black bulk of the spacecraft dominated their view outside. I say if we get close enough to Archer's wagon out there, we get in it. Otherwise, there's no way we could get into the Emeralds, Tails. Tails, his frantic pace slightly slow, nodded his assent. The two craft drifted ever closer, the small one drawn towards larger as if by magnetic attraction. Finally, with only 2,000 years still to travel, the ships bumped together with the slightest of impacts. The treadmill's force field seemed to penetrate the whole of the other ship, forming an airtight bond with it. Awesome! Cool steering too, because that entrance is only about 5 metres away, Sonic said. He put a paw on the glossy black surface of Archer's ship and found it strangely warm. By grabbing rivets, welding joints and handholds on the ship's surface, he dragged the time treadmill over the hole until it rested exactly by the airlock entrance they had used earlier. He punched the button beside it and the outer door slid open noiselessly. Okay, he said, glancing at the fox face Floss was still jogging frantically on the treadmill. You keep going until I shout stop, little dude, but get ready to restart if I tell you. He flipped himself over the edge of the treadmill and, still surrounded by the pale glow of the force field, his feet made contact with the edge of the airlock door. Sonic tugged the treadmill and it slid effortlessly and weightlessly into the airlock. Stop! He shouted, and waited in case the black suit flickered and vanished around him. It did not. Good, he said. Tails collapsed against the readout, completely exhausted. Tails punched the button to close the outer force of the airlock, and then switched off the treadmill's force field. It died away. They were surrounded by the warm, slightly stale smell of the spacecraft's artificial atmosphere. The lights glared brightly, but there was an odd hum in the background. Okay, we're inside, he said. Pull yourself together, Tails. We haven't got to the tough bit yet. Come on. They stepped out of the airlock together and Sonic punched the button to close the inner door. It did shut, holding the time machine in the airlock. The two friends headed off down the corridor they explored earlier and prettily came to the same junction. Toss for it? Tails asked. Bridge or the great unexplored? I say bridge, Sonic decided. It's got the most important place on the ship, even if the emeralds aren't there. We try for dropping them into the Big Bang, wherever they're planning to do, will be. And Archer too. I've got a bone to pick with him. Let's see him fly back in time and save himself now. They turned left. As before, the corridor was deserted and the door to the bridge at the end was closed. It still had the imprint of Sonic's shoe on it. Oh, that man looks so handsome. He's lonesome of me, he said, preparing to kick the door open again and raise a hand. Listen, he said. The humming stopped. Tails cupped a paw to his ear. He was right. The ship was now completely silent. I think we arrived, Sonic said, and slammed his foot against the door. Into the door. It flew open, crashing once more into the wall behind it. The two heroes burst in to find 6 or 7 figures in dark suits staring intently out of the forward view screen at an intense point of light somewhere ahead of them. Arthur turned to face them, his scaly face cracked into a smile, his sharp teeth gleaming in the harsh white light from the object ahead of them.
Our visitors are here, he said. So glad you could make it.
Tails was taken aback for a moment. You were expecting us?
Not exactly, no, said Arthur. I thought we had stranded you safely on that dirt boy you call Mobius. We noticed your little device floating outside. Most ingenious of you. Can I offer you a glass of something?
He moved over to the dispenser on the wall, took a plastic cup of something from it and sipped it. No, Sonic shouted. Cease whatever you're doing, or we trash this place so good that you'll be stuck here when the big one goes fireworks. Don't release the emeralds.
My dear Sonic, isn't it? My dear Sonic, do you really think we would let you interfere after we came so far? For my entire life, the entire life of my entire race, the lives of all the races on this ship, and many thousands besides, we have been hunted and harassed by those morons from the fourth dimension who insisted we should not exist, and we are determined to see that we don't. They may be watching us catching time criminals, but they're very good at finding us. So finally we realised that the only way for us to be able to live in peace would be to live in a universe with no fourth dimension. That is why we stole your animals, and that is why we and you are here, to create such a universe by altering the nature of its creation with those emeralds that one of our spies overheard you discussing with your friend Jay. And nothing you can do can stop us. Destroy our ship, kill us all. We would gladly sacrifice ourselves if it means that in doing so we create a place where our kind can live safely. We're not going to kill you, Sonic said. We're not that sort of heroes. Just step away from the instruments so you can't release those emeralds into the Big Bang. Sonic, 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 said Arthur. Think about it. Would I be telling you all this if there was a chance you could stop us? The bright light you see out there is the primal particle, about 32 million kilometres away.
With educational this as well.
It will explode to form the universe in about, he checked his watch, 3 minutes. At the moment it is quite stable and might have remained so, but it will explode because the Chaos Emerald hit it, pushing us into instability, and an entirely new chaotic universe will be created.
What if we can help it? Tails shouted. He didn't understand why Dragon King was so calm about everything. Arthur smiled and continued.
But you can't help it, Sonic. You see, we fired your precious emerald at the prime particle 2 minutes ago, before you ever arrived on the bridge. They're flying towards it now, probably at a speed nearing that of light, sucked in by an almost infinite gravity. It's taking all of our power just to stop being sucked in ourselves. Whatever you do will not save your precious future now.
Tails' mind whirled. He wanted to smash Arthur's smug face, but that would not solve anything. Part of his mind wondered briefly whether it would be possible to somehow transfer back away and then back to get to this moment earlier, but then he remembered Kintoble's words of warning about the Big Bang. If they got it wrong, there would be no chance for a second try. They had given it their best shot, and they had failed. Suddenly he felt very tired indeed. Someone tugged at his arm. It was Sonic. Come on, he yelled, hard dragging the stun fox off the bridge and into the corridor outside, slamming the door behind him. He broke into a run, heading back towards the airlock. What's the point? Tails moaned, not moving. Then the door behind him was knocked off its hinges as Arthur and 3 of the security troops burst through, brandishing their laser pistols, and saw that whatever the hedgehog was up to was better than hanging around. He set off his friends, laser bolts sizzling the air around him. Sonic sprinted back towards the airlock. He punched the button to open the inner door and was scrambling into the time treadmill. His tail caught up with him. Close the door and get on, Sonic shouted. Tails did as he was told. The door slid closed and then began to slide once open again. The tail leaped into the treadmill. Sonic punched the buttons for the force wheel and flickered into life just as the airlock door opened and Arthur and his troops blasted the treadmill and the 2 animals on it with all the laser fire they could concentrate. The bolts bounced harmlessly off the force field, burst against the walls of the airlock in a spray of bright colours. Okay, now run! Run like everything, the entire future depends on it, Sonic instructed. Which way and why? Forwards now, come on! Tails reluctantly started trotting forward, but found that he had to speed up immediately or his feet would have been swept away by the sprinting pace set by the hedgehog running in front of him. Around him, the airlock and the rest of Arthur's ship flickered and vanished, disappearing into the past. The numbers of the relay began to flicker and move forward. Faster, much faster! Suddenly there was an intense flash of violent light behind them and something. It looked like a huge wave of gases and light shot past them, rocking the treadmill where it floated in space. The turbulence seemed to go on, and the light grew brighter and brighter. What was that? Sonic asked, startled. The Big Bang, you twerp, Sonic asked. He slumped back against the readouts. That's it. It's all over. The emeralds are in there somewhere. The colour's been spread all over the universe. It's the basic structure of everything. We sunk, we lost. Game over. Get back on the treadmill and listen, you orange wimp, Sonic instructed. It ain't over till the fat lady sings. I don't hear I don't hear nobody warbling. He kept running, his legs whizzing a blue blur, forcing the treads to rotate at a huge speed. The numbers on the readout were already flying forward. What can we do? Asked Tails. Listen, that light gassy thing that just passed us was a wave, right? The time was like a lot of other things according to Kintable, right? So it's probably moving in a wave too. Which means that although the Big Bang behind us is full of chaos and stuff, that new history is moving up through history like a kind of wave. If we stay ahead of the wave, we can get back to our time and do something to stop it. So Tails said, began to understand, we're going to be surfing on a wave made of time. Yeah, Sonic said. Now get on and give me some extra power here. We've got to stay ahead of the wave. If you wipe out, everything's wiped out. Tails leaped back to the treadmill and started running as fast as he could. Around him, he could see stars and planets beginning to form out of gassy matter that exploded from the Big Bang. How do we stop it happening, he asked. Blow up Arthur's ship or something? No good, dude, Sonic said. Now they know about the emeralds, they won't rest until they got them. I got a better idea from saving Arthur. Whatever we do that will not save the universe, that's it. It's not what we do, it's what we undo. Like what? It's totally bogus, dude. The only thing that would save us, none of this would have happened if we hadn't stopped Dr. Kintable turning into Robotnik. We got to turn him back again. So yeah. Chapter 13, Sonics again. Brackets. Surrounded by its bubble of force field, the tiny craft sped up on through time. Behind it, invisible and unimaginable, was a wave of pure chaos, a wave which, if it allowed to break, would wash every trace of civilization and order from every inhabited planet in the universe. Empires would crumble in twitch of an eye, replaced by ruins and gibbering insanity. The laws of physics would have evaporated, becoming chaotic, random, and perverse. Everything would be shifting, undecided, and unknown. Inside the bubble, Sonic and Tails were still running together as fast as they could. The exhaustion of their first long trip back in history was already telling on their faces, but they dared not give up the race. Their shoes were worn and beginning to split, eating rhythm on the metal of the treadmill's rotating belt, carrying their energy to the mysterious machinery that Dr. Kintable had welded to the underside of the machine. Now they were heading back into the future to use his own invention to destroy him. Is there any hope, dude? Sonic said. No way. Wait, you know it. If we let Doc K become Robotnik, maybe it's forged right back into its old history line. He snatches the chaos symbols, puts them in the warp's confusion, tries to take over the planet, and I battle him and win. If Arthur tried to invade during that, Robotnik would have so many fantastic machines and weapons he'd be able to bust his chops, no problem. And even if he can't, let's see that I've tried to get the emeralds out of the warps. He smiled, remembering his own difficulties in retrieving the glistening crystals from their spinning orbiting homes. I won't adopt the way he is, the thoughts wailed. So I do what I do, but it's more important than that. We don't have time to warn the geeks in the fourth dimension. We've got to handle it ourselves. Now run. Sonic was determined. If only he'd not feel so tired. His legs and arms were aching, but there was still 5 billion more years to go. His feet felt they were pounded raw, and his shoes began to fall apart, the fabric flapping with each pace. As if sped forward, the gases around them came together to form Mobius' solar system. The sun burst into great life, and the time treadmill settled on one of the planets, a molten board of boiling rocks and metals. The view looked like it had been on the way out, it set in perfect reverse. The crust of the planet solidified and became pitted in craters. Flat volcanoes cooled, developed seeds and lakes, and then small plants, grasses, and finally animals. We're coming home, Tails panted from behind Sonic. The hedgehog did not look around, but his body sounded even more exhausted than he was. Still, they come so far and could not give up now. The planet evolving around them was unchanged by the chaos wave. Perhaps they had made it in time. The landscape changed and settled into formation that they knew as the Green Hill Zone. There still were trees in unfamiliar positions. They sprouted, grew, and further the heroes ran on. Sonic kept glancing between the view from the force field and the numbers on the readout. The bottom row is back up to the figure of 17 billion years, and the top row is almost all zeros. When I say stop, Sonic said, stop dead, okay? No problem, Tails said. I feel dead already. The figures on the readout ticked onwards, counting down towards the right moment. Sonic knew that they did not want to travel back to the moment they left. They had to hit the moment when Kintable was transformed into Robotnik, or the moment where they had stopped it happening. It was the same moment, but in two different timelines, and they had to switch history from one line to the other like a runaway train. 30 days, 6 hours. Slow down, Tails, Sonic said. Watching the green fields of zone around them. After moving through time at such a high speed, this looked almost normal. They were still moving steadily forward through time. Suddenly, two flashes of colour, one blue and one orange, spread across his field of vision and disappeared into the entrance of the tunnel leading down into the Kinterbor's underground home. Stop! He yelled. The time treadmill slammed to a halt and Sonic clicked off the force field. The two animals dived for the tunnel, both knowing that there was not a second to spare. This is intense, isn't it? Remember, Sonic whispers as they made their way down the tunnel as fast as possible. Kinterbor's got to be close to the rock when the green button gets pressed. Gotcha, Tails replied. From ahead came a muffled sound by his conversation. It's snack time, came a familiar voice. Can I get you something? Sonic stopped in the tunnel. That was me, we did it, dude. We're just in time. We haven't done it yet, Tails pointing out into Kinterbor's laboratory. The scene was familiar, exactly as they'd seen it last time they were here. The scientists were standing by the rock control desk, while the blue hedgehog was walking over to the fridge in the alcove that doubled as a kitchen. He opened the door, took something out and wandered back with it. So you want to eat this? He asked Kinterbor. I think it's... Go! Yelled another similar voice. Behind the cabinet at the edge of the room it's another blue hedgehog and a furry orange fox. Tails stared at them. Whoa, he breathed. Stop! shouted Sonic, leaping out of the tunnel. Friends, roamers, dudes, listen up, because the fate of the universe depends on this. Tails watched from the safety of the tunnel. He was not sure exactly what Sonic was trying to do. He knew that back when he had been here before, trying to save Kinterbor from his machine, the sudden appearance of another Sonic Tails would not have stopped him. Sonic's shout attracted the attention of everyone in the room, and they all turned to look at him. The early Sonic Tails threw a mid-jump, tried to turn in the air, and instead fell to the ground. As before, Tails plummeted into the Sonic who was standing near Kinterbor, holding the rotten egg in his paw. The two times before, the egg was knocked upwards, spinning through the air. Tails watched as Sonic, his Sonic, the most up-to-date model with the worn-out sneakers, sprinted across the room at supersonic speed. There was plenty of space for a run-up, and the hedgehog took full advantage of it to hit top speed and catapult himself into the air, soaring over the tangle of Tails 2 and Sonic 1 on the floor, and the second Sonic he would landed close to Dr. Kinterbor. As the real Sonic shot through the air above his head, the one below him bent his knees and flung himself upwards after his duplicate like a comet. Together they shot towards the egg, which was just beginning to drop back toward the control desk of the retro-orbital chaos compressor below. It was dropping towards the green button which would trigger the rock and Tails knew make it explode. He watched the second Sonic fly out a hand to catch the egg as it fell. He missed it, and the oval missile bounced off his arm back into the air. Sonic 3 caught it on one of his battered running shoes, flicked it up, grabbed it with one paw and tossed it towards Kinterbor, and caught it in surprise. The second Sonic looked up to watch this, and was not looking where his flight path was taken. The second he dropped down out of the air and onto the control desk, one of his bright red shoes landed exactly on the green button. There was an almighty flash and the muffled boom of a small explosion within the rock machine. The glittering force field which surrounded it began to smell outwards to encompass Kinterbor with its aura, a further covering the control desk and the figure of the surprised Sonic who still stood on it. Beams of powerful light lanced within the force field, connecting the Chaos Emerald into a single unit of flashing energy. The two more beams lanced out, one hit the parallel of Kinterbor in the middle of his forehead. His body began to change, strictly in height and swelling in girth. The buttons on his shirt popped off, the hair on his head seemed to slide back into his scalp and then down out of his nose. As the orange moustache sprouted and grew, becoming huge and bristling, his expression grew ferocious and manic. A sickly smell of rotten eggs filled the room. Tails' attention was focused on the figure of Sonic, trapped on the control desk. The hedgehog's body was flashing wildly as another beam of chaos light struck his forehead and held him rigid in its grasp. His face was contorted with terrible suffering, and as the fox watched it, it changed into one for gleeful evil, grinning with malice. The flashing slowed down, and Tails could see what the hedgehog's body was now a negative of itself. What had been blue was now white, and the white parts were blue. His shoes and gloves were a vivid green. There was a colossal crash from inside the machine, the force field flicked off, where a roar of the voice exploded, blowing a hole in the roof. Thousands of sparkling gold rings were flung upwards by the force of the blast, rising high into the blue sky above, and back down to bounce their way across the face of the planet. A handful fell back down, ricocheting around the workshop. The remaining animal was the original Sonic, the Sonic with the beaten up shoes, the two-tailed Tailses, gathered by the tunnel entrance, watching the two figures stood by the remains of the rock. The fat one, his new features almost like an egg, turned to glare at them. What are you vile rodents gawking at? He bellowed. Come here, so I can encase you in metal and make robots out of you. Chill, Dots, the original Sonic said before. That was a killer blast, but you'll be okay.
My name is no longer Kinterboy, you foul creature. From now on I am Robotnik, and I am going to rule this planet. The emeralds, the secret is in them. I see it all now. As do I, snarled another voice. The second Sonic, now blue, white and blue instead of blue and white, jumped down from the smoking remains of the control disc to stand beside Robotnik. Sonic, the other tail squeaked. Not Sonic, you furry jerk, the creature hissed. I am Sinos, the anti-Sonic. You homeboys are in big trouble. Bogus, explained both tails together. Oh, get him, yelled the original Sonic, about to leap into the attack. Tails grabbed his arm. Don't, he said. If you hit him, the two of you will just merge into one. And we don't know if that one would be good or evil. You blue guys deal with Robotnik. We tailses will handle this Sinos bloke. You're the boss, the other Sonic yelled. Already hurried around the room toward the star-mad scientist. He screeched ran out of the room. Two identical hedgehogs in hot pursuit. Sinos glowered at the two foxes. You're gonna handle me, huh? He said. Handle me with care, that's my advice. He spun through the air towards them. Tails wrenched his body out of the way, and into the way of the oncoming missile, ducked into the floor to avoid the chaos-filled hedgehog's spear attack. His hand landed on the gold ring which lay there, and he picked it up. An idea began to germinate in his mind. Tails, grab the rings, he shouted. They leaped into the air as the hedgehog charged through the spot where he had been standing a moment ago. The old fox nodded briefly, body dodged to avoid the speeding Sinos, and leaped up to a cabinet. Just to rescue a ring which landed there. How many do we need? He shouted. As many as possible, at least 4, Tails replied. Duck! The old fox doubled over and Sinos sped over his head into a ball of white fury. With the passageway came a hum and a small fat flying machine spread out of it, hovering a few feet above the ground. Tails recognised it as the Eggomatic. It stopped for a moment in the middle of the room and a net flopped out of a trapdoor in its bottom, dropping the remains of the rock and the 6 chaos emeralds within. Stop him! Came a cry, and the two Sonics leaped back into the room. One of them hurled through the air to hit the Eggomatic with a resounding thwack, but already Robotnik's machine was riding out a hole in the roof, carrying the emeralds with it. Tails turned to watch it go, but then there was a whiz and he whirled around just in time to dodge another ferocious attack from Sinos. As the hedgehog shot past, Tails stuck out his leg. The chaos creature's green train caught on it and he went sprawling. Tails leaped into his back, holding him onto the floor. Tails, he shouted. In a second, the other fox was beside him, carrying 3 gold rings. Put the rings over his arms and legs. The chaos proof. They may help to neutralise the energy. Definitely, they said rings over the prone, wriggling hedgehog's limbs. For a second, the white and blue faded to become blue and white, and then faded back. It's not working, growled the other fox. We need another source of anti-chaos energy. But where are we going to find something like that? The outside of the room, one of the two Sonics stepped forward, his worn shoes flapping on the floor. I'm about as anti-chaos as you can get, dudes, he said. Besides, this place is getting crowded. Stand back. No, Tails gasped, but it was too late. The Sonic had reached down to touch Sinos one in the arm. As before the instant the two bodies met, they began to meld together, morph into one. The blue of Sonic's arm blended with the weight of Sinos's, forming veins and strands of both colours that looked for a second like marble, or 2 paints mixing together. The gloves joined, flicking through green and white. The 2 heads all slid into one body, which pulsated and blinked with colour and energy. The being's face twisted, changing between expressions of complete evil and high coolness. Tails, still sitting on the hedgehog's back, was finding it hard to keep his seat on the struggling body. Finally, the violent spasms slowed down. The colour change began to stabilise, flickering between a muddy grey and a light blue. At last the blue solidified and became deeper. The creatures lying on the floor looked like Sonic, apart from the blue gold ring still decorating his arms and legs. Tails could not be sure. Is that you, Sonic? He asked. Of course it's me, dude, get it, boy. Get off me. It could be a trick, cautioned the other fox. Hey, Sonic, who's the order of Mobius? Mobius doesn't have a order, you divot, said the hedgehog. That's Sonic, all right, Tails said, and stood up. Sonic rose to his feet slowly, brushing dust and small pieces of the rock off him. The gold rings clattered off his arms and legs and fell to the floor. Ha ha ha, now I can destroy you all, he sneered. Everyone jumped. I'm only joking, dudes. I'm cool, we did it, dude. We saved the universe and the Mythos creatures. Alright, way to go. Yay, whoopee, good show, exclaimed Tails. There was a cop behind him, it was the other Sonic. Can one of you two cool dudes please tell me just what went down here, he asked plaintively. Like, which Sonic is it? I guess the original. Sonic and the 2 Tailses looked at each other, not quite knowing where to start. Tails was about to begin, then a voice cut in from the entrance to the tunnel. Unauthorized time violation, the changing of history, and the creation of temporal paradoxes, it said. Everyone here is under arrest by order of the Organizer Time Police. Sonic turned to the new arrival. Yo, Captain Carl, he said. Glad you could make it, dude. Hey, we just saved the universe. Some gratitude, yeah? Oh, it's you, the captain sniffed gruffly, striding into the room, flanked by two armed police officers. I remember you, lot. You got into one use license to take out that bloke Roto Bobkin or something. Did you get him? Yes and no, Sonic said. Or rather, yes, then no. We ran into some Mythos dudes along the way, and they were planning to perform open heart surgery on the Big Bang, so we stopped them. Captain Carl looked impressed. Good work, he said. But seeing as you didn't manage to fulfill your main mission, I ran into some time trouble on the way. Seeing as how there's two of you each here, this whole mess needs to be sorted out. You four come with me, back to the fourth dimension. Elder J will know what to do. Sonic, one of the Sonics, shook his head. Thanks for the offer, dude, he said. But I know what to do. We need a hand, though. What's your plan? A-Tails asked. Okay, we know that Robotnik's got his sticky fingers on one that organises time machines, the Mark Zero. And we know that he'd invented a machine that can cross dimensions. I bet he made a machine, popped through to what was on the other side, and found himself wherever the Mark Zero had been kept. Now, if the four of us were to meet him when he pops through, yeah, Tails said, just so long as I don't have to meet that carry again. Ugh! Captain Carl tapped something into a handheld computer. It sounds plausible enough to me, he said. Records say that there was 1/2 hour when that time machine could have been stolen. If we travel back to then, you can stop your Rokintob fellow nicking our device. There's to be no chain of history, you understand? To try to kill him or capture him. Don't try to kill him or capture him. Just make sure he doesn't get the time machine. Sounds fair, one Sonic said. Hey dude, said the other. Do you think I should come with you or just chill here? I mean, with that nutty fat guy running around now, someone's got to look after the zone. We need you, Sonic said. The zone will be safe enough for an hour or two. He looked around the ruins of the laboratory and noticed something. Lying beside one of the workbenches was a Mark Zero time machine, the one that the other Sonic could tell must have used to get here. He picked it up and looked at it, recognising the pattern of dents on its surface. Captain Cole held out his hand for Sonic. No way, man, he said. You said no altering history. 4 years from now, I'll trip over this thing lying on the ground outside. If I don't put it out there, I won't ever trip over it. Understand? The captain looked dubious for a moment, then nodded. Alright, but if you've got any other time travel devices around here, you'll need to surrender them to us. It's outside, Tails said. Together the four animals and the three time police climbed out the tunnel out of the laboratory. Sonic looked around. He remembered the direction that he'd been racing where he tripped over the time machine, but he did not remember exactly where it had been. He closed his eyes, turned around 3 times, and shot the silvery metal machine over his shoulder. He disappeared into long grass hidden from view. The exact position did not matter. He knew that his foot would find it again. Right, we're ready, he said. This is the time treadmill. It may not look like much, but it took us to the Big Bang and back. Captain Cole whistled. No wonder it looked so beat up, he said. It did look beat up. The metal was scratched, the treads were flattened, and the worn from the restless pounding they had received, and the machine had been dented and scarred. Still, it looked perfectly serviceable. The animal jumped onto it. Come on, there's room for everyone, Sonic said. We were slightly reluctant as the time police stepped on as well. There's a bit of a squash, but everyone just fitted onto the metal platform. We need to travel back in time here, said Captain Cole. No time travel in the fourth dimension, remember? Take us, let's see, 4 years, 5 months, 12 days, and 8 hours forward. You have to help too, Time Cop dude, Sonic said, by the left foot when I say go. 7 pairs of shoes, several into life, and the numbers on the time treadmill's readout began to move forward. Around them, days and nights flickered past the zone cycle from summer to autumn, then through winter and spring and back to summer. The speed increased slightly. Sonic, sandwiched between two Tailses, kept careful on the readout. Almost there, he stopped. He warned, "Stop!" The machine came to a standstill and one of the time police fell off the bat. It was early evening zone on a fine day in late spring. Everyone was quiet. Everyone's down the platform, the captain said, triggering the voice he held in his hand. A shooting bubble appeared around the group, solidified and began to drop into the earth, juddering and shaking violently as it went. The original Sonic looked worried. What's going down? He asked. We are, man, the real Tails said. It's cool. We've done this before. Sonic turned to Captain Cole. How are you cop dudes doing against that invasion? He asked. Not good. When we left, they were bringing in reinforcements, preparing for a final push. We already had to pull back our forces from the research and development levels. It was looking pretty desperate. The captain's expression matched his words. Can't you dudes get reinforcements too? Asked Sonic. What the science dude told us the fourth dimension was infinite, going on forever and ever, and there's corridors and stuff. It is, said the captain. Most of it is unoccupied.
There are only about 10,000 organisers. Hold on, we're here. The bubble of light that surrounded them disappeared, and they were standing in a familiar room with concrete floor and walls, lined with shelves covered in items of miscellaneous equipment, much of it unidentifiable. This time earlier in time than the hero's first two visits, the room was clean, and there was no sign of battle damage to the walls or doors. The time traveller settled to the floor with a wheeze. Something inside it clanked heavily and went fuck. A small puff of black smoke rose from its underside. I'm afraid your machines had it, said Captain Cole. Sorry about that. The extra weight must have been too much for it. Still, we're going to have to compensate it anyway, so it's for the best. No problem, Sonic said. Everyone get out of sight. I've got a prickle in my spine, and that usually means something weird's about to happen. The three cops scattered, crouching down between shelving units and items of furniture around the room. The two hedgehogs and two foxes sit behind a large row of shelves in the middle of the room, peering out around the edges and peeking between the items of equipment scattered on them. Something weird did start to happen. A large circle of green light began to appear out of nothing, hanging in the centre of the room, a few centimetres off the floor. It was about 3 metres across, faint at first, but quickly brightened. In the middle of it flickered and snapped with a grey static, like a television tuned to a dead channel. It looked like nothing at all. Sonic and both townsends nodded they recognised it. The other Sonics looked baffled. What is this? He asked. Shh! Just stand there. You look great, Tails whispered. A faint noise came from another circle of greyness. It sounded like a maniac laughed very loudly and was getting closer. In the middle of the grey area, a silvery red speck appeared, shooting through the circle of green light at amazing speed, and emerged to the room with a pop. It was Robotnik and his Egomatic. Ha ha ha! He laughed. Ha ha ha! Dimensional transference. My beautiful machine works. Ha ha ha! Now where am I? He pulled out a large map out of the cockpit beside him and began to consult it. Sonic stepped forward from behind the row of shelves. Welcome to our humble dimension, traveller. May I, as the president of the fourth dimension, be the first to congratulate you? He said in a stiff, proper voice quite unlike his own. So Robotnik looked up. Ack! Urk! Sonic! He squeaked. Tails behind the cell just to the other side to show himself. The hedgehog, obviously puzzled, did so. Ork! Exclaimed Sonic. Two Sonic! Robotnik, I mean. Two Sonics! There were two Sonics in my laboratory, but that's not possible. Ahem! Honoured sirs. Does anyone in this dimension look ha 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 like yourselves? He laughed nervously. Sonic was finding it hard to suppress a smile. Most of us do, honoured visitor. The others looked a little different. The two Tails realised it was their cue and stepped out from behind the other end of the shelves. Robotnik stared at them in horror. No! An entire dimension filled with blue hedgehogs and orange foxes! Horrible, horrible, horrible! He grabbed for the Egomatic controls, turning the tiny craft around. I'm going to smash that dimension crossing machine. It only gets me to places like this. It's useless! He zipped back into greyness within a circle of green light, which shrank down to the size of a coin and disappeared with a sound like a frog swallowing a football. Woohoo! Tails shouted. We got him! He never gets the time travel device now! Excellent! The two foxes reached into the air, spat their paws together in a solid high five. No, don't! Sonic shouted, but it was too late. At the first contact, the two foxes had begun to blend and join together, just as the hedgehog had done with his duplicate earlier on. You could only watch as the two foxes morphed into a single body, which looked around itself in confusion. That felt weird, Tails said. Doesn't it? Sonic said. Come on. We've still got a couple of loose ends to tie up. The other Sonic coughed gently behind him. Yeah, Sonic said. You're the first. Thanks a lot for your help, dude. It's been educating meeting you. I hope by watching me you've learned just how cool a dude you are. Don't let anybody diss you. Oh, watch out for those buzz boys. What? The other Sonic said. You'll see. Your regards to the Green Hill Zone, Sonic said, smiling. One of Captain Cole's soldiers took the polished hedgehog by the arm, a ball of white light formed around the two figures, and dropped suddenly into the floor. He's on his way home, the captain said. Coolness, Tails said. So, Sonic, what happened now? Hedgehog looked pensive. Okay, Robotnik is going to be Robotnik, because we erased a timeline with a Kinterball on it, unfortunately. He paused a second, thinking of the scientist he would never see again. So he has dimension crossing technology, but he thinks it's such a bad news that he'll never use it. That means he doesn't get his hands on the Mark Zero time machine, but the Green Hill Zone never starts changing, so I guess we never get catapulted into the fourth dimension at all. So none of this ever really happens. So why are we still here? Time paradoxes don't work in the fourth dimension, reminded Captain Cole. There was a special error trapping routine programmed into its design. You'll stay here until you decide to return to your own dimension. Whoa! Wish I had someone who's error trapping gizmos, Sonic said. Right, back in the zone, I guess I'll still trip over the time machine, so you'll still win that race. Chill, Tails. I'll help you with the washing up. You said there was another loose end to clear up, said the captain. What is it? Hey dude, priorities first, Sonic said. Tails and me, we've run all the way to the Big Bang and Pack. We defeated an evil chaos version of myself and changed history about 3 times. I'm hungry. I'll tell you what we eat, but I'll give you a clue. Something you said earlier is giving you a most excellent idea. A few hours later, in one of the featureless corridors of the 4th dimension, a squad of figures in shiny black armour advanced into the scouts at the portal was an unoccupied area. The soldiers casually held their guns pointed at the floor, not expecting any resistance, and so very spotted, and every doorway along the length of the corridor burst open, and hordes of figures in silver uniforms burst out, pointing stun guns at them. Drop your weapons, dudes! Through the amplified voice, and Sonic stroked into front of the army of organised time police carrying a megaphone. There was a rattle and clatter as the members of the Mythos army let out their many guns, rifles, swords, knives, and cudgels fall to the floor. Sonic lowered the megaphone and walked forward up to the familiar figure of the leader of the advanced squad. Come on, big guy, I've got a surprise for you, he said.
I am not big guy, I am Arctur. Arctur the Dragon King, sighed the leader. Do I know you?
And I am Sonic the Hedgehog, replied Sonic with a grin. We haven't met before, dude, but we will. Or we would have done, or something. Come on, bring our troops.
Arctur the Dragon King does not surrender to anyone,
boomed the villagers in an imperial tone.
Death before dishonour and all that.
We're not asking you to surrender, dude, Sonic said. We're asking you to come and negotiate a peace deal. The lizard's golden eyes almost balled out of his head with surprise.
A peace deal?
He uttered in a strangulated voice.
But the organisers wish to wipe us all creatures from the face of the universe. There can be no peace.
Maybe, maybe not, Sonic said. Come on. He led the Mythos creatures, surrounded by the time police, through a network of corridors, stairs, and lifts towards the massive chamber of the Science Council. The crowd of scientists disappeared from the arts anteroom, and the doors of the chambers were held open by 2 more time police in full ceremonial uniform. Inside, the full Science Council sat on their heavy gold and silver robes, and among them sat the members of the time police court in their gleaming silver uniforms. The huge room was full of people, all watching silently as Sonic, Tails, Captain Carl, and the 8-being squad of Mythos creatures walked in through the door onto the round dais in the centre of the room. From the front row of seats, Elder J stood up and joined the group of figures there. Okay, Sonic said, this is the big one, trying to arrange a peace deal between the organisers, represented here by Elder J for the Science Council, and Captain Carl for the Time Police, and the Mythos Army represented by Arctur the Dragon King, who is, I don't know what rank he is, but he's got a huge spacecraft.
I am a member of the Pantheon,
boomed Arctur dramatically. He not fazed by the huge audience.
My word is law among the forces of the Mythos.
Okay, so he's a bigwig too, Sonic said. Me, I'm Sonic the Hedgehog, and this is my buddy Tails. We're freelance heroes. We've been looking around your dimension here and hearing about this war that you guys have got going on between you, and we think we can sort it. Jay, babe, tell me boy, what's all this fighting the Mythos creatures? Jay stepped forward. The Science Council believes in science, she began. Pure, unemotional science, which proves what can be and what can't. And these are the rules that we use to decide how we police the universe and time. Mythos creatures are the exact opposite. They shouldn't exist at all because they're fictional. That never stopped me, Tails whispered. Sonic shoved him. The Mythos creatures are beings of magic and of imagination. They do not conform to the laws of science as we see them, Jay continued. Their existence not only defies the laws which we follow and obey, but also encourage others to follow those laws. That's why we believe that they should not exist, and why we have waged war on them for so long. She sat down to applause. Arctur, you're up next, Sonic said. The Dragon King stepped to the centre of the dais, a spotlight shining from above.
Shoot! Release me!
He said, and his sleek black uniform curled back down to its point to the floor. Under it he wore a massive metal breastplate, designed and carved into an intricate pattern and enamelled in bright colours. It was obviously the armour of a warrior chief. Arctur flexed his shoulders and the odd protection on his back where Sonic had noticed under his uniform unfurled some mighty wings, each 4 or 5 metres in length. He looked magnificent. Sonic and Tails stepped back awestruck. The spotlight gleamed on Arctur's huge head and reflected it in his golden eyes.
I am Arctur the Dragon King, he said. This is how I was created, a being of sorcery and magic. I may not exist in the way the scientists say I should, but I did not ask to be this way. I have a choice. I have no choice. I am a thing of magic. That is my nature. You science counsellors and timepiece, with your high ideals, you cannot see beyond the end of your tiny noses. Yes, the science says I cannot exist, but I do exist, and I and my kind existed peacefully for many years until you attacked us. Here I am, look at me. The laws of science cannot tell you everything about the universe. They do not explain beauty or art or emotions. They do not explain life. They do not explain emotion. Wait a minute. Yeah, they do not explain me. Until you know everything there is to know, you cannot say truly that what should exist and what should not. When you pretend to have more knowledge than you do, you condemn me and every being like me to non-existence. We took up weapons technology. Your cursed sciences and fought against you. And we will do until either you let us be or until we defeat you. He stepped back. There was no applause, but Sonic could tell that the audience was quite impressed by his words. The hedgehog walked to the centre of the dais. Okay, dudes, dudettes, dude things, elder dudes, dragonkin dudes, and etc. That's the way things are. Now, here we are at the centre of an infinite dimension, with billions and billions of floors, corridors, empty rooms and all that going on forever in all directions. And you've got about 10,000 people living here, not many for so much space. Also, this is the fourth dimension. It's a weird place. No time travel, no paradoxes, get it? If this place breaks your own laws, maybe those laws aren't as solid as you do like to think. Mythos creatures don't have a home, and they want one. You guys have plenty of spare space. You always have a timepiece force who have never caught a single criminal. Something they could do with a hand. I've seen the Mythos posse fight, and you can learn some lessons from them. This is the deal. So you can fall in a dimension and call it a neutral zone. Everything above that floor is organiser territory, and everything below is a Mythos creature territory. And you guys stop fighting and work together to stop other bogus dudes messing up the universe and time. I think it would work. There was a small commotion in the front row of the council, and Elder K, leader of the timepiece, stood up. Why, he demanded, why should we make peace and work with those things? Sonic turned to Captain Cole. Tell them what will happen in a month if they don't, Rankin dude. Cole turned round. I've come back from a month in the future, he said. Things are bad there. We reckon we won't be able to hold out for another 3 days before we're completely overrun by the Mythos army. They've already got the research and development levels and tried to use our time travel technology to alter history to annihilate us. Thankfully, Sonic and Tails saved us from that. But it's bad. Basically, I say we make peace now, or in a month's time we lose this war. There was a moment of stunned silence in the council chamber. Then the hubbub grew as the assembled minds digested this news and debated its implications with their neighbours. Elder J turned to look up at Arthur, who towered over her. Do you think we could work together? She said. Master Dranking twitched his wings. I am thinking it over, he said. Please, let me contemplating peace. Jay turned to Sonic. I have to admit he's impressive, she admitted. So stately and proud. So what's your verdict, peace or war? Sonic asked. That's up to the council. Even if they say peace, it sounds as though Arthur holds all the cards. If he still says war, it will be war, she said. Sonic sighed in irritation and tapped his foot on the floor. Tails yawned. The decision making was taking a very long time, so finally the low level conversation faded away and Jay strode to the edge of the dais. My fellow organisers, she said, the issues before us are possibly the most serious we've ever had to face. Please prepare to cast your votes on the plan with Sonic the Hedgehog, the hero from another dimension, was placed before us for our judgment. Press your keypads now! Sonic looked up. Above the dais, floating in the air, was a single word formed of pure light. Peace. Next to him, the dragon flexed his body and peered upwards at the judgment above him, taking it in without comment. The room was quiet around them. How about you, Arthur? Asked Sonic, his voice echoing, very slight in the silent chamber. Do you say war or peace? I have considered the matter. There is a full scientific analysis, he said, smiling slightly at his ironic joke. Your plan is good, Sonic the Hedgehog. We say let there be peace. Sonic was about to say something cool, but his words were drowned out by applause as everyone in his claim rose to their feet, applauding and cheering. Elder J, smiling with a cute smile, flung herself at him, wrapped her arms around him and planted a smacking kiss on his cheek. Was on tiptoe, the Dragon King reached down with one scaly claw to shake her hand. Sonic punched Tails on the shoulder, shook Captain Cole's hand, the various hands, claws, and appendages of the Mythos soldiers. Finally he looked up. Arthur was looking down at him, and so he lifted his right arm into the air, his right hand raised. Sonic grinned, bent his knees, leaped into the air, hurtling upwards. As the applause reached crescendo, Sonic slapped the Dragon King's vast hand in a triumphant high five. Ah, yeah. Epilogue. Woof. We're nearly over. Oh, wow. Nice speech, mate. So that's all the loose ends tied up, Tails asked. Not quite do, Sonic said. There's still a couple things we have to do. where everything's back to normal. Excuse me. A small one-time time machine, and his paw went "but" as it auto-detonated and crumbled to dust, running through his fingers. That was one of them. He walked away across the verdant grass of the green hills. I hope that was biodegradable. Tails worried, trotting after him. So where are we going? We're going to go and find us, Sonic said. But I thought we got rid of the time paradoxes, Tails said. This one isn't a paradox. I got Gray to program the time machine to leave us here just before we left in the first place. We can check that if we go to the cave, Sonic said. We meet up with ourselves, do that body melding trick with them. Hang on. Sorry, I missed the page. Oh no, it felt so strange, like I was with my mind to someone else's body or something, the thought suggested. It's got to be done, dude. After that, we head off to the picnic and watch everyone see if anything funny happens. If not, we're in the clear. If it does, well, we better hope that the dudes in the fourth dimension get their act together. I think they will, Tails said. They're getting on very well when we left. So, if we're going to take over at the moment we left off and nothing happened, does that mean that the events never happened? Sonic paused for thought. It's something he'd been wondering about, and he's about to finish his greatest adventure of all time, literally. But if he completed it successfully, it would cease to exist, and nobody would remember it, so you cannot boast about it in the future. That's one of the perils of being in the hero business, dude, he said. At least we'll remember it, and everyone in the fourth dimension too. Yeah, Tails said. Oh look, there we are. It's visible in the valley beyond with the familiar shapes of themselves. The blue hedgehog was holding the game gear, and the orange fox was trying to look back over his shoulder at the action. As they watched, the hedgehog switched off the games machine and put it down on a nearby rock. It's showtime, dude, whispered Sonic, and together they rushed to the valley. The two there already had whirled around as they approached. Who are you, dudes? asked Sonic. Were you? Come back in time from the future, Sonic said. Good to see me, buddy. Let's shake. He and Tails stuck out their hands. The other hand was reached out to take them, and a few seconds later, only one Sonic and one Tails stood next to the rock with the Game Gear on it. Cool, Sonic said. What do we do next? You said, now what do we do with the rest of this most triumphantly glorious afternoon? I said, shall we go join the others? And you said, good call. Race you, Lucy does all the washing up. After wait for me. Sonic, laughing, had already hurled out towards the lake, leaking over the ground. His newly repaired shoes felt so uncomfortable. The scientists in the fourth dimension had rebuilt them, in thanks to arranging the peace deal with the Mythos creatures, and they worked on some new features like automatic odour removers and a self-cleaning system. He streaked ahead of Tails, who was trying to catch up. Ahead of him, you could see the blue water of the lake and his friends playing on the beach below. Sally Acorn had just finished laying out a picnic on a large rug. Porker Lewis, Joe Sushi and Tops were playing in the water, throwing a ball around, while Fitty floated above them, Chirps and Joy Lightfoot were lying on the beach. Oomph! He tripped over something sticking out the ground and fell flat on his face. Tails came racing up from behind him, did not notice the prone hedgehog and tripped over Sonic's outstretched legs. All yelled, the fox stumbled and spinning like a ball, fell down the hillside towards the beach. Sonic watched as he ploughed through the middle of the picnic and hit the water with a splash which drenched everyone around him. The hedgehog sat up and pulled the object that had tripped him out of the ground. As he suspected, it was the familiar shape of a begrimed, moss-encrusted Mark Zero Goss coin time machine. I bet Captain Cole would love to get his hand on this, he murmured, and sprang to his feet and trotted down the hill towards the others. As he reached them, Sally was standing amidst the wreckage of the picnic, hand on hips, chastising Tails, who stood head lowered, feeling sorry for himself. If Sonic challenged you to a race, you can both do the washing up, said Sally. Her voice filled with exasperation. And there'll be plenty of it to do. Just look at this mess. Tails looked at Sonic. Sonic looked at Tails, remembering Sally's last fateful words before everything had begun to change. Slowly they both turned to look at where the picnic had lain on the sand. It was still there, apart from the part that Tails had rolled over. Together they heaved a deep sigh of relief. Ah. Washing up? No problem, Sonic said. That's cool with me. Everything's cool.
Hey, Sonic. What's that metal thing you're holding?
Inquired Johnny Lightfoot. Sonic looked down at the old time machine in his paws. This, he said, some piece of junk I found. Nothing important. He rolled it around his head and threw it far out across the blue surface of the lake. It hit the water with a splash and sank from sight. Okay, he said, that's that. And let's eat. And that's the end. Wow, what a cool book, eh? That's got to be the best story about time travel, like, ever. Like, better than Back to the Future. I just said it. I mean, wow, the
concepts going on in that. It's just legendary. Whew. Anyway, if you made it this far, congratulations. Hope you enjoyed it. I may read that there is another one of these. I've read 3 of these so far. I'll probably link them in the description. The other ones were Robotnik's Laboratory. It's actually my least favourite of the books. I haven't read it. It's the one I've read the least, but it's still good though. So maybe I will, some months down the line, do that as well. But for now, let's bring this to a close. Enjoy the rest of your day, folks.